Bonjour, mademoiselle. I can see you here. Hi. Did I plug this into the wrong place? Why can I not hear anything? Anything? Hello? Oh, you're muted. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. I just
Hang
thought,
on.
oh,
My
man,
headphones ain't working. Hang on.
that's all right. Hello, middle of the night people, and likely some in other time zones. We're just doing extra streams when we feel like it because it's a good time. And I love hanging out with Pixie anyway. And last night went really long, but for the record, those people were
I'll be right back.
paid as we play. Okay, my love. Those people were paying as they were playing. So they were wonderful and kind guests. Some of them apparently really wanted to leave sooner, but I unfortunately thought that I'd been saying, hey, um, whenever. I really thought they would just leave when they felt in the mood to do so, and I feel like I've held someone captive now, and I'm sorry about that, but um, we're just going to add extra streams, even if it's middle of the night, because we're middle of the night ladies, and read on things that we enjoy reading and to learn more about things and how to read new things. Like last night was very interesting reading that individual that is from a state prison. Welcome back, Pixela.
Thank you,
I'm
thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Poppet, and this is Pixie.
Hello.
And so those of us we're still sort of on a new platform in some locations, and so I do personally like a lot of readings and mediumship things and stuff like that. Pixie is an amazing empath and researcher. She is my sitter for like almost everything that goes on, and is having a considerable empathic and I think even potentially slightly, if not more than slightly, psychic awakening, like as we speak in real time. Um, but also, she is a wonderful artist and creates wonderful, like, I think it's art. Some people might call it crafting, but so she does have some channels that here in the future we're going to be linking. And she also has a channel called We Bought a Hoarder House, where they're sort of tracking the cleanup and rebuild of a beautiful house that they're living in. And so we'll be linking those things as well. And that's just a little bit of the blah, blah, blah about us. Oh, Pixie also very much helped design any of like, maybe not the logo that's right here, but other things, and has put them on some merch that we've given just in the past when our channel was a little more active as gifts and people have purchased them and things like that occasionally, very occasionally. But we're just glad to have some new people around and trying to sort of show up because the readings never stop. Like they're always happening behind the scenes or privately with clients or groups. And so the internet thing is the thing that I'm personally trying to wrangle, and she's helping me try and be a person like person. We'll see how that goes. I am checking out my needs. I brought like, I don't know about you, Pix, but like tonight, because it was like, this is going to be, hopefully we'll meet some new people and that'll be wonderful. But also I just was looking forward to hanging out with you. And it's like, might as well do it here anyway. Like we're always going to be on voice and reading.
Yeah, that's true.
Might as well be doing it here.
Why not?
I don't see why not, girl. But I brought snacks this time. Like,
You brought snacks?
I got snacks and and
Snackies.
things like that. So as we, continue on, I listened back to some of last night, and honestly, I only sound like a tranked out zombie for maybe like the last 45 minutes. I thought it was going to be worse than that. Like, so I'm really
That's
happy.
good considering how you were on for 9 hours.
I mean, we all used to do that, but we were playing and talking about hoping to have a community where we could talk about other people's abilities and stuff. And a lot of people were interested in talking about it, but nobody ever, other than you, really wanted to like show up and show out, like in terms of like, oh, they have decks and tools and
Right.
interests, and nobody ever.
It didn't seem like anybody was interested in like learning anything new or anything.
I mean, I don't know. I sort of felt like everybody was there to learn, but I did think some of them I thought I was, and maybe I was just mistaken, that some of them were like sort of on the precipice of wanting to do some of this as well, like publicly and do readings and practice. And so like I was excited about that and hoping like, because you can teach a lot by doing. And so like I knew I could help people learn certain things, but I know they were scared. It was fear, and I get it. Like, this is the interwebs, and it's not widely known for its kindness necessarily. I think
proof's in the pudding, baby. Proof's in the pudding.
I think we can do a lot about that. I think that we can change like vibrational energy, like the more of us that want to keep it happy, even if it's just our own version of happy. I was telling Sam Fish the internet name of someone in my house earlier, because we were talking about like being a little scared about protests that are coming, and to my state, just like many others, they've already dispatched like National Guard and other military branches. And, so like for those of us that like feel pain when the collective feels pain and stuff like that, it's really like, it really hurts. But then also, it's just scary for every single person. Like you don't have to feel anything about the collective consciousness to be like scared of what's happening right now. But I was saying to Sam that, maybe what we need to do on those big days, on those like big protest days and stuff, is like just come and try and put more joy out.
Yes.
I mean, I think protesting is wonderful if it's peaceful. I think it's important and all of those things. But I also do think some people just need to keep, as the young people would say, the vibes going. And so if we're limited by our health and we can't be out there in the same way some people are choosing to be, and there are plenty of people that are choosing to have loud opinions, I think maybe having private opinions and just loads of joy might at least help the collective. So I'm trying to think of like, especially on those days, like that day that's upcoming, something like where we can still do the same stuff we do here, but like maybe just do a day where even if very few people show up, we just do silly readings, whether that's like on comedians, that have crossed over, or, joyful music or whatever. I think in telling funny stories about just even things we've encountered, whether it's together or separately, like in terms of like what we see, like sort of peeking out from the spiritual realm and things like that. I think that might be beneficial. And especially like even at the very least, maybe if somebody who's feeling all of this in a different way, like via like depression or anxiety, could come and at least like be sort of relieved of some of that weight for sometimes.
Yes,
so sure. I understand it's important to have a voice, but sometimes it's also important to remind people that that's not the only thing that's happening. It's a scary thing, but it's not the only thing that's happening. And at the end of the life and the day and the spirituality, it's like a drop in the bucket in comparison to like the universe, God, source, universal love, whatever you want to call it. Like, and we forget that because we get all tangled up in like our physical reality more than anything. and that's important. We got to protect our physical reality, but we should probably protect our like joy just in the same way, like that we
Yes.
do our bodies, and I don't think we do that as much. At least consciously. Like there's like a lot of people creating comedy and things and music, and we're all getting together and enjoying it and being crazy about things. But like I think like saying, hey, we're doing this on purpose. Like it's scary, but we're choosing ridiculous amounts of stupidity and joy today. might might be important also.
Great, we all just be happy.
Yeah, I mean, even if we can contribute to like 4 people plus ourselves, like that's that can make an enormous change. Like just one person, like if you even just think of like a family unit or a friend group, one person all of a sudden like sort of waking up to their own joy can change the energy of everyone they encounter. Like
yes, because I know from personal experience, I used to be the type that if I woke up in a bad mood, that was it for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a bad mood all day. I made everybody around me walk on eggshells, and I'm so glad I'm not that person anymore.
Well, I mean, I think.
And don't get me wrong, I can be, but not nearly like I was.
That's not what I was going to say at all, though. You're like, don't get me wrong. No, I wasn't thinking about that at all. I was thinking about how I think even if those times were like challenging and dramatic in terms of like dramatically dynamic, I think you probably were sillier than you recall. Just because I mean, maybe I'm wrong, like, but like the you I've known, you can always laugh, and some people can't even do that. Some people aren't ready to do that yet.
You get me though. Not many people get me. Like my mama, bless her soul, she used to tell me all the time, you just always look like you're pissed off at the world, And I wouldn't be. I mean, I'd be in a good mood, but it's like my husband always says, you got that resting bitch face.
Yeah, see, I was going to say, like, I don't think you do as strongly as, like, other people might say, but, like, but I grew up with a dad who people thought, like, they would take one look at him and be like, is your dad, like, getting ready to, like, be on a rageful tear? And be like, no, actually, that's him smiling. He's pretty happy today. What's up? Like,
yeah. I've heard that comes with people with the A personality.
Oh, yeah. You and I both have that. Girlfriend, yeah. We both have the
That's why I'm saying you get me, so.
I mean, I'm glad to know that, like, that you feel understood, because I'm a dingbat sometimes, so I'm not always sure people feel, like, seen.
Well, like, I mean, honestly, in my opinion, it can mean a world of difference if there's people around you that get you, And like my family, like even my kids, sometimes they don't get me. But that's okay.
I think maybe one more than the rest, right? Well, maybe 2, because in one case you share like the feminine experience with your daughter, right? But then I think you have a son that probably really, one of them in particular, really, really seems more similar, in my opinion, than others. You don't even know who that is, huh?
So. All 3 boys are so different.
Mm-hmm. They are. And it's one
if I had to guess, I would say Hayden, because he's got more of the goofy side to him.
See, I go back and forth, but it's always one of the twins, like in my opinion, that remind me the most of you.
That's only because you've never experienced Joshua.
That's true. That's true. But hearing stories of him, he does sound different than you. I mean, of course, like he's gonna be different. He's male and younger, and like, but I
Right.
just mean, I
He carries a lot of my traits, Joshua does, especially the getting stressed about everything. Because I used to stress about everything when they were growing up, you know, and it wasn't until recently. And when I say recently, I mean the past 5 years or so that I just, I let the small stuff go, and oh, it changed my life. It really
oh yeah,
did.
oh it makes things so much better, doesn't it? Like
And he is just like me in that sense. And I keep telling him, just hang on, son. I promise you, one day, you won't let that stuff stress you out. I'm like, but I know exactly where you're coming from. But just know that you don't have to stress so much. Just pick up the phone and call your mama, and we'll talk about it.
well, and I think like stress is always going to be there, right? But self-awareness is really important, because then even if there's an enormous amount of stress and we're responsive to it, if we're aware of ourselves, once we sort of figure some of that out, and becoming one of your own best friends is like really important. And it takes a long time, because it's harder to love yourself than it is, I think, anyone else in a lot of time. I
Yeah,
mean,
for sure.
some people seem really naturally good at it.
Yeah.
And I think some of those people are posturing, and some of
Yeah.
them really are good. Like and I don't know if that's in the raising. I'm sure it's both. I think it's probably nature and nurture, just depending on who you're talking about. But
Well, I mean, I can't really say that I love myself, but I have gotten to the point to where I like myself. So that's a big change.
it takes and it takes a lot, and it also, like, even on days you don't love yourself, realizing that you're your own best friend, and that you need to be, is really important, because
Yeah.
you're the only person, right? The only person that's been placed on this planet at this time that is there to entertain you 100% of the time, and that is there to take care of you 100%
Oh,
of
is
the
that what that's
time.
called? I thought that was called crazy.
No, no. It's called, hey, you know what? I'm gonna play games with my favorite, maybe not my favorite person, but the person who I'm trying to be the best of friends to, and that's myself. And people always are like, oh, they laugh at their own jokes and stuff, and it's like, yeah. I mean, number one, I think some of us have had periods of isolation more than others, and I think that to some degree, not like unsafe levels of isolation, but I think some levels of quiet and being with yourself is really, I think it's really important. It
Yes.
clears out a lot of noise, and um,
And also, the more laughter there is, the less meanness there is. So that's always a good thing.
yes, yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm gonna every day I'm shuffling. Do 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 do. Um, but yeah, no, I think it's really important to at least include yourself in your friend group. Like,
Yeah.
um, best friend status might take a while, and it might change all the time. But also, that's also because, I mean, the truth is, if we could, and when the few times in life when I have, for example, heard other people's thoughts and things like that, via like help from spirit and things, um, if we could hear other people's thoughts, we would struggle as much as we do with ourselves. Like, but
Oh,
we
yeah.
know what's going on in our head, and sometimes forget. You know what? Like, it might not be the same thing going on in other people's heads, but they have similar stuff. They're hearing all
Yeah.
their own garbage, where everybody else is filtered. We're not hearing
Hmm.
as much of their garbage. And so we just think I'm garbage, and it's like, no, you're just the only one whose garbage you hear very constantly. Like, sometimes there are relationships where you get a lot of someone's garbage,
Yeah.
especially if you've decided to like do long haul dynamics with people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna relax eventually, and you're gonna see their garbage.
Mm-hmm.
But
You see their true colors.
well, yes. Do.
I was telling
Yeah,
Mr. Dust about your new card.
my new cards. Is that what you said?
Yeah, your new cards.
Oh yeah, my double. Like you, I guess you twin with everything. Like I got
I
you sent
guess
me a
so.
lovely deck with pot cards, pot tarot, and then
Can't wait for
next
you to use them.
3 days later. Yeah, I flashed through them last night. I still need to figure out the lighting in here because they're really pretty,
I
but
was
they're
going
kind
to
of
ask you
pastel.
too. Is there any way you can like minimize mine so yours gets bigger so I can see better?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Hold on, let me see. Wait, where are
Oh,
you?
yeah, am I there?
You're there.
Okay, as long
Um,
as you can hear me, that's fine because I can see you much better.
okay, well, let's see. Okay, I can put us both over here. Wait, and then,
Oh
okay, but then
no,
that's not the
that's
screen.
too
Okay,
small.
now what's this?
That's tiny.
Okay, here we are splitting
Yeah.
it, which is what I like. Okay, let's see.
Okay,
Um,
splitting it'll work. Splitting it would work, or either the other one you had. Yeah,
oh,
that one's
okay, let's
fine.
see. It doesn't go wide enough, though. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Let's see.
Well,
Okay.
just
Playing with things. Okay.
there you
Now,
go.
can we still hear you though?
Can you?
I can.
Well, I can hear you. So
You don't want your beautiful little. You've got that pretty. Well, I guess
I
we'll
would
bring it up
rather.
and down. We can bring it up and
Yeah,
down.
I'd rather be able to see the card.
Yeah. Okay. I think bringing it up and down. But that was a great idea. Thank you, because these layouts are like right in front of me, and I've never thought like, oh, I'll just click on
Yeah.
that and
See,
see what happens.
I'm not sure how it looks to you, but I'm gonna show you what it looks like to me.
Okay, hold on a second. See, oh look. Oh, now we're both gone. Okay, hold on. There we go. Yeah, no, I mean it looks really small to me, but right, like I'm not looking up there a lot of the time. I'm looking here, and
Do you
so
have the
I
big
lose track
black
of
patch at the bottom? Like over
this.
half of my screen's like black, and
No,
it's
on
a
the
little banner that says you're in this. You'll see. I sent you a picture.
okay. Let me look. Let me look and see. Do 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 do.
I hadn't gone through yet.
Oh no, it hasn't.
But yeah, like split screen, I can see better. I can't see the whole thing, but I can see it better.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm gonna take us both away. Wait, no, that was wrong. I need nope. Okay, I'm trying to remember what one it was. That's one.
Yeah,
Here, let me see.
that's good. You can't do like you full screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
perfect.
so let's see. Okay, I'm going to shuffle one of these pot tarot. I would like to get out the one that I haven't shuffled so that we can look at them in order. But I know the lighting is also. I mean, the lighting is okay, but like and it's funny to me because it's not that big of a light, but it is very
I mean, lighting looks good to me.
bright. Like, but can you see
I
that
can.
though? Can you
Well,
see
I
these
can
cards?
see it. I can see them. There's a glare on them.
Yeah, I mean, I see the glare like right
Worse.
there, right? But like there,
Yeah.
without the glare, then can you see them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see like the colors? Like, see, that's the thing to me is I'm not sure if the color is coming through. But when I change this light to
Yeah,
something else,
I do wish it was a little closer. But
no.
yeah, I mean, it looks like to
Oh, I
me, it
probably
looks
could make
like,
it. Let's see. I bet you I can make it closer. Hold on a second. I don't. I mean, it drops down like an arm, right? And I just have it up higher. But I probably could. Let's see what happens. Can we bend this down? And we bend this down and see what happens. Okay, let's see. Now, ooh, what?
ooh,
Hold
what's
on now.
that?
See, this is where my like hand-eye coordination is poo. See, now the light's
Right
closer,
there.
but You can see way better,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I can see like the what's in the bag looks green, and then the
Yeah, and
fool
they're
looks like it's in yellow. It could be a green, but it looks yellow
oh no,
at
it
the
is yellow. So
bottom.
you're seeing them, and
Yeah,
this is orange, and they are
yeah,
quite pastel. So
yeah,
that's part of it too. And I can I can see where the glare lands, so I can change the stuff. Now when they're
yeah.
down here,
When they're tilted towards you, there's I can see them really good.
okay, let's see here. Okay, so yeah, so this is close the box. Pixie sent these to me, which is wonderful. And it's the Pot Tarot. This is the box. It says 78 cards and guidebook, which actually I don't see a guidebook, but that's okay. By Peggy White. Pot Tarot. Talk about Pot Tarot. And then it says age 14 and up. Let the cards clear the smoke from your eyes as you uncover the past, present, and future with this bright and beautifully illustrated tarot deck. For thousands of years, cannabis has been used to bring clarity, inspiration, and a higher state of mind to those seeking guidance. Now the wisdom of weed can guide you in your divination with the help of Pot Tarot. Contains a full-color 78-card deck and a 128-page guidebook. Yeah, that's the only part that's a little bit of a not true thing.
It's what?
Okay. There's no guidebook.
Oh, there wasn't.
No. And that's all right.
Well,
That's all right. I don't even know how they would fit the okay, I did this is the ones I think this is the ones I did shuffle. Hold on here. I'm gonna open the other one so that we can go in proper
neither
order.
neither box had
That's
a book.
correct. The twins agree there is no book for us, and that's okay. I mean, I have plenty of books, and and of course, people write different things, but really, I'm an interpretive reader, generally speaking. I tend to consult the book only when it's um, I'm not understanding it in context in relation to the other cards. But that's sort of the only time at this point. Now, I mean, some people are really more traditional tarot readers, and just like there are people that are astrologers, and I respect all of that. But part of my problem is I at this point I probably could read the tarot straight, how
Right.
different schools, like Lenormand teaches, or Rider-Waite, or whatever, or Thoth. But the problem is, because of the mediumship aspect, I am always hearing explanation. So they're explaining to me why the things are where they are a lot of the time. And so I tend to believe that the angels are by far smarter than I am. I'm not believe. I actually I know that they are. But so anyway, this is the back of these beautiful cards. It's that beautiful orangey color. And okay, let's see here. I'm going to separate them by suits, basically. Here, hold on. Okay. We're going to start with this suit, but I'm separating them out so that squeeze it up. Okay. 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 Now, the only thing that's interesting to me, and again, it won't matter as much because the major arcana are here, is figuring out the suits. Because, I mean, some of them I can figure out. Some of them I'm not sure, and you'll see why here in a second, right? So, actually, let's move these out of the way so they're not in the back of the imagery. And as much. Okay. So yeah, here's the back. Now this is the first suit. It's the Ace of Bongs. Now, so to me, this is for sure cups, right? So this is water, and that's really clear because bongs, right? So this is the Ace of Bongs. And like I said, I'm sorry, they are really pastel-y. I'll change the color to that yellow. Is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. So this is the definitely this is cups, right? Or chalices or whatever people want to call it. So this is the Ace of Bongs. Here, the Two of Bongs. The Three of Bongs. And I've got a dirty mind because some of those
Yeah.
one
We
of them
know.
in particular doesn't look like a bong. Okay.
Right.
And then here's the four. Here's the Four
Yeah.
of Bongs. This is interesting. This particular bong is
Yeah,
in the
because one's in the
sky.
cloud. Yeah.
It's actually raining its cannabis down. And the others
Sharing the
don't have
love.
any. Yeah, it's being very generous, this
Yes.
bong. Here's the Five of Bongs. And they're spilled and cracked up. Oh, that's so sad. Here is the Six
Oh,
of
the
Bongs.
flowers.
The daisies are cute.
Yeah.
The Seven of Bongs.
They all up in the clouds now. Man, one of them's kind of crooked.
The Eight of Bongs. Yeah, that's the one I have a harder time keeping my mind off of. Okay. The Nine of Bongs.
My goodness.
The Ten of Bongs. Ooh, they're on a rainbow.
That's pretty.
Here's the Page of Bongs. Oh my gosh, that looks like one of your favorite places in Florida.
It does.
Look at that. It's got the beach. It's got the fishy jumping.
It's our home away
out.
from home. Look, baby, on that card.
Look
our
at
home
that.
away from home.
It's where y'all got married. It's your
The
favorite
bong on the
vacation
beach.
spot.
Yep.
The Knight of Bongs. Oh, look. He brought a rose.
That's funny. You know why?
Why?
I just took red roses out of mine. Couldn't find a vase, so I just used my bong.
Well, you're the Knight of Bongs, girl. That's they're really pastel-y, but that's actually like an actual like sort of creamsicle orange rose, which is pretty. Queen of Bongs. I guess we know she's a queen because her nails are did. I don't know. Like that's that one's interesting.
Yeah, I'd have to argue with that one.
Yeah, my
Because
nails
I
are
don't
did,
did my
so I'm a
nails.
queen. Right?
Say I
It's
don't
like
did my nails.
there might be another way to infer femininity. I don't know. There's the King of Bongs. Oh, he gets a crown. Look at that.
It looks like a ring. Oh, I mean.
Yep. Yes. Okay, and there's the Ace of Bongs again. So that's definitely cups, right? And let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. I'm going to look this up in my notes app really quick here.
I mean. Man, I'm going to have to find the book.
Oh, that's all right. So I think where I'm going to have trouble is figuring out the difference between swords and wands, right? That's where I think it's going to be where I'm confused a little bit. Okay, so here's the Ace of Joints, right? Now, the reason that's confusing to me, and I'll figure it out eventually, is there's the Ace of Pipes, right? So, and they both light on fire. So it's hard to figure out which one is air. But maybe when we go through it, we'll figure it out. Okay, so this is the Ace of Joints. And maybe as we go along, we'll figure it out. Here's the Two of Joints. We'll see like how
paper
many are
airplane.
compared to,
yeah. But paper airplane, needs air.
Here's the Three of Joints. And again, this doesn't have fire. If the pipes have a lot of fire, then this is swords, right? Which my automatic assumption would have been the opposite, because a sword is a tool and so is a pipe, and then a wand you light on fire, right? And that's sort of like a joint, so I'm not sure. But anyway, here's the 3 of joints. The 4 of joints. Oh, they're having their own party. Just without anybody. Here's the 5 of joints. Oh, look, it's all of the different ways like that people can roll or purchase or whatever. This one is definitely from a shop. It's got the filter and the fancy like one. Fancy wraps. Here is the 6 of joints, and it says number 1 stoner. I don't know if you can see that. It says number 1 stoner on this trophy. Here is the 7 of joints.
Peace.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's got a dove of peace, and then it says no. It's got the block sign. I think that's like a split end joint, like where they, where they're sort of broken. I'm not sure though, because it's kind of small. Here is the 8 of joints. This is very organized. This is the 9 of joints, and they have their card. They have their medical card. They're very organized. Nice. Oh, here's the 10 of joints. It's like, hey, you guys, I'm going to throw these in the air like
there's one for you, and one for you, and one for you, and one for you.
That's right. Here's the page of joints. Oh, look at
that's
that.
That's the happy paper. Birthday one.
That's a pretty paper. This one is? Or the other one?
That one. That's the happy birthday joint. Because it's got pretty paper.
Pretty paper. Oh, it's wrapped. It's wrapped very nicely. It's got matches, but they're not lit, right? So, okay. And then the Knight of joints. Now, that's one interesting joint. I mean, look at that. You could light all 3 and pull from there. That would be intense.
Yeah, very.
The Queen of joints. There she is, rolling. And her little pocketbook with her little, like, I know that's a defense item. It's a kitty cat face, but those are like those like brass knuckly defense things that are like really popular and things people buy.
Where the ears are sharp. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here's the King of joints. Oh, like he's got a crown. He's got a crown ashtray and a crown tattoo. And cannabis leaves tattooed on the arm, and then there's a fleur-de-lis actually on the finger. Okay, so that's the joints. Here are the pipes. Now we'll have to see. Here's the Ace of pipes, the Ace of spades. This is the Ace of pipes. And the 2 of pipes. I'm going to have to really think about this. Okay, pipes or swords. This is the first one that is like sort of a universal symbol.
Yeah.
Pipes are swords. And I mean, that's what my initial assumption was, right? Because swords are tools and so are pipes. Right. But pipes do get lit on fire and smoke. So I was like, uh-oh, which one's fire? So the joints we just looked at, that's the fire. So that's the wands. And then here we are in swords. So this is the 3 of pipes. 3 pipers piping. Here is the 4 of pipes, and this particular one, I guess I don't know if you can see the Z's. Can you see this? I'm not sure if it's showing. Oh, now it is.
Yeah, I can see it.
This particular pipe is like definitely releasing a relaxy strain, and actually each strain is a slightly different color too. Here is the 5 of pipes. Look at this very traditional one. It's like somebody using their grandpa's like tobacco pipe and just using it in memory. Okay, this is totally a tangent that's unrelated to not much. Like it's not related to much, but I've always thought like that they should make some pipes that look like bubble pipes, right? That sort of bright, sort of plastic looking thing. And that if it was like a water, maybe not a water pipe, because but like how they make water pipes where you can put some liquid in there so that like actually maybe you could put bubble solution in there and blow bubbles and then load it and smoke. I always thought there should be a bubble blowing cannabis pipe.
Oh, interesting.
Because I would play with that like all day, like in the right mood. Here's the 6 of pipes. This one just arrived, as you can see, like it's just been delivered. They're kind of funny too,
So maybe that's a sign.
Because of the carbs. They all look to me like they're like looking out of the corner of their eye, like they're winking at us. And so this one looks like an elephant. He's like, what?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I was like, I can't stop looking at the one that looks like the elephant.
And oh look, there's another grandpa pipe. I like those.
Speaking of, I saw a cute one.
Cute pipe or bong?
Yeah, pipe.
Pipe.
It was.
What was it?
It was glass. The stem was like a cherry stem, but then it had 2 different cherries on it, and both of them were bowls.
Interesting. So do you pull? You pull through the stem is thick enough that you can actually pull through it?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, from both bowls at once. It was cute. I'll have to get a picture and show it to you.
That is cute. Okay, here's the 7 of pipes. I think it's interesting that they're in a baggie.
Yeah, like fish.
Yeah. And so wait again. Okay, yeah, this is swords. So I'm trying to think what I think of that. Okay, let's see what the 8 of pipes is like. Okay, interesting.
They're all smashed.
Well, this one especially, he's like, screw y'all, I get the couch.
Yep.
Like
my house, my couch.
And they have cannabis art too. They're like, as if we don't love ourselves enough. Or well, maybe that's a family picture. Actually, that could be a family picture.
Oh, could be.
In Cannabis House. I was curious what the 8 of pipes. I was like really
into. But is it Cannabis House or is it Pipe House?
Right. I mean, it's the pot tarot, so I'm assuming like it's still Cannabis House, and these are just tools, just like swords, right? Like it wouldn't be Sword House. It would be the house of the knights of the who's go neat.
Right. Yeah.
We are the knights who go neat. No. I love Monty Python way too much.
They all look like space cadets. So, did you ever watch that guy I was telling you about, the Stoner Gump?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I did that day, but I'm trying to like pull up memory. Okay, hold on here. That's an alarm for me to do something with. I'm trying to remember. Good golly.
He's so funny.
Can you like remind me? My brain is saying like I know I watched.
Yeah, he's the one. He lives in the Missouri, and he goes by Stoner Gump, and like he kind of talks like Forrest Gump, you know. But he's the one who like cooks with broccoli.
Oh, yeah, cooking with cannabis, like.
Yeah, but I mean he
broccoli.
does. Yeah, he does other things too, you know. But he's so funny. You know, he lives in over there. Where did we decide? West of Hayden.
Oh, where your baby's living. When you say other things, are you talking about like mushrooms, or when you're saying he does other things? Like, does he also cook with?
No, I mean like as far as like content goes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like, he'll tell you like funny stories or something he got. You know, he turned into a space cadet and did something really stupid. You know, and he's just funny. I tell you what, though, I watched one the other day, and he wasn't too funny. He was pretty serious because he had a he had a fan show up to his house. They figured out where he lived and showed up to his house.
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary.
And he wasn't home. But his wife and kids were.
Oh yeah, I did watch that one. See, like that's why I'm always like, we don't talk about Bruno, right? Like we don't talk about who we is and where we live, and some of it's because I mean we don't have a big channel like he does, but who knows, we might. But also, even so, my personal problem is because my job that I had for 33 years, right, like was so public, and so like the minute somebody has at least some parts of my name, because I used a couple of different stage names over the years too, depending, especially when I was younger. Like I had family members that were smart enough when I was a little person to do that, which I think is a good thing. But still, like there you can like pull up a lot of immediate like newspaper clippings and things like that. Now, I think as the years go by, I'll be less and less concerned with that because I've not done as much lately. So, like that, just because I was living in whatever cities at different times, that doesn't mean I still would be, But, it's still like one time. Okay, that chat room I'm in, for example, a long time ago, though, a long time ago. I use like I think it was my first time logging in there, like because it's a place where you can read stories, and I'd read the stories. Like almost everybody there talks about this, right? Like almost everybody that's there to read the stories or write the stories, and they don't, like sometimes they're there for a long time, like years reading, and then they all of a sudden see, oh my gosh, there's a chat room link. Like that's the story about everybody. And so so I had like an account to read and write there, and my email was not like my name or anything like that. But it had been used because I was running my own theater company at that time, and I had used it to like send out a press release or something. And so this person, and I liked that email, so that was my screen name. And this, like, one of the first people I talked to like sent me a link with like my picture and videos of me performing.
Oh my God.
And like, and we weren't talking for like many hours. I hadn't even gotten to personally say what I did for a living. Like, they just immediately sent me stuff. And now I've been there a really long time now, and that has, knock wood, not happened very much since. However, I'm not going to do it. Okay, so but it was like immediately like a thing where I was like, ooh, yeah, I'm more findable than I thought, locatable. And I don't like that. So like, that's, that's
you
one
might need
reason
to
why.
check out Guardio.
I don't know. Let me put these down.
Guardio.
Is it like, what is it?
Like it blocks like, yeah, well, kinda, but it's like an app, but it blocks like people and other companies and stuff being able to see like your information. But it also warns you, like, if any of your information does get out there, it tells you, so you can go and take care of it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, well, like this guy didn't look. I've not, again, knock on wood. Like
that sounds like something a dang hacker would do.
He didn't find like my house, right? But he found enough newspaper clippings from the same city that he knew, and again, newspaper.
He probably could have found. He probably could have found out where your house was too.
Oh, 1,000%, right? Because the other thing about newspaper clippings is they have dates on them too. So like you could look and be like, oh, that's like last week, so I know they're still in that location or whatever. And so now I've not ever, like, in terms of like back in the day with the phone book and things, like I always signed because I don't know if you remember, but you used to have to like actually sign a thing that forbid them from putting you in the phone book, or they just would.
Right.
And so
listed or unlisted.
and because I had active like stalkers from work, like I mean, and I'm just saying this for the you already know this, but for the sake of anybody that might listen to this, like um I'm not like using stalker lightly. I'm saying actual like there were orders of protection from strangers didn't even know their names. You know, had to figure it out to get an order of protection, but like that you know were following me around and calling places and leaving things there were a couple that like would watch enough to know like which car I got out of. Like that means they would be if they were at the show that night, that means they'd be like there 2 hours before the doors even opened to see what car I got out of, and then they'd leave stuff in my car. um
That's scary.
and that kind of stuff. And yeah, it is. I mean, like, and
And I mean, to me, it's just as scary that somebody was able to get that much information so fast.
right, it was super fast. And so like that's why I'm so like, because some people are like, why are you so uptight when somebody like talks about what state you're in? It's like, because then if somebody on another time accidentally like mentions my first name, like
Yeah.
especially back
Like,
then, I would come up real fast, I guess. And now, like, as the years go on, some of those things, they're still out there, but they're like, not on the first Google page or whatever, because it's been a long time.
yeah.
But
Because
so
you need to move and change your name.
that scared me. So
So we'll
that's
pack you up, move you tomorrow. It take us about
why
2 minutes.
that's why on the internet, like it's just always like, and so like I've had chat friends and on my like favorite chat place that it's like taken them 10 years to get to know my first name. Like they, um it's like you don't need to
Dang,
know
I
that.
feel
Like
lucky.
well I think it's a little different like than
Yeah, I think lucky.
that other place or whatever. Okay.
We click pretty quick. I
Well,
think.
well, yeah, and honestly, I think you called me sneaky like the first like 8 months we knew each other.
Yeah.
Even with you, like, and
Yeah.
so like I'm the same on like in chat. Like sometimes, and I love like again like when I first started chatting, there weren't things like Google Chat either. So you know, like I can have like real friendships on the internet now because I could, like I can, if I want to talk with them or even like video chat or whatever, like they still don't
Hmm.
have my name and location, but we can have
Right.
still like a real friendship
Yeah, for sure.
using social media, which was not always a thing. Okay, so here's the eight, again, the 8 of pipes, the 9 of pipes. Oh
All
dear.
in a row.
10
Oh,
of
they're a
pipes.
mess. They're
Yeah,
crashing.
they're saying, oh, here's the page of pipes. That's cool. Like I used to love making apple pipes, actually. Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Oh, it's so yummy. Like because it's sweet.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I have not.
I used to do like apples, sometimes occasionally potatoes, but they're a little harder because they're a little more dense. And then, oh my gosh, like for sometimes I was like the queen of like the soda can pipe.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where you just because all you know what I mean.
For
You crinkle
sure.
it, and you have all you need is like a
So
tack to
easy.
poke holes. Yeah, and
Yep.
it's disposable too, so you're not going to get
And you
caught
can
with it.
find one anywhere.
Right? Yeah. If you're out and you're like, well, hey, I brought a little
Yep.
something, but I'm not going to carry around a tool
Hmm.
when they're illegal. So who's drinking? Who's drinking Dr.
You
Pepper?
right?
I need your
Who's
can.
almost done?
Page of pipe. So you just talked about that cherry pipe in here,
Uh-huh.
the little apple pipe. Knight of pipes. Oh, that's one of those ones that has the sliding lid and its own lighter. Like this. This is a prepared pipe here. Here's the queen of pipes. She's preparing. And this is one of those like silicone. I think it looks to me like one of those,
Yeah, I have
ones
not
that.
tried one of those yet. Have you?
Yeah, Sam has quite a bit of,
The silicone ones?
well, just
I just feel like they'd melt.
paraphernalia because, like I'm in a state where both medical and recreational are legal, and
Correct.
when you go to the shops, like you earn points, and so like they'll, they give like little pipes and things after a while.
Yeah.
Just throw it in the bag or whatever. And so some things that we probably would not actually purchase, like,
Right.
are in the house. Now the great thing is it never gets hot, right? So that's nice. And
Nice.
like the bowl is glass, like it's a little glass bowl, so you can pull it out and clean it really
Gotcha.
nicely.
Gotcha.
And then the inside is lined with some sort of really, I think it might be, I don't think it's glass. It might be though. It's either
Resin.
glass or like really thick plexiglass or something in
Or
like the
resin.
stem. Yeah. And so I like them actually. And then I
Okay.
don't
I,
worry
I didn't
either.
realize it had like a, because I was thinking, man, just being just silicone, but it makes sense with the glass bowl in it.
Oh yeah, and then like the lining, because like you can
Yeah.
pull out the tube actually as well and clean it.
Right.
So that's nice as well. And also if you drop it, it's not going
Yeah.
to shatter. So there's a lot
Yeah.
of
Okay.
pluses. Here's the
All right.
king of pipes.
Yeah,
He's
that
like
one's cool.
that's like the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland.
Uh-huh.
Who has the
I
really
love
long
Alice in Wonderland.
stem. I know you do. I know you do. So that's the king of pipes, and here we go. We're at the ace of buds. So this
Oh,
is
that's
gonna
cool. Heck
here, hold on.
yeah.
Let's move these things. Okay, so this is okay. Yeah, that's the bungs. It's the joints, which is wands. This is the pipes, which is swords. It's the swords. And then ace
Sword.
of buds are gonna be pentacles, right? Because pentacles are earth, and definitely buds are earth for sure.
Oh yes, for sure.
So there's the ace of buds. There you are, bud. Oh, the two of buds.
Hey, scales, Libra, me. Yeah.
I know. I like that. Ooh, the three of buds, and they've got papers, and oh man, I love grinders. Like in terms of like people are into different things, like, but I could collect grinders, like if I wanted to spend the
Oh
money on
yeah.
it, because I just love them. And the little
I
scrapey
gotta get
tools,
a new one.
and like the multiple little fine mesh screens and things. Like I just think they're really
Mhm.
neat. They're really neat little
Yeah.
things. But I kind of always have
They're
liked
so handy.
containers. Yeah, but like I've always liked little containers, little boxes, and
Hmm.
little
My
ceramic
my
whatever's.
mama was a little box slash container person.
Yeah, I
She
like
liked
them.
little boxes.
Where are we? Oh,
Oh,
the four. This is the four
chain off.
of. Are we? Did they say buds? It's buds, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
four of buds. Because now, like in the stores and things, they call it flower.
Right.
Yeah, it's the four of flower. Here is the five. Oh, I'm sorry, five of buds. They look like thirsty, but there are rain clouds, so it's gonna be okay. Ooh, look at the six.
Ooh wee.
That's pretty. The indica and the
Look
sativa.
at that.
Here is the
Indica
seven.
sativa, yin and yang, freaking frack.
That's right.
Thelma and Louise.
The seven of buds, the eight of buds. Oh, we're trimming. The nine of buds, and actually, it's probably gonna be hard to pick up. But these are all different plants. Actually, the leaves are all slightly different, so that's cool.
These people work in these dispensaries, they make some money.
Well, certainly the owners do. Like,
Well, like, of course, you know where I'm from.
yeah.
how, our pay is way lower than anybody else's.
Like min wage, you
Not
mean like?
in Yeah, in the United States, we're still at like 7.50 for minimum wage. You know,
Yeah,
um,
I don't think we're
but
too far ahead.
the dispensary that's close to me, was doing some hiring, and they needed like trimmers and sorters and stuff like
Mhm.
that. And those people started out at like $26 an hour, which is
Oh,
extremely well for this area.
that is not the case here, actually. Um,
Really.
Sam looked into it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Now
good paying jobs here.
he
I
looked
was
at
surprised.
he looked at the dispensary though, and the dispensaries here, they let the brands that they sell, the brand locations, handle all of that other
And
stuff. So
yeah,
maybe
let's say
we
we're
looked
just
at
medical. Because we're just medical,
it's like a
they're
pharmacy.
exactly. You got the people in the back working, and
Hi,
you
hi,
know,
Toast Levi. How are you? Is it Levi or Levy? Toast Levy. Hi, hi.
I would say Levi.
Yeah, that was my initial guess. Clear. Okay, here's the 10 of buds in this deck. The page of buds.
Toast says good, and you.
The knight of buds. We're looking good. Thank you for asking. It's Levi. Okay. I mean, I said it first, like, but then I thought, you know what? Maybe like it could mean something that metaphoric. Um, and then Pixie jumped out of the live. We're doing good. Pixie, who just left, but I think will be coming back. Was very sweet and purchased this deck for me. So we're looking through the cards. It's called the the pot
It wouldn't be
the
a
pot
night if I didn't knock
zero.
myself out at least once.
I know, like falling out. So how are you, Toast? I mean, you said good, but I guess I mean, how do you do? It's lovely to see you. It is nice. It's wonderful. And oh, here, I'll finish this and then this little because we're at the queen. Here's the queen of buds. They're making a little heart. And here's the king of buds. So again, this is earth. So these are pentacles. We're going to do the major arcana. It is so nice. So Pixie Toast is saying it's so nice of you to to buy me a deck. Pixie is
Uh,
very nice.
can you
And
make your screen bigger so I can see, please?
oh, it changed when you dipped
When
again.
I
Okay. You want me to do
Yeah,
it this
yeah,
way?
that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay. All right, we're going to do the major arcana. It is so nice of them. Oh, and something went strange. And so in the mail, it was lovely. The first deck came and it was so sweet. And she's just booted herself again. I'm not sure what's going on. And then 3 days later, they sent another one and they don't care much, I guess, when I asked about it. But so we got twins. It's twins. What are you doing, Pixela? What
I
are you
don't,
doing?
I don't know. It's not going to be one of those nights. It's not.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I
So
got to stop hitting
Toast,
the back button.
Toast, have we met under another name or is this a first time? Is this a first time visit? We love meeting new folks around here.
Oh, first
First
time.
time. Well, welcome.
Welcome.
We're sort of streaming. Well, I mean, it's not weird for us. We're night owls in our own time zones, but but this was not going to be on our normal streaming schedule. But I think we're just gonna just be turning up anyway. Where with that, well, like we're not going to ask for like uber details, but are you are you a UKer, or are you also a night owl? Very much a night owl. Well, welcome. Like we're here. Um, well, we intend to be here a lot, and it probably will be in the middle of the middle a lot of the time, because that's like when we're both the happiest to do anything, I think. We've been like, this channel's been here for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years or something, and I'm a reader, and I've been doing this type of work like for like 20-ish years off and on. But the internet is something that, like, in terms of scheduling and stuff, I'm trying to get a handle on. So we were here, we had a lovely community built up, and then some things happened, and also there was a lot of reading to be done off of the interwebs. So we're sort of just now getting back here and trying to start like streaming more actively. Pixie is my lovely sitter for all readings, and an empath in her own right, and but an amazing sitter and researcher when we're reading cases and things like that.
Oh, thank you.
Is this are you in this area of I'm trying to figure out how to ask. Tell us about yourself, Toast. That's the better way to do it, rather than like be journalistic and grill ya. I'm a girl who's excited to meet somebody new. Genuinely, I think I'm like a golden retriever or something. I know there's a lag, so I'm going to start showing the major arcana as we do. That's cool as heck. Just coming around to my own spirituality, and I live in Missouri in the U.S. Oh, you're in the Midwest. That's cool.
Oh,
that's cool. Since we're just coming back, like in and doing a schedule, and we're not here a lot, did you just find us because you're just combing through lives? I mean, live streams. I probably should clarify.
Are you only on YouTube tonight?
No.
Okay.
But Toast is from YouTube.
Oh, easy.
I see the little red button.
Is that what that means?
The little red button. So like, okay, when you're streaming to multiple sites and you're looking here in chat, next to their name, right, it's got the little red YouTube button. Whereas if it's one of the other locations, it would have their insignia. Well, we're glad you found us. You're just coming into your own spirituality.
That's cool.
So are you somebody that's like, do you watch a lot of, we're glad you found us. And, you know, I do free reads for newcomers, and especially when we're just kicking it middle of the night. So if that's something you would be interested in, if you would like a reading, that is absolutely something that we can offer you, but you're also welcome to just hang with us as well. Anytime. I'd say day or night, but it's usually going to be night. Can I ask, of course, because it's an area of interest for me and Piccola here. Oh, well, I'm here. Like I come here to read. I come here to read, and so certainly, if you do not want a reading, do not feel bad. We just would love to have you around and learn something about you. But if it's something that you'd feel like receiving, that would be perfectly fine. So can I ask? Because
I can tell you won't regret it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally down. I mean, I'm going to show the major arcana here because Pix wanted to see the cards and she sent them and they're lovely. And but other than that, like, you know, our plans were, because we knew it was the middle of the middle, to just read whomever came along, and then probably we might read on like I don't know if I feel like reading on a case tonight, but we might read on local happenings or things like that. Spirituality clearly is an interest for the two of us that are sitting here. So to be just a little bit nosy, you're coming around to your own spirituality. What does that mean to you? Does that mean you're coming into realization of like abilities? Are you changing? And I promise these are questions I ask everybody. I'm nosy. Are you changing viewpoints? And I know there's a lag here, so I'm going to show these as we go. Here's the Fool. The Fool. The Magician. Oh, it's sparkly here in Magician.
Abracadabra.
The High Priestess. She's the High Priestess.
I bet she is.
The Empress is Indica. That's right, baby. Indica represent. Oh, the Emperor is Sativa.
Yin and yang.
The Hierophant. The Lovers. Aw, side-by-side grinders. Isn't that sweet? Okay, so Toast has said, I used to be a Christian, but the Jesus worship wigged me out as a kid. I stopped trying to put a name on the big force and just started having faith in the world, and it's working swimmingly. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. We tend to sort of embrace the all of it here. So sometimes I have a tendency to use like Judeo-Christian like wording just because that's sort of the world I grew up in, and you know, words are just tools and shortcuts. But I also am so lucky to have been around a lot of varietal of people from a like wide variety of religions and spiritualities and things. I'm glad it's going swimmingly. It wigged you out as a kid. I'm interested in that. I had interesting stuff going on. I have a really devoutly Catholic mother, and I did like kindergarten through 12th grade in parochial school. But I have a father that's interested in like, you know, religions and spiritualities the world over. I mean, and like extraordinarily interested. Like he's really like read all religious texts several times over from all around the world, like even smaller sects of things like the Kiwanis, right? Like you say Kiwanis and people I think like of like a club, like you know, like a clubhouse.
I totally agree, Toast.
All roads lead to the same place. Went in circles reading all the big texts out there. Did you? I understand that.
Flicky and I was talking about this not too terribly long ago.
What? Oh, just spirituality and faith?
I was raised in a Baptist church, and of course, you know, I came into my own not too long ago myself. And it's been awesome. But you just gotta quit. You gotta quit letting people tell you what you're supposed to believe. I mean, there's so much more out there than most people even realize.
Well, and I think that sometimes for some of us, whether it's just like how we are built and respond to things, or whether it's the people around us, some organizations religiously,
it's because they teach you what they want you to believe.
Well, and it can get to be more about like rules and strictures and control, right? And some things have origins in exactly that. But then in every group, right, in every faith group, in every spiritual group, there are, just like everything, there are wonderful, wonderful humans, and then there are humans that, I mean, everything can be used as a tool, and so, you know, religion can be used as a tool to bring wonderful, wonderful things into someone's existence, or really awful things, and it just depends on who's wielding it. Is it? Well, I'm so glad. Like, you're totally welcome here. Yeah, so the Catholic, for me, it was the Catholic thing. And then, though, again, I had a father that, or have a father that, like, read about all things, but also would go to ARE meetings. That's the Association for Religious Enlightenment. They are not a religious group, or they're sort of, because people come from all walks of. What's going on in the background there, Ladybug?
Jimmy's on his phone.
Okay, just was I was just worrying about the television just a little bit.
Oh no, television ain't even on.
Oh really? Oh wow. Okay, so okay, so yeah, we go to these ARE meetings, and that was Edgar Casey's group. Edgar Casey, you might already know. So, yeah, Jimmy is living the life. Mr. Dust, Pixie Dust's partner here, Mr. Dust, and I think he's kind of an essential part of here too. He's often involved in the discussions. Like sometime I hope he just comes on on the stream, because he's always right adjacent to the stream, and he has a lot of really interesting ideas and experiences of his own, of course. And well, no, like, and it's fine, Pix. You don't have to turn your mic off. I just sometimes get worried about being copyright struck, but it wasn't like so loud that like that's going to happen. Oh, you are as well. Me too, sort of, actually. Okay, I'm going to finish this major arcana here, and we'll see where we get going. But yeah, Pix, turn it back on. I just was wondering what was going on. Okay, so yeah, here are the lovers, and the chariot is a VW bug.
Oh, I like the van, the hippie van.
Look at the strength. Strength is 1,000 milligram chocolate.
That's so funny. I bought supplies not long ago to make a giant chocolate bar for Christmas decoration outside this year.
Wait. Okay, you mean craft supplies, or do you mean actual chocolate?
No, craft supplies.
Okay. For a second. Here's the wheel.
But it's gonna be a giant chocolate bar when I'm done with it.
Yeah, Pixie's very, very talented artist. Like, she keeps saying crafts, but she makes art. She makes art. I think I was in the like performing arts for several decades, and I keep telling her, like, the things she builds would make, she could be an amazing like prop mistress and prop creator for like big time theater events and things, because the things she makes are so cool. The Hermit and the Fool are your favorite? Those two love to jump out the deck the few times you've shuffled. Oh, see? Okay. That was going to be another question, is like, are you down with the cards? And that's already an answer. Can I ask about your decks? I mean, you're going to see here soon, there are lots of decks. We're just looking at this one because it's new. But yeah, here's the Wheel of Fortune, as we can like talk and show, I guess.
There it is again.
There you go, Libra. Libra girl likes the scales. The Hanged Man. The Hanged Cannabis.
The Flower.
Death.
No.
Temperance. That's funny. It's 420.
420. Jeez.
The Devil. Me and the Devil. I can't get that song out of my head. It's always like on YouTube shorts. The Tower. Oh, they broke the bong. The Star. The Moon. And the Moon, like they happy. That's a happy, happy moon. And the Sun. I noticed that it's probably going to be hard with this lighting, but the sun has very, very bloodshot eyes. Judgment. This is interesting. That's an interesting
yin and yang,
actually. And the world. We are the world. We share this flower. We are the one to get super high on the water tower. Okay, let's see. Now we've seen everything. Okay, I've done personally. I have experience with friends and have been read like twice. Almost spooky. Wait, what's spooky? What's spooky? The Hermit and the Fool are your favorites. I'm interested in why. Just you like
I'm
the
interested
art?
in what they consider spooky.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be interesting in a place like this, actually.
Yeah.
I am a little bit
If
spooky.
they've only been read twice, then I would pretty much say that if they stuck around long enough, their minds would be blown.
I don't know. They're talking about like being very open, which is awesome, by the way.
Yeah, but look, I am too, and I'm extremely open to just about anything and everything, and you blow my mind almost on a daily basis.
Don't let her fool you, Toast. It's just because I'm a weirdie. It's not because I'm good at anything.
She's not weird, Toast. I mean, yes, she does tarot, but she also talks to spirit, which is so cool.
Yeah, I'm a medium way more than I'm a tarot reader, but
Yeah.
it's that runs in the family too. So
And
Toast
we've
said,
known each other. We met what? What did we decide? 7 years ago?
no, I think it's been like just right about 5. It was before the Summerwells case, but that's where we
Right at,
met.
yeah.
And she's sadly it's the 4-year anniversary right now, but like we were in that space a little bit before then, so
Yeah.
somewhere between 4 and 5 years.
Yeah. And she still blows my mind.
So I'm going to share like Toast comments here. So Toast says, the Hermit and the Fool are my favorite. Those two love to jump out of the deck the few times I've shuffled. That's interesting that they're coming to greet you. And then I have none personally. I was asking about decks and things. I have experience with friends and have been read like twice, almost spooky. And then I asked what was spooky, how accurate the reads were, which that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, y'all laugh too much to be evil. Well, that's good. I'm glad you feel that way. And we're not evil. I'm just being silly. Um, so you have your friends. Are they readers? I mean, like I guess what I'm saying. I'm clearly they're readers. Um, do they pursue it? I guess publicly. I guess maybe that's a better way to put it. Publicly.
We're gonna have to work on your twang.
Well, I'm sort of being silly, you know.
Yeah, I know. Facetious is what we call it.
I'm not being facetious. Oh my gosh. Because was acting by 2, right? And so there's always been an interest in accent. So if I really wanted to do your accent, girl, I could. But what was interesting about that is I would pick up accents everywhere we went, sometimes well, sometimes poorly as a really little kid. And there were a couple times we were in places where, like on vacation or something, and I would be echoing back like the accent that was spoken to me, and like there were a couple of times my dad was like, I thought I was going to get beat up because they thought you were making fun of them. And it's like, no, she just does that. Self-proclaimed readers publicly, yes, a few years experience between the both of them. That's awesome. Well, that's wonderful. Now I want to know if I know them. Are they here? I don't mean right now in the room, but
On the tube.
on the interwebs. Pardon me, are your friends on the interweb? Between the both of them. Well, personal friends, IRL, There's somebody that you used to know.
How do you know it's a she? It could be a he.
Hmm? Somebody that you used to know? What do you mean? She?
Huh?
What are you talking about? She?
You said somebody he used to know. I said maybe it's somebody she used to know.
Oh, I said that you used to know, but probably I spoke through all of my lispy teeth. Somebody that you used to know, reading tarots, and the hermit jumped out at you. Like, whoa.
It seems like that's a line to a verse on a song.
It is, that somebody I used to
Used to
know
know.
song. Doom, 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 doom. Right?
No, because you know some weird songs.
No,
Just
that was,
saying.
oh, of course I do. Like, no, that was all over the radio, right? Like, a
Yeah, I don't
while
do the
back.
radio much. I'm like stuck in with the when music was music.
Listen, do you want to be called Toast or Levi? But it says, oh, if it helps our interaction, I'm a young and spry 24-year-old Deuterino. I mean, does it? I'm fine with
24.
you can keep your business or
That's a
share
good
your business.
age.
You think? I'm not
Yeah.
judging 24. I'm just saying, what happened for you at 24 that you go, yay, 24?
I mean, nothing extraordinary. I just honestly, if I could do it all over again, I'd probably do it a tad different. I'd party more. I
You
didn't
act like
party
you're
enough.
you act like you're done.
Like
You
I'm
had your
done.
baby, right? You had your babies earlier. You were, a lot pretty busy with that.
Oh, I'm too old for that now. I mean, shoot. Come 9 o'clock, I'll be ready for the bed if I tried to go out somewhere.
Oh, that's such boo hockey. You're here with me at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. getting all stony and bony. You're 24 going on 50. I'm
See,
assuming.
it's weird though, because when I was 24, I never thought about like turning, like being 50. You know what I mean? I don't know why, but I think that's weird.
What do you
It
mean? You didn't
wasn't
ever
like,
think about being old, growing
yeah,
old?
I mean, yeah, it's just something that didn't like ever really cross my mind, hardly ever. But once I hit like, I guess like 40 is when it started. I started thinking about it.
Oh, interesting. See, when I was like 2, I had big dreams about being on a park bench with somebody, and holding hands and having like wrinkled, beautiful, veiny hands like my grandmother had. And I mean, that was something. They did this silly thing like when you graduated preschool where it's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I said a grandmother.
Oh,
But I loved my maternal gram a lot, a lot.
yeah.
So I think that was probably part of it. Now, why are you 24 going on 50, Deuterino? Is it because because you have a life that requires responsibility, or are you just amazing at responsibility? I'm going to shuffle some decks, by the way, so that like when we have fun reading the 2450 Deuterino, we have things ready to go. Like, need to get these cards some oxygen here. That's sweet to want to be a grandma as a kid. That's a big old heart. And I don't connect with my peers. We don't share the same values.
Mhm.
I see.
Probably because the maturity level's a tad different, I would guess. Because most people his age are just coming into like really partying and stuff.
You think? I guess I started
Yeah, that's a
way,
feeling I get.
way younger. My mom raised me old school and with a heavy
Well,
hand.
see, I mean, mine did too, but friends my age, they wasn't like we wasn't on the same level. Like at
Well,
that age, they were still, they were just now getting in good and deep in their partying, and I mean, I was already a mom and working full time and paying my own bills and
yeah. I mean, I guess I started partying way early, right? Like in like a life in the arts is a little different, just in
well,
general.
I
Like,
did too. I mean, and when you start early, you died out early.
yeah, I kept going
To
out,
me,
right? Because I didn't have the kiddos, right? I mean, when I had those foster girls in my like mid 20s for a while, like, um, I didn't, of course, go out as much. However, because it was such a sudden placement and things in that scenario, um,
yeah,
they did
yeah. See, I get
come to
it,
the
Toast. I was the same way. I did enough when I was young to I had my feel of it.
see.
I mean, it doesn't saying that I don't like to go out every once in a while, but yeah, not like I used to.
I stopped with like the substances pretty early, right? But I still wanted to go out, like but I didn't, like like I said, I had the foster girls just for a couple of years, and I had a job where, like, we got off work like almost 1 a.m., right? Like, so, I still was in the clubs and bars and stuff, but I just wasn't like drinking, right? I like to dance and I like to, go out, but I like just wasn't into. I didn't need the substances to be a ridiculous human. I'm really good at being a ridiculous human, all on
Yeah,
my own.
Toes, it's funny you say that. What got me was being around drunk for such a long period of time. That's what got me to where I was like, I'm just done with this.
Yeah, see, I mean,
This
I
ain't
kept
even
bars.
fun anymore.
I was always working in the bars, performing in the bars. You know what I mean? Running sound,
Hmm.
tending bar, and I loved being around drunks. I just didn't want to be one.
Yeah, it got to the point to where I didn't even want to be around them anymore. I just couldn't deal with it. Just
Yeah, Toast says, I don't feel the need to party or go out like that. I did when I was a teen and just don't see the ire anymore. And then it
that's what
got
I'm
tired of
talking about.
got tired of watching people bust rocks and smoking bubbles and calling it, quote, hanging out. I prefer stoners. Oh, well, see, you're in the right place, as you can
You're in the
tell.
right place.
I mean, I don't smoke too often actually these days, um, for reasons of like staying connected. Because I mean, a little bit of that stuff can be really useful spiritually speaking, and connectivity wise. But anything that tips a little too far, then sort
I
of.
personally am an astronaut, as Stoner Gump would say.
Some people call
I've
her
been
the
a stoner since I was
cowboy.
16,
Some call
and I
her the
will not stop, and I will
love.
not change. So,
Some people call her Maurice.
wee, wow.
Um, yeah, no, for me, like I love it, right? And I'm an indica girl. We've been having an indica
Sativa.
sativa sort of
Well, I
discussion.
mean, really, it depends on the on
Terpenes.
what the day is, but mostly sativa.
Yeah, and see, I'm like indica, like all the way, or a blend, right? But
Yeah. Now the hybrids aren't. They're not too bad. Get a little of both.
well, and then in my house, right, like there's somebody who's got a green thumb with everything, and is like super into botany. So like we even break it down to the terpenes. Like I know which terpenes like work for me in terms of, I'm talking about like my health and pain management and things like that. And then I know which ones work for me when it's like, just time to relax and have a kickback. Um, but also because, I have pain management stuff from other places too. And that stuff is always fluctuating on like the laws for those things and patient treatment and things. I don't want to have the same tolerance that I did for 20 years. Like I want to have low tolerance so that if something happened with my like pain specialists and things like that, I could completely rely strictly on cannabis and not have like a tolerance that's too expensive.
Yeah, if I stopped smoking, I'd be in a lot of pain because I stopped just all of my medication like probably 6, 7 years back.
I don't know if I mean, I don't know how I
and
would get
started
there.
and started and started smoking more. Mine was mainly pain medicine.
Yeah, I mean,
Started smoking more than what I was, and I was able to control it without being on, any pills or anything.
yeah, I understand that. Okay, so yeah, Toast prefers stoners and says, "This is cozy. Thank you guys from the break from reality." We are a walking break from reality. What would you like to be read on, Toast? The cards are your oyster.
And just keep in mind that she's a medium also, so you make sure you want to know the answer before you ask.
Oh yeah. Well, and they'll stop me too. You know what I mean? Like if it's going to be something too upsetting, we always stop and ask. We're pretty good at
She, like I said, she blows my mind all the time. She did it earlier today, as a matter of fact. She don't even realize it.
What are you talking about?
When we was talking about Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus's, whenever you mentioned Mr. and Mrs. Claus's son,
Yeah.
yeah.
I still don't know, but that's okay. Like I understand we're not going to talk about like names publicly, but I still don't know what I done did, girl.
Well, I don't know that we've ever discussed the child.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I know they have a son that didn't. She had a son that didn't want to be there. Um. Heck, I guess I'm wondering about the near future as I've just made big transitions in my life and things are weird. I got offered a job in another state for good pay, as an example. Okay, well, excellent. There's somebody making
Good
noise
question.
in my house, so I'm gonna pause, bring Pixela back into like the foreground here, and I will be right back, and we're gonna read on that. You feel things moving. See, I knew that's why I asked if you had some, sort of burgeoning abilities. Like, anyway, we'll talk about it. I'll be right back. Pixie here and very entertaining. And then we'll read.
Yeah, I don't know how entertaining I am, but I'm here. That's funny that you say that you can feel things moving. You feel different, like more in tune. Am I correct? Hmm. It hits you almost like maybe almost like a intuition or a gut feeling or. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, whenever I kind of started coming into my spirituality, it it's been crazy. Kind of put that second. Um, gosh, I guess my biggest experience actually was just finally feeling at peace within myself. I guess because I was just so focused on, how I was raised, what we're taught. And I don't know if, you were a big church goer, but, I always had to go to church when I was a kid. Um, things that the Bible says. And, once I kind of stepped back and was like, whoa, wait a minute, kind of opened myself up. And honestly, when I met Plucky was like the biggest experience because she just she changed my whole world, I think. I have opened up so much more since knowing her, learned so much. It's just been amazing. I mean, it's crazy. It's, I always tell her that, she helped save my life. She really did. Because I was in a bad place. My mother had died, and it was really a bad time. And me and my mother were like best friends. We had an unusual mother and daughter relationship. We were best friends, and I don't know. I guess the whole thing has been a big experience. Once you realize fully everything that's going on with you, like you'll know when you're like upgrading, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's tough. It was so bad at one point. My husband thought he was gonna have to lock me up. It was bad. I don't think I left my bed for like 2, 3 months. It was bad, but that was 7 years ago. So I guess about six, 5.5, 6 years ago when I met Plucky, and oh my gosh, things have just progressed so fast since then. It's 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 crazy. Yeah, me too. It was a hard one to come back from though. It was bad. But whenever I met Plucky and I got to talk to my mother, and I just met Plucky. There's no way in hell she could have known any of what she was telling me. There's no way. And so just knowing that, I can still communicate, still get messages, and, it brought me back to reality. But it also confirmed so much that I believed in, but had grown up hearing other people saying that that was, not true. They're all lies, you shouldn't believe that way. But it just verified some of my beliefs. I don't know if you should be worried or not. I mean, that's why I say, you might want to. I think you asked a good question. But yeah, you with her, you really gotta make sure that the question you're asking, you really want the answers to, because I mean, she's that good. I can tell you some stories. Keep coming back, you'll hear some stories. I still to this day have to eat crow when it comes to her telling me something. But yeah, they're crazy stories, but they're good stories. But she is like, I mean, spot on. Of course, she don't brag on herself, obviously, but I brag on her every chance I get because, I mean, she's amazing. I don't think I've ever truly met somebody as genuine and not full of shit as her, honestly. I mean, she deserves a cheerleader. She really does. But yeah, you'll see. But I think you asked a good question for your first question. That's a safe one, and it's a good one. But see, it also means too that you're definitely going to have to come back to let us know if she was spot on or not. That's my favorite word to use with her. Like my husband will come home from work and I'll be like, Blakey was spot on again today. Yeah, like I said, she don't brag on herself, but like, she's helped law enforcement on a few cases, and so yeah, she's pretty genuine. Oh yeah, if you want the answer to it, ask. I mean, I would if I mean, if you're okay with asking it and you want to know the answer, yeah, I would. I mean, now, you mean it's a better time than any because I mean, I'm telling you from personal experience now, personal experience. She has been spot on 1000% with things that's happened in my life over the past 5, 6 years.
Thank you for being such a wonderful agent.
Oh,
I am. I'm an amazing agent for everybody but myself. Like I can negotiate everybody's pay and
he he
get
wants
people.
to since he realizes now your capabilities, he wants to change his question. So,
Oh well, that's fine. I sort of figured we were going to start off with a general anyway, and because we got time, right?
oh yeah,
I
I
figured we
mean,
could start off with a general, and then we could ask questions. If do you have time? Host, is time of the essence?
are you on a schedule?
You only got one
Yeah,
shot.
and,
Finish out with
is it
chance. Hello.
possible to know, Toast, what time zone you're in?
They said they're in Missouri, in
Oh, yeah, that's
Missouri.
right. You're
So
in
send
Central.
that CST, baby. Woo-woo.
Whoop, whoop.
You got time to kill. Pew,
Yeah,
pew.
I hope so.
She's making funny because I can go long. That's been the thing with my
You
sitters.
can. Look,
My,
if if you let her, she'll keep you here till 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, not always, but I can if you have enough questions. Last night was particularly long, but we did that long read. Been with my girlfriend for 7 years now, and it isn't without trouble. I've reached a point where I understand love is about sacrifice. It
I
can
hear a
be.
butt coming on.
Yeah, I'm interested. It's going to be about how much sacrifice is too much.
Oh, 7 years. Y'all were high school sweethearts.
Yeah, that's darling.
With that
With that said,
said,
ba 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 ba. Toast is typing. I promise I'm not tipsy or drinking anything.
no, she's not.
I'm just actually, even though pigs. So like last night, while Toast is typing, last night after that like uber long situation, um, I was hanging out with an online friend, and then like we were supposed to meet up, but then I had a seizure, and I think I told you that I woke up on the floor, but my gosh, the sleep was amazing.
Mm,
It was amazing.
been there, done that.
Okay, so Joe says, I've been with my, I'm just going to repeat it as well because I don't, sometimes the replay doesn't play back. I've been with my girlfriend for 7 years now, and it isn't without trouble. I've reached the point where I understand love is about sacrifice. With that said, I really love her, and I know she loves me, but I don't know if I'm lying to myself staying around. I know I'd hate leaving her, it would destroy me, but sometimes I feel so torn because I want to travel and stuff, but I need to be good for her. And I want to be good for her. She's amazing and can stand my bullshit. I bet you're not quite so bad as you think you are, Toasty. Um, I know, like what my guides are saying, like so we should do, but I want to hear what else you have to say on this. See, oh my gosh, see, I'm telling you, this is all because I got that good sleep. And also because I just love the middle of the night the most. The most in the whole world, the middle of the night is the best part. And it's a full moon, and it's a full moon in Sag, which is my baby child. And Pixela is muted.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I just don't need certain sounds on the YouTube.
Yeah, I got it. And I appreciate it. If I had to add, I've been the villain of the story, and I've made a point to myself to stick around no matter what, because that's how you get 50 years married. Okay. So, I mean, you don't. So, okay, you don't have to add anything. I just wasn't sure if you had said like what you were planning on saying. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going back because you guys were what's going on in the background? Oh my god, sounds like a girl fight. Girl fight. Okay. So first, Cho says, I guess I'm wondering about the near future as I've made big transitions in my life and things got weird. I was offered a job in another state for good pay. As an example, I can feel things moving. Just that I can feel changes coming and need to be prepared. A sudden wave followed by immediate action. Maybe a week prior to the big shift, I felt it, and then my life kind of flipped upside down. Actually, what's interesting is wave is something like I've actually felt a literal like wave sort of. So I sort of understand.
Yeah, I thought that part was interesting too.
Let's see. Oh, should I be worried? I don't know what y'all were talking about there. I don't have secrets to hide anyway. Oh, I mean, I would never, ever, ever. I'm really careful about how I say things, genuinely.
No, that was when he finally caught on about what I was saying about how good you were.
Oh, well,
How
that's so
spot
nice.
on you are.
But I don't put people on blast, first of all.
No, of course not. No.
We can speak in metaphor, but like the thing is, it's not even.
That's when he was like, "Oh, wait." He was like, "Maybe I should ask a more personal question. I want to know the answer to." I was like, "Yes, now's the perfect opportunity."
No secrets to hide. Living truthfully. That's wonderful. Living
Yes.
truthfully can be hard, but wonderful. She is my number one cheerleader, but I think she's pretty badass too. Okay, let's see. Okay.
I'm bad and I'm an ass, but no, I'm the brutally honest type. But I mean it in such a loving way.
So then I was just trying to highlight the question for the film. Okay. So Toast has time to kill. I'm just putting that on the record because we know how I can be. Okay. And then.
Oh, do we know?
So I've been with my girlfriend 7 years now, and it isn't without trouble. I've reached the point where I understand love is about sacrifice. I know I read this, but I know that the playbacks have been challenging on one of the sites. With that said, I really love her. I know she loves me, but I don't know if I'm lying to myself staying around. I know I'd hate leaving her. It would destroy me. But sometimes I feel so torn because I want to travel and stuff, but I need to be good for her. And I want to be good for her. She's amazing and can stand my bullshit. If I had to add, I've been the villain of the story, and I've made a point to myself to stick around no matter what, because that's how you get 50 years married. Likewise, Pixie, I don't know what that was. Oh, about badass? Or brutal honest? Are we talking about being brutally honest?
Talking about being brutally honest, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm the Lorax and I speak for the trees. So what I mean is Spirit is really, they are so funny. Spirit is really funny, and but it's always really dry, and they're very honest, and but they're pretty gentle about it too. So the majority of the things, or not, I guess a lot of the things, I guess is the best way to put it, rather than the majority, that come through in readings are coming through via mediumship. And sometimes it takes a while, like we got to connect a little bit, but I think she just, I think some people Pixie has been experiencing more of, in like the last year, some of the stuff that comes with this gig, right? Which is you give people advice, but they keep asking the same question over and over and over again. And it's like, I'm sorry, it's not an opinion. Like, I'm just getting information from like eternal sources that love you. And the answer is not going to change. And, it will change over time. Yeah. And then
that's the issue. Advice. Yeah. They don't follow the advice. Yeah.
And it's really hard. I mean, it's hard anyway, because if you care about your clients, and of course, I come to love the majority of my clients. And
yeah, I mean, we become friends with a lot of these people.
It's hard to watch when they have been given like a direct key. Now, we all do it. We all don't take the advice we're given from each other. That's and true. From everywhere. But Pix has really been experiencing that aspect a lot this year, and it's really hard. So I think some of like that like honesty stuff is more like frustration with coming to care about people that just keep like running on this, like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, right, and expecting a different result. And that kind of stuff has been going on, and it is hard to learn patience with that, right? It's like parenting or something.
Yeah, for real, because I don't have the patience for that mess. I mean, I'll help anybody in any way I can, period. But if you have to be told something 100 times and then you don't follow up on it, it's like I got no use for it. None.
Well,
Just okay.
it's yeah. Well, and it's hard. It really is. I mean, like I think for a long time, Pixie thought like I was either daft or a saint or something because, I think she didn't know because in public, like on the on the streams and stuff, like people would be really frustrating, but I would just sort of smile and we'd move on. And she was getting really frustrated. I think like we were like a year or two in before I finally was like telling her what I really thought, just as a human being and how it was frustrating. And she was like, oh my gosh, I just thought, how does she keep doing this? I think she thought like I wasn't frustrated. Right? I think you thought I wasn't frustrated. And then when you found out I was frustrated, you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. But the difference between me and her is I'll say something.
Well, the thing, I mean, you've heard me say something when
Yeah,
people,
but I'll
I,
really say something. If I think you're being a dumbass, I'm going to tell you you're being a dumbass.
the thing is though,
Lucky's
again,
not going to say that.
well, no, but that's also because I'm speaking from source. It's not always about my opinion. It's about the opinion of beings and things that are much smarter than me with a better perspective. And
Exactly.
they also are universal, love, and so their patience needs, if I'm representing them accurately, their patience has to extend through me. That doesn't mean interpersonally when I'm on my own I'm not like hella frustrated, right? But it has
What
to, we have to let people have a chance to grow. Now when it
what do you
comes down,
mean? Or is wait. I got sidetracked. I was reading what Toast said. Um,
my will is
are you
unbroken
stating this? Are you
and my discipline is
asking this?
unmatched. I have been keeping with having my bad thoughts in check as well as cleaning my diet. I'm not going to throw this reading away. DW. I don't know what DW is an acronym for. My acts of love are fueled by my hatred. Interesting. Okay. You're an interesting person.
Hmm.
My will is unbroken and my discipline is unmatched. I've
Yeah,
been
this is
keeping
gonna be
having
interesting.
my thoughts in check as
I'm
well.
gonna
Don't worry.
mute my mic. This is gonna be an
Yeah,
interesting read.
I think so, but I mean, I'm not quite ready to get started. So if you guys want to chit chat, mostly because there's someone in my house that's got, I know they're coming around the corner to ask me a question in like 5 minutes. So rather than start and get interrupted, I'm giving them that window of time to not interrupt, but still get their answer, and then we can get cooking. Don't worry,
Don't
don't
worry.
worry, darling. Don't worry, darling. My acts of love are fueled by my hatred.
Are you in school, Toast, or are you in the working world? Are you already fully adulting? I know my babies are already fully adulting, and I'm sad.
She said she's got grandbabies, like as if there's not another generation of littles
Oh,
already
by the
there.
way, I'm old as shit, so
Not, she's not old as shit. She started momming
I'm
relatively early.
I'm old enough to be his mother.
All right, me too.
Oh, gotcha. Self discipline.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I see. I already knew that, but like
Yeah.
um, I
Oh
didn't
no,
know
you
like
ain't started to read yet.
I didn't know I didn't know 15, right? But I could like I could feel, as the youth say, I could feel the vibe, baby. Okay, so I'm shuffling. Well, the shuffling needs to happen, but also I'm trying to buy time because the night owls in my house, I know they're coming. They're coming for me.
The grumbling is coming.
Yeah.
Did you see the picture of my porch?
I did.
Did you
And
see
yes,
how clear it was?
I did. Oh, is it active now? Has it changed?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, trust me, I'd already said something changed. Yes, we want to know a fun fact.
Yeah, I was going to say, Toast, I do want to know fun facts. I'm enjoying the chit chat. And because if there's time, and I'm glad you have time, connecting to you without, like, you don't need to give me information necessarily. But I mean, I'm glad to hear anything you want to say, but I'm just saying, just talking, right? Like helps anybody's reading, because being connected is, I think what the whole universe is about actually is being connected. A medical anomaly. What drew me, or more forced me into my spirituality, was my death experience I had at 7 years old. I was declared dead for 14 and a half minutes. Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Hold on a second here.
That's a story I would like to hear one
Yeah, I'm
day.
interested. Well, and it depends on if it's, if you feel like it's going to be relevant to your read, then like don't tell me too much. But I do have questions about that if it's not. And I'm not certain it is going to be completely relevant. I mean, it's relevant because it's a big piece of who you are. But I am curious about, ever since then, I've had severe insomnia and life has felt like one continuous conscious experience. Yeah, I can understand why that might be, especially if you had like a near death experience where sort of remembered or experienced some of the what it's like to be back in non-physical, and then which I'm assuming a little bit of that happened. I know you were pretty young, so, but those things are so vivid, I'm certain you must remember. Yeah, I figured you would remember being dead. It's more just so how I feel, what I feel, and why I've decided to be more open to these things. It feels like the deepest sleep ever. You didn't have any, and like I said, you were quite young, right? So, you don't remember what happened in the in-between spaces. And see, here comes that question. So I'll come back and read this in just a second here.
When you say you remember being dead, like you remember when it was lights out, or you knew you were dead? Were you scared? I would think at that age you would be terrified. Yeah, now I would say I've never had an experience like that. I've had two very, very traumatic experience, two very bad accidents where I should have been dead, but I've never like hmm, Interesting. You were alone? Hmm. No, I mean like um when you like passed away, you said it was dark, like even though it was black dark and you were just existing, like could you feel like other spirits or whatever around you or no? Oh man, goodness. Wow. I can't imagine. Yeah. Mm-mm. I think about just the feeling of drowning and just I don't want hope I don't go out that way. Hmm. Yeah, I figured it would feel like, well, I'll tell you, like I get bronchitis like all the time, and I have, a bit of asthma, and sometimes I'll get these coughing attacks, and I can't stop. I can't catch my breath. Um, and I can't stop coughing bad enough to catch my breath. That's kind of what I figured it would feel like. That's interesting. Look, he's gonna find this very interesting. You're probably in for a long read. I think when she's done, a lot of things are gonna make sense. And I also believe you landed in the right spot. Hmm. Oh, I bet. Especially at 7 years old. I bet you were terrified. Were you alone there? Obviously not. Oh, smooth and slick. Algae. Ain't get no grip on that. Mm, wow. What? And you couldn't swim? Well, I mean, I know that, back in the day, that's how they used to teach kids to swim. Ironically, not me. I took swimming lessons. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, go right ahead. I heard that. So I have a question. Well, yeah, this won't affect your reading. Um, I have a question if you don't mind me asking. When I was reading back about, how you're feeling about whether you should stay or whatever, what does your gut tell you?
Okie dokie artichokes. I'm reading back the chat here.
Go right ahead.
One hitter. Up in smoke, that's where I want to be.
Oh,
So
you need to go up further than that.
no.
This
I've read it
this
all.
this
I've
was
read it
like
all.
a wow conversation.
No, I've read it all. The black void is actually really common in NDE, and probably our friend here knows that. from, having experienced it and potentially researching it, right? A lot of people describe it sort of as a black velvety void, right? Where it's very quiet and there is like no fear, but it does seem like there's not anyone around. It's sort of like a lot of people say it's like the black is the void is consciousness, right? Like the void is conscious, but it's not like talking, or you know what I mean? But it's sort of a lot of people anyway. I don't know about Toast here, but like a lot of people talk about it just being like, there is no fear, there is no over worrying. And, there are theories on why, then often like people that, proceed farther into a near death scenario, eventually like traverse somewhere else. But there are theories about, why sometimes people spend more time in the black void, I guess, for in the void. I don't really think it's a void, but in the darkness, right? It sort of sometimes can serve, I mean, the theories are like it can serve as an adjustment period. I feel really strongly, and now I've just read this stuff, so I don't know what you guys talked about. I can just read what's on the screen. But I also am feeling, and Toast will tell me if this is right or wrong, that like that actually served to protect Toast, because I feel like, and again, tell me if I'm wrong, if you had come back with wild stories, you were not in a situation where everyone in your immediate experience was going to be comfortable hearing about the experiences that you had. And, especially as a little kid, if you come back and tell someone something, that enormous, and there's rejection, or they call you crazy or over imaginative, and it's been a profound experience. It doesn't matter if you're 7 or 91, like that's a profound experience. And so if there'd been even more detail and you'd come back with that detail and then been wholeheartedly like rejected and ignored, or I just feel like there was someone, in your immediate life that was going to be wildly uncomfortable with that. And so I'm sort of feeling like part of the reason you didn't have it, like it didn't advance, right, is that coming back with some of that information was going to cause you more like distress than good, and they knew you were coming back. But let's see here what you said. Let me see here. My Jane uncles threw me in the heckin' water. Told them that and they didn't believe me. Told them what?
They couldn't swim.
My gut says to run, but I was a very flighty kid that would run from things before they could hurt me, which made me hurt myself a lot. Your gut says
on
to
that
run.
one. I had asked him what his gut was telling him about the question he asked. I was just curious.
Oh, okay. So it's with a grain of salt that I hear my gut. Sounds about right. The void is the closest thing to describe, because it's like you can see out to infinity, but it's all black. Yeah, no, they stuck me in church after that. Yeah. And did you tell them about the void? Is that part of why you got stuck in church? Because I could be wrong, and please, I like love skeptics and I like being wrong because I learn. But to me, it really feels like if you'd come back, if you told them about the void and they had a response, if you told them about the void and they had a response, like sticking you in church, I feel like if you'd had even more of a big story, that actually would have made things more difficult for you. You did, and they denied it. Yeah. See, so if you'd come, yeah. Oh, I know. I totally believe you, Toast. And there are other people that have reported the void. And some talk about just being in the void for almost the entirety of their, near death experience. Some talk about being in the void and then eventually sort of advancing from the void, because time there is so like not linear, that it can feel like a month, but it's not scary, right? I'm assuming that when you were in the blackness, there was no fear or pain, and you didn't feel like you needed to like scramble around to get out of there. Is that correct? No fear, no pain, no worry, just observations. Yep, that sounds like I've not had that particular experience myself. I've had a lot of like out of body things where I like have shot out of my body from like impacts and things or health issues. But I have not been ejected so much that I needed to go to a secondary location. So I've been like on the ceiling, right, of wherever I was when I like fell or had the impact or whatever, like, floating over my body, interacting actually with all of the like people that are there. Like they couldn't see me, right, but interacting and things like that. But I've not experienced like quite being booted out that far. Now some of that, like, again, there's so many theories, but some of that, some people theorize that like being moved to a place like the blackness or or any other type of NDE. Sometimes that's like when it's a scenario where angels, or however you want to refer to pieces of love in the universe that are helpful, try and get you out of the experience as quickly as possible so it can be, it's still going to be traumatizing. Of course it is. I'm sure you carry it with you, but they do the best they can, right, to get you out of there and minimize like the trauma memory and things like that. And so because they're moving fast, like they take you farther away too from the chaos, because, especially if you were really little, like the experience, if you'd stayed in the area even, right? Let's say you stayed in the area, like, and witnessed everybody panicking and saw yourself, like that would have been way more traumatic. So they took you to a peaceful place. Um, and right. I mean, I think though, you're saying which part of the experience are you indifferent to? Because you're saying you're grateful you got to participate in that and see a little bit about how it works and experience it. So are you talking about you're indifferent to the experience of like the accident, like the way the accident occurred, or you just mean the void isn't something that like weighed heavy on you growing up? What do you mean by that? I'm just curious. I always like to talk to other people that have had weirdy things like that. But I'm telling you, like the minute I started reading that stuff, like I had like information coming through that like, the coming back with less detail kept your, like the response of the people around you at least a little bit more sane, and that's what you needed. So it was sort of designed that way to be protective. All of it. Okay. All of it. At the bottom of the quarry, looking up at the dot of light that was the sun, and my final moments, the void coming back. It just happened for me. So it's not so crazy, I do know. I mean, I don't think it's crazy in any in any sense of the word crazy. I do think there's a magic to it, to the fact that we are in many ways eternal. And and even when we are in the other place, there are so many things, we still don't understand, but that's also one of the joys, is there's always something new to learn. But it makes sense to me that you don't find it crazy, because you were there. Like, it felt not scary, right? Not upsetting. It felt like, like you weren't in a place where something was coming at you or going to harm you. Like, like you experienced that firsthand. So, it makes perfect sense to me that, like, you have knowledge now. What you have is knowledge, not something crazy. And I am curious about the church part. Like, when you said how did you phrase it? They shoved me in church. They put me in church. I'm going back to find it. Stuck you in church. Had you not been stuck in church prior to that? Like, it feels like maybe you were in like church a little bit, and then like they pushed for a lot more involvement after that point. I'm also curious about why you think you were a weird kid. To me, you sound like an informed kid. Nope, it wasn't until I came back and started asking about life after death. They threw me these. I see. Yeah. So they.
I have a quick question. Just curious, just because I'm trying to understand something where Toe said it just happened for me, so it's not so crazy.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Well, that right there makes a lot of sense on a different subject. But anyway, um, when you say it just happened for you, so it's not so crazy, do you mean that in like a sense that it could have possibly validated stuff you were curious about, or I'm just trying to understand.
No, I mean, that's a question for Toast, and of course I want Toast's answer, but I'll tell you just how I read it while he's typing, right? Which is, kids question fewer things. They question everything about, like, why is the bubble pipe sitting there? Where's the chalk? But, like, when it comes to the great big mysteries, like, of the world, they question those less. They just accept them.
Right. But
And
you're also talking to somebody who, as a kid, would stop and contemplate why I was here.
yeah.
What was my reason for being here? So, yeah, I guess I thought a little different.
Oh no, I mean, I was in church thinking all of that stuff, but like, but I think I took it to mean, and we're going to find out, right, what the real answer is. But I just took it to mean, like, when it happens to you, things that where people are like, that's nuts. And it's like, no, I was there. It actually wasn't nuts at all. Like, it made perfect
Yeah.
sense.
Well, I mean, yeah. And if that's the sense, I get that totally because, I can get that because of my two accidents
Okay, he said, it's definitely something I
tied
feel
to this.
is tied to this life. When I was home alone and got that primal fear, like you're being hunted and watched, where you put on the radio and get under the covers. Okay. Are you saying you had a primal fear in the dark? That's the same thing for me, and it's that same gut punch that has saved my ass countless times. Okay, I'm a little bit lost. Are you saying you weren't feeling hunted in the black void, right?
According to what he told me, no.
So Malone got that primal fear, like you're being hunted and watched. Yeah, I know all of that, like that primal fear thing you're talking about. That's the same thing for me, and it's that same gut punch that saved my ass countless times. So that's why I got lost.
And
So
then he
when you were like,
says, no, that's the strange thing. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
confused.
I think that we're saying like it was more chill than a lot of other life's fears, right? It wasn't a fearful experience like a lot of other things can be in life. That's how I'm interpreting it. But I know in my gut that the two are the same. I think it's just my perspective from the side of the same thing. The two, you mean like when you're feeling hunted and watched is the same thing as being in the void? Now, I understand the part where you say perspective from this side of the same thing, because I talk a lot about that here, like about how when like beings, that are like, we'll use the word angel, okay, but whatever word you want to ascribe, a lot of people think they're having a terrifying experience because when something like a being like that comes near you, they vibrate, like their vibration, and I'm talking about both metaphorically and like um metaphysically, but also scientifically, right? Like actual physics. They vibrate, at such a like faster, more um potent way that when they come near to us, like because I have these experiences all the time, your heart races, right, and your body has a strong reaction because you can feel like like the pulse of their vibration. A lot of people experience that fearfully because many times things in our life, when we experience fear, that's what our body does. Is it our heart rate speeds up, and we feel all of this energy, and but that doesn't mean that what we're experiencing is a scary being. It just means they're vibrating, and then we confuse that feeling in our body for something that we're supposed to be afraid of when it's not something scary.
That's interesting.
That's the same thing for me. No, that's true. But I know in my gut the two are the same. Like when I was there, not scary at all. When I'm alive, fucking horrifying presence, fight or flight just kicks in. So okay, let me feed
I
this back
get it.
make sure I understand. You're saying that you feel
The
what?
here and now, he feels like he's being hunted, but over there it was peaceful.
Right, but the only piece that's missing to me is hunted by what? Are you saying you feel like the void is watching you, and from this side of the coin that makes you feel uneasy?
Yeah, he's got it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
I'll tell
total
you
that
now. Yeah,
makes total sense to me, because that, just like I was talking about with like the angels, right? Like you're aware of their eyes on you, right? You feel being, the presence, and that you're being observed, and likely also, but I am contributing to your information because I've had so many experiences, like it's the high vibrational point, of a more potent being. And so like and I think that's a difference. I think you're talking about, where you and I are talking about the same thing, right? Where when you were out of your body, like that high vibrational being wasn't affecting your physicality in a way that felt like it was evoking fear. But when you're in your skin suit, it's got such sort of a different energy that it's almost like your skin suit gets scared rather than you get scared. I don't fear it. I now respect it as the thing watching over me and keeping me safe. Yep. I like totally agree with you. I'm sorry about the Pentecostal stuff though. Did you have interesting experiences with that? Like, was it just something interesting to experience and observe, or was it
I'm with him on
intense
that one.
intense and unpleasant?
I went one time with a friend of mine, and it scared the daylights out of me.
Right. Well, I didn't read that he was on the where the old lady scream and moan in tongues, right? But I didn't see him say how he felt about it. Like,
Oh yeah, I
um,
know, but
so that's why I was curious,
you
like, if it was unsettling, you know.
if it's anything like I experienced, yeah, it was unsettling enough, especially when you're used to like me, like a Baptist church.
Well, and if you're coming from really no church experience, and then all
Well,
of a
that's
sudden
enough to
they're
freak you
saying,
out too.
right, like, you think about that, you're 7 years old, right? They're telling
Yeah,
you this is God, the creator of our universe, and this is how you experience God, and then people are acting like Fruit Loops. That's
yeah.
gotta be really
Well, I mean,
intense.
I wouldn't call them Fruit
Oh,
Loops. I mean, it's definitely a different religion, but I
oh
mean,
God, that church taught me what the Bible meant by people worshiping for vanity and not honest seeking. Yep. It's who can make the bigger show and who is not sincerely seeking. Yep. Performative
mm,
religion, my dear. Um, and just like we were talking about earlier, right, with all of the different faiths and spiritualities, like, I'm sure in the Pentecostal church, just like everywhere, there are some wonderful people, but then there are some really horrible people, and then there are the in-betweeners, right, that are living their life to exhibit certain traits rather than live certain traits, right? I am in church. I am good. I am a woman or man of God. But
yeah.
somehow when they're alone, you know, none of that stuff goes on. And so it's like a public face. It's an outfit that they put on rather than a reality that they love and experience. Um, and I feel I meant it when I said skin suit, right? And I understand even what you mean by wretched carnal body. Like, in this particular lifetime for me has been a lot about learning to accept the fact that we have to live in bodies. That's always been a challenge for me personally, like from the jump in this life. I've been really frustrated. That's why I called it a skin suit. Now, the more I learn, and I mean, I even learned and did like reading and meditating earlier, like this evening, about how, the body is not, and I'm not using this like in a trite or like how we just talked about the performative way. The body is, um, is designed to collaborate with us in our experience of the divine, but a lot of the practices of how to do that, have been lost to, time. Um, but like, so like the thing I was reading tonight and watching and digging into was, they talked about all different, like, schools of thought, but up, including things like, chakras and different essential parts of, um, allowing your body to be the spiritual vessel that it was designed to be, when we have a long time ago forgotten how to do that. There are certain really easy practices that can sort of help you utilize your body for the gift that it is in helping you with your spirituality. But a lot of times we're really disconnected from that. The body is a temple. That's why I cut my diet. I'd be curious about, and then we'll start reading, I promise, Toast. But I'm very interested in you, as a human. I was already. I love meeting new people. Pixie loves meeting new people, right? And but also, and when you came in, like, like it was like, oh, good. Like, because some people peek in and I love talking to everybody. But like, I don't know if this will make sense to you just based on the other things you've said. When something feels like a fit, you know it. And I'm not saying like, hey,
good
Toast,
energy.
it's not like I'm saying, hey, Toast, you have to be now best friends with two old ladies you don't know, right? But I'm saying like you came in and there was a click, like it clicked, like, oh, this is going to be somebody that is going to be like a joy to interact with. I'm going to learn something.
Yeah, it's that energy. It's that certain energy that you can feel it.
Yeah, it's the click. But I'm curious about how you cut your diet, and then we'll start reading. And that's how I sound like when I'm, for some reason, meowing. Hold on.
Interesting.
Let me read here. Stopped eating dead things. When I was a kid and learned what a burger really was, I stopped for months, but my family bullied me back into it. I've now been a vegabagoo. Okay, this I love. For 2 years now. It had such a major impact on my mental and physical as well as spiritual too. It makes me feel lighter is the best way to put it. Easiest decision I've ever made. I was thinking when I stepped away just for a minute here, I didn't know what your answer was about that in particular, but it strikes me that you're a pretty high IQ individual. Is that something that's actually been measured? Is that something that you have measured in the past? Vegabagoo, I will be stealing, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for Vegabagoo. It, if you have copyright on it, I will pay some royalties, all right? But I'm going to feel a little upset if I don't get a discount. Vegabagoo! Or it could be a Vegabago, I guess. Or no, it's Bagoo. I had it right. I always doubt myself. Doubtful.
Yeah, me too.
Doubting Thomas. Or Thomasina, I guess. Okay, I'm actually gonna. I hate to admit it, but I consistently scored top in my state growing up. Gave up on school in high school because home drama. But really, I could go to any college I want for free if I so chose. Yeah, like that's really clear to me. That's really clear to me. And yeah, I'm sorry about some of the chaos too, but like you've already made comments about other things being, just a part of this particular life experience that I don't know how you view it, but I view, I think about like soul contracts and things. And so it's an aspect that you've chosen. And so I'm certain you already have sort of processed and considered, some of the challenges of chaos, but also that likely is something you chose. And I don't know why you hate to admit it. I mean, I don't think it is the most important metric about any human, right? By a mile, but just like any gift anybody has either been given, if you perceive it that way, or just has been born
For
with.
sure.
It's very evident on you. And like, I understand like potentially what you mean by I hate to admit it, in the sense that some people take that information and use it to be completely noxious. Like I had a pressure. I have a pressure cooker, Dad, and I was in Mensa when I was younger, and it was such crap. And I'm sure you know that, right? Like that too. How unessential that really is. And the other thing is too, no matter like, it's in some ways really useful, but in other ways, it doesn't matter. Like you can have the highest IQ on the planet, but a lot of things come down to how you feel. So if you're sick or just emotionally upset, it doesn't matter what your IQ is, because it's not something that you're going to be able to fully utilize, because other things get in the way. And so the emphasis on that is obnoxious at best. The people, at least, I don't want to talk about all of Mensa, okay? Because I don't know all of Mensa. But where I was and the experience with the group I had, it was just obnoxious. Much like we were talking about performative religion, it's performative intellect. Because those who say they're smart aren't. You hate to admit it. Okay. Well, I asked though, so not like you walked in and you're like, "Hi, I have cool spiritual leanings, and I'm smarter than you guys." You didn't do any of that. I don't think you would do any of that. I'm just saying, your smarts are written all over your spiritual face. Also, you have like, generalized smarts, but it feels like you're extraordinarily gifted in a couple of departments. I don't know if it's music, but it does feel like music's important, even if you're not like a musical savant. It does feel like music is important to you. Yes, you're really enjoyable to talk to. I just want you to hear that, Toast. How well can you regurgitate this? I regurgitate this like pablum that I have ingested too much of as a 6-week-old baby. It's music, right? Because I feel like we have one particular thing in common, and I'm curious if I'm right. When for me, it's specifically music without lyrics, so some classical, some jazz, but and lyrics can distract me, but if there's music playing that doesn't have lyrics, and there's nothing else going on, or sometimes even when there is something else going on, like I sit there and in my mind, visually, like I have to drop every note I hear onto the scale as it plays. So I have to put it on like mental sheet music as it plays in it. And like that's just annoying, like weird music OCD brain stuff. There's other like wonderful aspects, right, of like music being a favorite language. I'm just curious if you do that one weird thing. I've been looking for someone else that does that thing. I thought you would. I've been like I'd say I thought like my guides were telling me, right? Like, but I say that to a lot of people because sometimes I'm like, oh no, jazz, and they're like, do you hate jazz? And it's like, well, some jazz, sure, right, depends on the type, but like, no, a lot of it's really lovely. But the problem is now you're going to want to have a conversation with me, and I'm going to be busy visually playing some weird ass video game my brain has invented where I have to put the notes on the scale. And then also if I get bored or irritated, like if I don't like the song, then visually I start changing the key and chord structure. So then I have to go back in my weird little brain video game, right, and put it in a new key signature and change everything around. I see. Okay, you say, I see the notes as lights and they'll flash or slide according to the sound. Oh, that's cool. I don't get the cool lights. Levi gets the cool lights. It's wonderful. So you like that. See, to me, it feels like other aspects of things that are like borderline OCD, right? Where like you're adding the numbers on the alarm clock and like you have to constantly add on either side of the colon so that like on a digital clock, so that you can always keep it equal somehow. Like those stupid little.
I was going to say OCD too, but his don't sound OCD, but yours does.
Well, I mean, he's doing the notes as lights in the flash and slide.
Right, but his has more movement to it than yours.
I don't know if I'm not clear if it's falling onto this, like the sheet music or not. Right. That's where it starts getting OCD for me, right? Like, it's like, why are we doing weird, like, composition 101 homework? Like, we just want to be out on Saturday night. Like, stop it, brain. You're stupid and you're an asshole. My brain is being an asshat. I would like to flirt with this guy at the bar, and instead my brain wants to do this because somebody is playing subpar jazz and without words. Like, you must see music as color too sometimes, huh? Sort of. I'm not classically trained, so I don't have the info to build scales. I've developed an ear like a country bumpkin. No, rote is like the way they teach so many of the most brilliant, musicians in the world learned by rote. Like, and
honey, you say country bumpkin and you speak in my language now.
Can't read it, but I'm sure as hell join along and have fun. And yes, colors, yeah. Do other things, like, do numbers have colors for you? I'm just curious. That doesn't feel like. I'm sure your brain is amazing and does a lot of things, but that one doesn't seem to ring as true as the music thing. But I'm just curious. And yeah, learning by rote is amazing. Like, and then like at a certain point, like I don't know when it was, 70s or 80s or something, that they started calling it Suzuki, the Suzuki method, where children learn everything by ear rather than by sheet music. And I did not take Suzuki music classes. However, I had this piano teacher. I had this piano teacher that when I was really little, I would say, she'd say, we're doing a new song. Here's your new song that you're going to try and learn. And I'd say, oh, that's so neat. Will you play it for me? Right? Because as soon as she played it for me, I could play it back. I can't do that as much anymore. I'm more separated from, certain skills as I'm aging and that kind of shit. But I would have her play it for me, and then I could play it back, because like I tell like a lot of like my friends and partners and things, I learn more about the world through my ears than any other of my senses. And so she would play it, and then sometimes I'd immediately play it, but usually like it would be the end of like the lesson, and then I'd come back next week having knowing it. And so she assumed I was doing the work. At a certain point she caught on to me and realized I wasn't reading the music, and I wasn't really learning how to read the music. Because as soon as she played it for me, my stupid weird little brain that recorded things like would record it, so she started refusing to play it. She's like, no, you actually have to go home and work on it. I'm not playing it. Like, and I'm old enough that like at that time it wasn't something where I could just go to the internet and find somebody playing it, or I totally would have. Like, numbers are not my forte. Damn, you are good. Not at numbers. I'll tell you that much. I mean, music is math, but it's math I understand, right? Just like I was in the arts a long time, so building a set is geometry, and right, and I can understand that. But if you have me do it on a flat piece of paper, not only am I gonna not want to do it and not be super great at it, but I'm also would be willing to like tear off my skin and just climb out of whatever hole I made, so to not have to be there anymore. That type of impatience, you guys, that burns. Wait, what's that face, Pixela? But you know what I mean, right? When you're so impatient, it actually feels like you're sort of like on fire. It's like, oh, this level of impatience like burns in my body, and I will do anything to escape this feeling. I got out Frankendeck, which is interesting. I'm thinking we're going to be using Frankendeck. Frankendick. That face is how I look every time you blow my mind. So you ain't seen nothing yet, but baby. That's how you look. I don't know about that. You have much more hair than that guy. Okay. Toasty. Oh, toast. Would you, this is what I think we should do since we're playing cards, everybody loves cards. I think we should start off with a general reading. I think the first thing you talked about was work, yeah? So a general reading about like I think initially you were talking about a job offer. Is that correct? Is that correct? I could probably scroll up.
That is correct.
Okay. And then, so I guess I'm trying to remember. Did you say you? Yeah, I know there's a lot. That's why even though it's a general read, like I want to start off with like a subject matter. So if we started off like doing sort of a general on, hey, if Toast took that job, what would that look like, right? Because that'll be general enough that it would cue us in, because then you start talking about your relationship dynamic a little bit and things like that. So that would be general enough that if it was talking about that gig, then we would see like if it's something that would, the relationship will come up, I guess is what I'm saying, if in regards to the job read. New outlook. A new space, huh? New metaphorical space, or also literal? Like a new home as well?
If I remember correctly, new state. But I think he means both.
I thought the job offer was in a different state, but like that hasn't been
yes
a decision. That's how I'm remembering it. But.
Correct.
But when a new space, right? Like, of course, that could be. I think I'm just asking if it's double usage, right? Like if it's like, hey, things are changing, I'm in a new space in life, but also I'm wondering if there's a new digs, literal and physical, current mindset and new home. Okay. Job offer is in different state. Okay. I haven't started yet, right? I'm just going based on just sort of early feelings. And so this is just me testing the connection, right? Like to see how accurate or where I am energetically in relation to you right now. But it feels like, yes, the job is in another state, but it feels like what, like a 6-ish hour drive or less. Is that correct? Or is it way farther than that? I'm just sort of trying to fine tune. Oh, Pixela kicked herself out. Woman.
I don't know. Don't even ask. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know how. I'm just good at it, however it happens.
5. You got it. Okay, 5 hours. Okay. So like that, in some ways, that's a good thing. It's a little more moderate. And hold on, sorry, I'm still here. I was getting information.
If it's south, don't do it.
If what?
Because there ain't. I said if it's south, don't do it. Because there ain't shit here.
No, nah. I feel like it's wet. Is it west? It's like 5 hours. Like. To the west, to the west, to the west, to the west. I guess that depends too, like since I'm looking at the map like in a weird psychic-y way, like, if I'm like standing in Mexico looking at the map versus, I mean, it doesn't change west clearly, but like I'm looking more like, left and right. Louisville. Well, Pixela, you just said stuff about the South. That's getting closer. You got anything to say about
No. That's further away. Oh, I don't know nothing about Kentucky.
Okay, so I guess the question I'm going to start off with is just, um, generally speaking, what would it look like if
Can you
toast?
shrink me, please?
Oh yeah, I absolutely will. If toast both accepts the job and then actually chooses to go um, to it, how will that look generally? That's, I think, where we're going to start. Um, one other thing I need to know. So when I think there's some things to astrology that are true and interesting, just like there's a lot that's not. But like I tend to get symbolism. Like a spirit doesn't seem to talk about like, oh, they're a Pisces with a blah blah blah. You're right, but they do sometimes utilize elements to talk about, to signify people, like as a code for me, right? And so like just sort of knowing if you know, right, if you know like what type of sign you are and what type of sign your girl is, like if you're water, air, ether, earth, fire, earth, wind, and fire. Boop 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 boop. Louisville, that's how they say it. Louisville. And I'd be like, it's in Louisville. Okie dokie. Artichoke. The headphones died and I'm too noisy. I'm ruining Toast's life. Because they come back and be weird while they fix their headphones. Pixie. My ADD is leaking out of my ear holes. Oh, there you are. Welcome back, lady.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, I was just on mute. I've just been listening. I think my temple needs some ice cream.
You smart ass. What kind of ice cream? Now I want some. What kind of ice cream?
Well, Jimmy's got some chocolate ice cream, but there's also some Klondike bars, I think.
Ooh, what would you do for a Klondike bar? And yeah, I'm flirting with you. Jimmy, I'm going to take your girl. I'm going to take your girl. Yes. Well, I sort of was making a statement, but making sure it was, oh, okay. No, there was a question. It was, I was just saying, to me, like, I'm not personally an astrologer, so it doesn't matter to me exactly what sign, but spirit often uses the elements to, like, as symbols for me. So I just would like to know, like, if you don't want to even tell me your sign, I just need to know, like, your element, if you know it, and your girl's element, so I can recognize you guys. Like, for example, if you're a Leo, you're a fire sign, right? So I just need to know, like, it's like one of you earth and one of you air. And so it'll help me with, the way that they encode things for me. I guess the only other actual literal question I'd asked was, hey, I'm going to start off with the general about the job and then we'll take it from there. And I think I
That's
said,
fine.
is that okay?
Whether they're earth, fire.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I already said that part, but like, but yeah. So it just was basically asking for signs everywhere, signs. Locking up the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the signs? 141 at 434. That is cool. 416. Okay. I think that she's fire. And you're 141. Oh my gosh, didn't I say like one is oh sorry, Pixie. I can't um I think I said Earth and Fire, but I'm gonna double triple check just because I'm pretty sure you're a Capricorn, and then I'm pretty sure that makes her an Aries, but I just pretty sure she's an Aries. I think that's technically could be getting close to the cusp on the 16th. So you even like you that'd be fun sometime too to do like a little mini chart for you just to see it. I like the charts more to see like what the shape it winds up being of people's star alignment more than like caring about the astrology. Let's see here. January. I'm just double checking before I start. Okay, yep, I'm right about you being a Capricorn. Yeah, because of those numbers, I totally wanted to do a quick chart, but we can do that at the end, like if we're still chit chatting. Let's see, April 16th. Yeah. Yep. Earth and fire, baby. Okay, I need to tell the vampires they need to lower the television set. Y'all, my living room, it just got like I can't have noise canceling headphones, and it's still. Hopefully, you guys can't. I need to know if you guys can hear it though too, because of that stupid copyright stuff with sounds.
I cannot hear anything.
Okay, I'm gonna go bust it, doom, doom, doom. And I think we're actually gonna start, which is interesting. I did not shuffle this deck yet, but like that's the one they say to start.
Oh, sneaky. Sneaky McPicky. Oh, are you being quiet? Because I can't hear nothing either. Mm, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, are you talking? Um, I'm so confused. Oh, so you are on mute. Okay, I was trying to figure out whether, yeah, I lost sound again or what. Arse clowns. Now. Now, Pussy. That's a funny little story I'll have to tell one time. Well, I want to show the new fella how crazy I am right off the bat. I swear I need to make a t-shirt now. Okay, now your little ass clowns need to hurry up. Just go in there and shake that finger and say, now. Better buckle up, 'cause it's gonna be a ride.
Girl, did you seriously now me when I'm just hollering?
I did.
Because the original now, you know, that was in response to something quite a bit more dramatic
Yeah, I know.
than
But still,
than
it was a perfect opportunity to use it. I told Daddy I was stealing it from him.
yeah, we should make some like Steve now t-shirts and sell them. I'm sure he said it like a lot to other people, right? So we could just
I can't recall ever hearing Daddy say something like that. It was funny.
yeah, Pixie got mad at someone and threatened to injure them extremely, in a tense moment. And her fully, she's a fully grown ass woman, and her and it was pretty like now the people were being jerks, but it was a pretty extreme thing to say. So in response, her father goes, now. It's like, what? That's your response to like her threatening like extreme bodily injury upon someone? Now, y'all should get along and stop threatening to use sharp objects upon one another's body parts. Children, just be calm. Let's all sing.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, it was quite like a calm response, considering like I'm gonna blah 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 blah. Nah. That's why I was like, did you
Hey,
just now
it
now?
don't get much more country than that.
I was like, I got nowed for just not making you listen to me go, you guys need a nugget. Like, I tell you, I'm right. Now, don't go castrating people, you hear? You belong here, Toast.
Oh, that would have been a light sentence, trust me.
You belong in the chat room I hang out in too. Probably hang out there. Like that's gonna be the case. It's gonna be like, oh no, like you've known this person in chat rooms for like 3 years now. So they know you're fucking insane. Okay. The only other thing I need, I'm gonna call you Toast. If your girl, your beloved comes up, shall I call her like what? Toast and Jam. Shall I call her Jam? Okay, here. Angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, God, saints, Jesus, deities from religions the world over that are the same thing that we're all talking about. Universal love and truth, source energy, whatever we want to say. Please watch over us during these readings. Please watch all of the doorways, gateways, passageways, and keep us safe and protected. Please let everything be for the higher and greater good of everyone here involved and for the education. May it give the education we all need. Why did that flip funny? Okay, I'm going to look at what it is since it flipped funny. We'll just remember 4 swords. Okay. Yeah, please help everything be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved and educational. Keep us protected as we use tools. And thank you, as ever, for the connection that we have and any information that you choose to share with us. Please help me interpret the information appropriately and in a manner most useful to whomever is supposed to receive it. Please and thank you. Now, what's going on? Like these little thingies are slipping out and flipping over in the midst of card chaos. These probably, I don't know if these got cleared last night after reading that prisoner. Okay, Jam. Jam tomorrow, jam yesterday. That's from the Alice in Wonderland musical. Okay. All right. Now the question here, we're going to start off. Toast has been offered a job, a position at some in some new venture that is 6 hours ish, 5 hours, I think, away from where he currently is. Can we please get a general reading about what it might look like if Toast were to accept that job? So please show us what the situation might be like, what the general scenario is if Toast accepts the position, not only accepts it, but actually goes to do such. And please, can we find out what it would generally look like if toast were to accept a job offer in a new location? Please and thank you. 10, 5 and 5. Okay. All right, here we go. This is for toast. And toasts. Make a toast. Toast. What will happen if toast accepts the new job? What will happen if toast accepts the new job? Too many. I'll slow down. It's I know that you're being quiet because of ambient noise, and I understand that because there was a lot in my house too. But sometimes, like when it's quiet, when this is happening, it's freaky.
Sorry.
It's okay, but there's just usually not silence,
Well,
right?
I don't
Like,
want you to get distracted. You
I
know,
know. Oh no, I
so
appreciate it, and I totally understand, right? Because they do. They
you know
straight.
me, because I just ramble, not even thinking.
Things are trying to fly out. I need to slow down. Slow down. I need to get like a playlist going so that on during this stuff, like I could play good music that's allowed and won't cause a strike here. I got struck from yesterday for some sort of ambient noise that was in the background of that gentleman Sloth that was here yesterday.
Sloth Daddy.
Correct. Okay. Staying connected to toast. Oh, good. I'm glad it doesn't bother you. I like silence plenty. It's just we're never silent when we get together. So it's like, what? Everyone okay? But it's because, like, with the ambient noise in the background, like if the televisions are loud or whatever, and any little
You,
things caught by the
you,
AI.
and YouTube's gotten so picky about a lot of things.
Yeah. I mean, I think some, well, I guess no, that's not true. I was going to say all sites are like that, but not quite so extremely. I did find out. Okay, I just need to focus on the reading rather than talk about this because I'm gonna.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on mute again.
No,
See, I
no,
get you.
not
I distract you.
no. It's me. Like, because I'm talking about something else. And okay, so this is toasts and the job. Toast and the job. General reading, please. I think they need these cycled pretty strongly just because of woo stuff from yesterday. This one keeps trying to come. We'll just see if it makes it out though. Until it pops, there's nothing. There we go. Boop. Okay, and can we please get clarifiers? One for each. Sequentially, please. Okay, which one hit first? This one? Is this the one that's first, you guys? Is this the one that's first? Okay. Thank you. If toast accepts. position. Whee! There's two. Okay. Gotta hit the ground first. Okay. Let's see if these come back. What are they? Mm. Yep. Okay. Let's see what the bottom of the deck looks like. So there's, yeah, okay. There we go. Let's take a look at what we have here. Do. Okay. This is a general read on what it would look like if Toast accepted the position. Okay. Please have a clarifier that helps me bridge the gap between these two cards. Well, a couple of them. This one. This one. This one. Is it all three? I'm going to try one more time. I think they're going to pop right back out, but I'm not getting a clear. I'm going to clarify between those two. Please and thank you. Can I get a clarifier? One more. You guys are trying to give me three for that area anyway. More clarifier in that area, please. Okay, so I already know want to do this, but I also then want to lay out what it would look like if you didn't take the job, because like with everything, there are pluses and minuses to, you know, everything. And I think it's going to be important to know. Okay, how many of these flip back over? Good night, Nancy. Okay, we're going to keep these. Where do these go? That's the question. Okay, that's a side note. Okay. Put it here at the bottom of the deck and deal with it in a minute. Okay. You're the professional after all. I'm not sure what that was regarding, but ha 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 on professional. Okay, so very basically, if you accepted the job, right? In terms of, and I didn't, again, it was general, so we did get a lot of information. So it would really open the world up to you. I mean, like, I know that's kind of a literal interpretation, but in this case, it's apt. And it would be like financially very beneficial and like not like, I mean, of course, financially it would be beneficial, but they're not talking about like, it being about the money. It's about like the stability and like cultivation of happy home, strong foundational kind of thing, rather than the money being the more important factor. The stability and lack of worry and comfort would be really useful. Okay. Now, it would affect your relationship that you mentioned relatively strongly, but like that's why I said I want to see what it looks like anyway, like when if you said no to it, right? Because okay, so what it shows is, it's sort of gonna upset the apple cart socially and emotionally in the dynamic with Jam. And there would be emotional upset. There's something about I'm already hearing something about like some sort of dialogue where it goes, Toast says, it was a hard decision to make for me. And Jam says, it wasn't even a decision at all. Like, there was never another option in your head. And so there would be some upset. And what's interesting is it seems like it's almost like more about, I don't know. I'm assuming that some of this is because they would not be able to either immediately go with you, but there would be some type of separation because of it. I don't know, like if it's that they can't immediately go with you because, they have work and they potentially would maybe come, but even if they were going to join you, even if they were, like, there would be loose ends to tie up. And so the reason I say it feels like, in some ways, temporary separation, is because it's talking more about like the problems would be more related. Just say it the way it is, more related to not getting laid enough than it is. I mean, there's definitely like stuff like about like, there wasn't a choice. This is exactly what you wanted or whatever. And it also feels a little bit over dramatic on Jam's end of things. And then like one of the main complaints is about sexual connectivity. Now I'm going to double, triple check just like who has the complaint about sex life. Just can we get a clarifier on that? Oh, that just flew out. Yeah, okay. It also feels so yeah, I'm going to look up at the notes here in a second, but it also feels a little bit like, I don't know if it's the situation is, you already have people there, or friends there, or friends will be going there, or if these are new friends, right? It's either that, where then partner feels like sort of threatened about friends. I'm not even talking about anything outside of that. Like, but partner feels threatened a little bit by your friendships. It's either that, or something to the effect of, oh, so all of your friends that you are, currently have recently been getting, let me just add, rather than, I don't know why I'm saying it could be one or the other when I could just, get a clarifier. Which is it? Is it about feeling threatened by new bonds, or is it about following what other people are doing? Like, other people get new jobs, you get new jobs. Let's see. Which Yeah, okay. No, it's more about feeling like threatened by, like, fear of missing out, by not being with you to watch you interact with friends. I don't know if there's a little bit of like a strong, I'm trying to figure out how to put this politely, like a little, I'll just say it, a little bit of possessiveness on one person's end. Let me see what's going on. You're a professional. They would have to stay behind, yes. The offer would last a handful of weeks. Now you're right about the sexual stuff. We're like an old married couple, which ain't bad. We just have our way. Okay. And um and so yeah, so okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you for giving me that feedback. That helps me know like how far off I am as we proceed, right? But there is there is something about not getting laid enough, but it is tied to you like being away. And of course, like that makes sense. Like if you're not in the same place, to some degree, that makes it harder. Although those of us that have like a lot of relationship via internet know that there are a lot of things that can be done about that in particular. But there is sort of an element, and I'm using the word possessive, or possessive, and like, I don't know if that's the greatest ever, but it also, in this particular case, and not in every case, but in this particular case, like, it seems like they think so much of you that they, like, they think you're so wonderful that they really truly believe that everybody wants you. Everybody wants you. So, there's that feeling. I don't know if that's something that goes on. And so, but usually, like, if it was like that, like a little bit of possessive feeling, it would just be like, okay, well, it's just being possessive. But this is like in a small percentage, like 10 or 15%, kind of a compliment, because they genuinely believe you could pull anyone. Okay. And then this also is about the little bit of the possessive stuff. Okay. There would be some over emotionality about not being able to know what you're doing at all times. So there would be a pretty big emotional response to not being able to, I'm going to use the word monitor you. And, by the way, we'll gather more information as we go. So, like, it's not like I'm sitting here being judgy about it, right? Like maybe there's a reason to feel possessive. I don't actually know, but I just know I know what I'm looking at right now. And so it will sort of upset happy home life, right? Like it will upset the home life a little bit. And like this is literally direct. Like sometimes they're not even this literal, but it's like, yep, it's going to upset like the dynamic of the union because of the success that you're experiencing. And though it does say like, sorry, it's a medication alarm. It is a so this deck, I love this deck. It's by someone called Kitten Chops, and they added their own cards into things. This is not a standard tarot card. It says "Let go, say goodbye." So in letting go and saying goodbye, though, like the Ten of Pentacles is like the reason, but also the benefit. So letting go and saying goodbye brings a lot of money, but also stability, right? Which is key, like stability. Again, I keep saying that because I don't think you're about the flashy dollars, right? I feel like you're about, just wanting everything to be solidly locked into stasis so you don't have to worry about it and you can then go about the other pursuits in your life in a relaxed manner, right? Now, your home life is clearly important, to you. And I say that, I guess some people would say, well, isn't everybody's home life important to them? No, not as much as it is to you. Like you really, you want a high quality home experience with a strong foundation and like your a lot of the richness in your life takes place like at home rather than how some people like it needs to be a lot out in the world or they choose things that other people can see and like you could give a rat's ass if people see that you have or have not, but when you're within the confines of your actually they told me to say the embrace of your home because that's what you want it to feel like. You want your home space to feel like it's embracing you, not just a place to live and not even just a nice stable place. Like you want it to feel like you're creating your own little womb through which to nurture yourself through life. I see. Okay. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. Okay, so as we proceed, so these came out extra, so I want to take a look at these really quick here. Okay, this is just talking about, and like it, again, it was sort of like it fell additionally and they wanted to keep it. So this is sort of talking about a general, I don't think it's misunderstanding betwixt you and your beloved, but it is like a general divergence, I guess, in like the way you guys think about things, etc. And so it feels like okay, it feels like your beloved is not in tune with the notion that, you know, reaching into the world to grasp new experiences and enrichment holds very much importance. Um, and so, like, some people could interpret this as just like they don't really feel like they want to go out all the time, but that's not what it is. This is about expansion, like whether you, well, literally and figuratively, like expanding into another place just to experience, like, just how some people travel a lot to enrich and learn, right? But living just somewhere else, even if it's within the same country and things like that, and going new places, in this case for employ, um, helps like richen the tapestry of your life. They do not resonate with that. Like they don't feel like, um, I guess it's just, it doesn't seem like something that they're interested in adding that. I don't know if it's that they aren't interested in adding that type of enrichment, or if enrichment is just not one of their primary objectives anyway. Like, I'm not certain, but it is big for you, right? Um, Experiencing other places, to understand even more about how you as a puzzle piece fit into the grand picture of the world, and just, learning new things. Like sometimes you've got to sort of go into new locations to encounter new information. It's also like one of those, what do they call them? Um, those businesses, escape room, right? Like you have to unlock one thing before you can find the note that teaches you something else. And like, so for you, it's not like about chasing fast times and fast experiences, but it is about, unlocking the next door to new, things and information. You seem a big fan of information too. Like it like populates your mind and like builds a little universe, and you really cultivate it and do a lot with it, and like just on the inside of yourself. And so that seems like important to you, and not something that lands, or even lands is the wrong word, because this person, your beloved, is not dumb, right? Like at all. It just doesn't, they don't contemplate how to enrich, um, nearly as, maybe they do to some extent, but not nearly so much as you do. Let me see here what this is. Nice home, something I never had, something I seek. Okay, you're very correct. Haha. We've acknowledged we're polar opposites. She's a fount of positivity. I'm a cynical old man at heart. I want to reach out and clutch the world. She tempers my drive, so I'm not as self-destructive. Okay, so I think there could be, like, I'm sure your relationship is wonderful, and I'm not in any way shit talking it, like, in any way, but I'm just telling you what this reads as. Okay. I think it's lovely. She's a fountain of positivity. And maybe there is something to you being self-destructive. You also want to reach out and clutch the world for non-destructive reasons. And, nobody has a perfect raising and origin, and everybody comes out with a different thing. To me, it feels like, in her case in particular, there might be some abandonment issues that are fueling like the need to, um, you know, I'm sorry, the word that they keep giving me is monitor you. And, like I said, this is just the first lay. So like, there could be good reason for that outside of just trauma. But right now the energy is like, I'm certain, like, in so many ways there's wonderment and amazingness, and they're polar opposites and things like that. But I will say, there is a jealousy and possessiveness element here, because nobody's perfect, but it is not just casual. It is a little bit of an intense notion, to want to be making sure that you are, I hate to, but this is what I'm hearing, that you're in line. You've fallen in line. Um, this was just wound up being the bottom of the deck, but I just want to clarify. Please, guys, get it. Okay, thank you. I was like, is it coming? Okay. Yeah, I think it's just confirming that some of this comes just from like past experiences, because it's just sort of confirming um, like this need to sort of be um, a little bit in control or a little bit bossy. It's not overt like bossiness, but also like it came with the Hierophant on its head as well. And so it's not like, I think this just fell because I said, and so it was a question I like sort of accidentally posed about, like, I don't really know, maybe there's good reason here for that. And it's like, no, it's not really an informed thing. This need to be a little bit possessive. It's not based on, past gathered information from your relationship. It comes from somewhere else. Okay, let me see what you've said so far here. Between you and me and a fence post, she has admitted that her mother gave her a complex that makes her hate other women. I'm baffled on how in the money you are. I don't even need to speak up. Oh, well, that's wonderful, I think. Okay, so my tendency is, like, I'll tell you what I would like to do, but I also want to know what questions you have about this, meaning like clarifiers, things like that. But sort of what I would like to do next is what it would look like if you did not take the job. Because I feel like, all of the same issues might be there anyway. I could be wrong, right? I don't know what I'm going to see, but I feel like it's a possibility that all the same issues might be there anyway. So it's like, if they're going to be there anyway, and this is an enriching, we need to know if they're going to be there anyway, and this is an enrichment for you and benefit for like both of you, like financially, stability wise, in the long run, that kind of thing, then okay, I also did hear that, like, there's great love, but you're not certain that it's forever. And I do know that, like, a few hours ago, like a few hours of my procrastination ago, I do recognize you said something like you sort of made statements about your relationship rather than asked questions. But it was something to me that I think indicated maybe not being completely certain about necessarily forever, at least not yet, not being certain about it, even though you've been together quite some time. So anyway, my tendency is to want to read what it would look like if you said no to the gig, and then like my gut would say then read about the two of you. How do you feel about that? Okay. Well, then let's gather these. Okay, I don't know if you're somebody that likes photos. Like, do you have an email where you would like an image of these? Or, I mean, I know you're somebody that will remember, but some people want pictures so they can review later. Or actually, this video will also be up, so never mind. You can even take a screenshot. I keep forgetting about me and my Luddite ass. Keep thinking like that I need to send people hard copies or something like. Okay, we need to shuffle these really well because since we used them for this first go, we're gonna use the same thing, see what repeats, but we also want to make sure they're shuffled really solidly. Oh, thanks. I mean, I want like people to have what they need, right? Like whether they become paying clients in the eventuality, or we wind up being collaborators and they just get, you know, in trade like free reads or whatever. Regardless, like whatever people need to keep track of this stuff, especially if they're doing it with the goal of, you know, growth and you know, self-exploration and things like that. You know, I don't think it's necessarily a terrible thing to keep track of those things, no matter in what way you pursue answers to things. I'll stick this somewhere in the middle and then somewhere in the blah blah blah, and it'll shuffle again. I don't know if we have other. I see like there are a few others potentially observing. Please do say hello if you're able. We're so delighted to make a new friend here tonight in Mr. Toast. But also, if there are other folks around, we would love to know. Okay, so we are hoping to get some information, please, about what it would look like if Toast decided to not accept the position in Kentucky. What would it look like, generally speaking, if Toast chose not to accept a job in Kentucky? What would it look like if Toast decided to not accept the job in Kentucky? Okay, that's ready to shuffle here. 1 second. Okie dokie. All right. Lay these cards. Whoa, hello. Guides 1 and 2 and 3, all of them. Are all of these that fell meant for the reading? Okay, interesting. Okay, so the first 2 are. Got it. Oh, that makes sense because this is just a yes card. I was like, I didn't even look at what they were. Okay. Wow. Okay. It's my fault for not shuffling slow enough so that they can be knocked here. Let's try again. Sorry, guys. All right. Wow. The ones that are face up. I heard y'all. Wow. Okay. They're even like in order. You guys are never fail to be impressive. All right. Can I please get clarifiers for everything? Okay, thank you. There are ones that are already flipped. Just the one. Does this go into the reading? Nope. Okay. There we go. That's 1,000 things, though. Let's take a look. We'll see if they come back. Hmm. Okay, now there's people singing copyrighted na 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 in the hallway. Wow, those are being beamed around. All 3? Is this next? Next? Any of these go with the rest? Thank you. And then these are additionals. I got it. Okay. Let's look at the bottom of the deck. All right. Okay. Here's what we got going on here. And this is not even catching it. That's nice. There we go. I need to scoot this up. That's part of what's happening. There we are. Okay, let's take a look. This is if you did not take the gig. Okay, this is the bottom. Okay. Can I please, oh, everything upside down. Okay. Can I please get, well, I guess a couple of clarifiers. Can I get a clarifier for that, just to clarify the energy? Ooh, okay. Well, we know which one it's going to be. Okay. And then actually, stack on stack on stack. Okay, let's see. Let's layer them, I guess. Okay, this I understand. Okay, just one more for that. Oh, thank you. Okay, that'll flush that, I guess. Okay. fall. I felt that fall. That's nutty. So just the flip, I guess. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look here. Let's see. In all honesty, I have no choice in the matter. If I don't take this job, I'll have nothing. Sorry if that's making it difficult. It would be drastic. But it's a possibility it'll get thrown away, so I can't ignore it being there as a possibility. Wait, hold on. In all honesty, I have no choice in the matter. If I don't take this job, I have nothing. Like, I had that feeling, but I still thought, like, you wanted to see the options. I'm sorry. Sorry if that's making it difficult. It would be drastic. Okay. It's a possibility it'll get thrown away, so I can't ignore it being there. I can't ignore it not being there as a possibility. Okay. Okay, so to me, honestly, I'll tell you, like, to me, it felt like you're not only like, did it feel like you sort of, that's why, I don't know if you caught earlier, but I kept phrasing it differently, right? Like, I kept saying, if the job is accepted and then he actually goes, because I felt like it almost felt like you'd already accepted it. That might be in your head or literally, I'm not sure, but like, it was like, but still there was like a question about going. So that's why I phrased it that way. Right. Okay. But so here's what, and like, we just wanted to look like if you didn't take the job, like I didn't, rather than didn't get the job. Right. So if you chose not to take the job, okay, the way this came across is like, okay, it starts off here, and it's about like, if you don't take it, right, nothing new is starting. And this card that says, there's an additional one in her deck as well that says, wow, you got it, but it's on its head, right? So it's like, absolutely, there'd be stagnation. And so then, like, when I asked for more information on like this scenario, right, it's like you would like to trust life, but someone feeling, and again, that's feelings, that's not meaning who they are or anything about necessarily that, but just somebody who's feeling like childlike is passing judgment on the whole thing because of feelings, not because of practicalities or even really thinking it through. Okay. Then it comes up as like an injustice, like it's like a literal injustice if like you made the decision to not take it, and it's not an injustice of your making. It's not a nightmare of your making. It would be an injustice chosen to placate is a little bit too harsh of a word, but to placate someone else is just the fastest way to say it. Okay, so now it did say this, which is interesting. Like, you would still be okay. Like, it doesn't look like if you made the choice to not, anybody would like starve, right? But it just like means like there's just no choice. Like, I think that means then you would just be like working like a drone job, just to like get by, and so everything would be okay, but like there would be no like options or diversity in your experience of your life, in choosing that. And so then I asked for just some clarifiers about like like why no choices? Okay, and so and like why like explain to me why things would be okay. Um, and so this just talks about mental stagnation, um, and um, this was another card that's not in a normal deck. It's called Relax into Not Knowing, but it was on its head. And then it comes with the Empress, which is like the woman in the life, the mom, whatever. So, um, okay, so everything would be technically okay, but there'd be no options. There would be no it'd be stagnation, and it would all be because someone that you love very deeply um, cannot relax about um, not having their thumbprint or their fingerprints all over everything that's to do with you. Okay, so then, um, you know, the Wheel of Fortune, often is like, okay, but like things could turn at any time, right? Things could turn at any time, but this was the clarifier, okay? It's the Five of Wands, but it was inverted, okay? So basically, this just means, yeah, but it could change. Even after all of this, it could change at any time. And then it was like, no, psych, because you're not in the race. You're not even in the race. You're not in the game, whatever it is. So no, it cannot. It cannot change because haven't even chosen to participate, right? And then it talks about they're like basically there will be no rewards to reap, but also that's because these are rewards that would be reaped that like aren't like universally celebrated by you know by your other half. And then I was like, well, maybe I'm wrong about the other half, like who could it be now? But it was like talking about, this is like actually the Two of Cups is a more romantic card in the deck than the Lovers, and is more about like a long-term true love rather than like romantic fleeting stuff, right? It was on its head. So it just was about like like there will be no cultivation and reaping because this particular type of cultivation and reaping is not celebrated. Um, and by who? Now, I think it's interesting that it came forth rather than as just one individual, like, hey, it's my partner that's not allowing for this, or like allowing is again too strong a word, but it's my partner that's making this difficult because this whole thing makes them very nervous. But it's actually more presented like our union won't allow it, right? Like um, the fact that you know um, like we are the fact that we are together and one of us disagrees, rather than it being a person individual that's not like quote allowing it, it's that the relationship will not permit this growing and cultivating, and it will not celebrate it, at least right now. Everything is changing. There's always free will and new changes, but yeah. The bottom of the deck again was success and having this opportunity, but the clarifiers were the sun on its head, so that success is sort of muted in darkness. Then the You Are Free card came up, and so it's sort of like I'm going to ask for a clarifier. I mean, I already know the answer, but I would love to have a visual for it. You are free to what? Okay. Is this flipped to? Yep. Okay. There's the gig, but if the gig, like the gig turns the sun off because, because you are free and that makes people uncomfortable. And, if the gig is cut off, we got the devil in reverse as a support. The devil in reverse is like the devil is generally just about like temptation. And of course, all of these are like putting a sentence together, right? So when they're placed in different combinations, it can slightly alter, right? I know you know that already. But so it was inverted, right? So it's sort of like, well, if you don't have that freedom, there's no temptation. There's no going off and being a star. There's just you, where our relationship is most comfortable having you, at home, as an introvert. And there we go. And I do want to know, this was the bottom of the deck. This is about energy moving in really fast. I just want to make sure, I want to see what's moving in really fast, because I don't know if it's like, is there a deadline? Let me see what you've written in the, okay. No, I have an agreement. It's just actually getting down there and falling through. Okay. Good. That's good. I'm glad they can't take it away. It didn't look like they could, like, it didn't look like they wanted, whoever they is, whoever like the job people are. It didn't look like they wanted to take anything away to me. Like that was never anything that was being said here. Okay. Energy coming in really fast. Do you have a deadline? Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. What is the thing at the very end of all of this that's coming in really fast? I feel like it's like a deadline. The time is drawing nigh where the decision must be finalized, it feels like to me. Time is drawing nigh. In favor of, yeah, okay. It's just the time is drawing nigh. And like, I think some of this too, even though like some of the language is a little rough, I feel like you guys sort of speak to each other in sassy ways too, right? Like, for example, like, it's affectionate the majority of the time, but it is truisms about one another. So like, for example, like you might call her like Her Royal Highness the Bossy of Bosstown, right? Like, and I'm not saying that's what you call her, but I'm just saying like, some of this, I think, I was just hearing that like some of this sort of language is not just like about, hey, yeah, there's challenges and difficulty here. It is also that you just sort of enjoy um, like being really blunt, but playful about it sometimes, right? So this basically said like the time is going really fast. Like again, I still think there's a deadline. I haven't looked at the comments yet though. But the time is drawing nigh. That the bossy one, give up the ghost, right? Like, and that the the battle, the like mental battle about it, right? Ends like that. These notions that like the like that bossiness will win. It's time to like drop the hammer and officially say like, yeah, like I know we were thinking it through, but really there is no thinking it, like there is no other thing. This is what's probably going to happen. And then, it certainly looks like, yes, it is. Yeah, that makes sense to me that you guys are blunt with one another in a loving way. Is there a deadline? What's the deadline? Or like the timetable? I mean, what I mean by deadline is like you said, I have an agreement. It's just getting down there and following through. Like, I'm using the term deadline because I'm asking, like, is the time to do that, either begin the transition to that job, that gig, or to actually like go down there and report for duty? um, is it approaching faster? Like, sooner is it sooner rather than later that like you're sort of expected to begin? I did. I said duty, bro. Okay, the 20. You're sketchy. You don't know if your leg is being pulled. Have an agreement. It's just getting down there and following through. So the 22nd is what, 9 days? Well, I didn't even ask that, right? Like I asked, like, as if the job already was like sure, right? Like it was like, show me what it looks like if he takes the job, right? And it showed us, and show us what it's like if you don't take the job. Are you needing to, I didn't ask the right question. I apologize. I misunderstood. Do I need to just really quickly and without like doing quite so much, do I need to ask if there are anything that's gonna like crop up that makes the job not happen? Is that something we could ask right quick? Like, I'm not, when you're saying legs being pulled, I'm not really sure. Like, if you're saying like you think they're lying entirely about the position, is that? It's not very communicative, which makes me worry when talking about such a big thing. Is your agreement, I mean, I know I could throw cards and find out, but I'll just ask you, is your agreement in writing? Or is it like, I know you just said he's not very communicative, but like, is it like, um, this opportunity was introduced and it was offered and it was discussed and there's some agreement being made. But since that point, it's not been mentioned at all. Is that what you mean? It's like, I'm just asking. Yeah. Okay. So it was offered. You, in essence, if there's an agreement, I'm assuming you said yes, even if you knew you might go home and discuss it. Said yes, and even if you knew you were going to discuss it with beloved, um, you always knew you could take back your yes, but you wanted to secure it. So like basically the agreement is, yeah, I'll go do that. And they said, great, it's the 22nd. And then nothing's happened at all since then. Like there's not been any like information given about when you get down there, you'll check in with Walter, and then, like there's been nothing. I'm going to ask the question a different way. Give me your stuff. Bringing this up here. It was too good an opportunity to pass up beyond agreeing on a date. You know nothing about the job other than the pay rate. And have you had the opportunity to, like, okay, have you had the opportunity to ask and they're not replying? Or did you just think, oh, we have an agreement and they're going to let me know? Because, I mean, of course, why wouldn't you think that? Like, if it's like, hey, you want this? And you say yes. And then they say, okay, it's going to be on the 22nd. And then you just were waiting patiently because you just assumed it was a done deal? Or have you asked and then there's been evasion? I've asked. He's an old man that doesn't clarify or offer details. He's one of those, and I don't want to push because he's a busy, busy man. Right, but you have 9 days at this point. Like something. Like, and there's, at least some form of like relocation and like where are you staying? Like, is it a situation where the company puts you up? Like, those are things that are important. Um, 2 days ago. Okay. Well, so I'm going to ask a different question because I didn't ask the right question because I thought, I mean, I know I said general, but I did that with an assumption that I shouldn't have made. Okay. Can you please show us what this job offer? So this job offer that Toast has accepted, starting from the point, let's see. You know what? There's a way to make this way more expedient. Hold on. Getting out the dividing lines real quick. It'll be sort of hard to see them. And you'll see them moving, but they're a little challenging near tech and things, but Pixie can vouch for the fact that the rods are used quite ethically. I wonder how shiny this granite is. If it's going to show the rods better or worse. Like, let's see how they look over this. Oh, better. Okay. All right. Even though it's shiny, can we take the shine down a little? The white looks like eyeballs. This be best. Actually, that might actually be best. Okay. I have them in the wrong hands. Yeah. Here. Oof, I'm tangled in. It's that cord. It's attacking me. Toast. Okay. Anaconda cord. Anaconda cord. En français. Okay. The tech messes with it, so I'm going to at least move this phone out of the way. I can't move the computer. I can move the phone. Star. You go over here, phone. You stay there. You stay. Okay. No, you're going to. Anaconda cord. Anaconda cord. My anaconda cord. Okay. Why? It's like, seriously, it's tiny. It's a thin cord too, and it's being like wildly aggressive. Okay, we're going to use these to ask some questions here. And I'm going to like try and keep my eyeballs on the chat too, because it's like if you ask questions, they actually will answer you as well. I'm still trying to see if I have these. Let me face away from the tech for a second. There's really not a right and left-handed one, but they sort of got worked. Is this the preferred way? Is this the preferred way? No. Okay, it's this way. All right. Okay, somebody's already here. Okay. All right. So let's do this here. I apologize in advance if the tech is difficult for you. We'll do the best we can. Okay. Can you please show me what a no answer will look like? Thank you. Can you please show me what a yes will look like? Thank you. Will you show me directionals? Okay, thank you. And will you show me how to quantify? Okay, thank you. Do you love and respect what we call God source? Thank you. To collaborate with and assist God's source. Are you allowed to lie to us about anything for any reason whatsoever? Okay. Are you allowed to omit if it's in our best interest? Okay, thank you. Can we ask a couple of quick questions about Toast's position in Kentucky? Thank you. Okay, so I do not know why I keep wanting to refer to this job offer man as Walter. Okay. All right. So we did, guides, we did just read. This is someone from Archangel Gabriel's group. Okay, thank you. Just to make sure to test my accuracy at this point. Is this someone from Archangel Metatron's group? No. Okay. What about Raphael? No. Okay. What about Pee Wee Herman? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, is it accurate that a couple days ago, somebody at Toast's work that is a superior, let me rephrase. Did Toast get a job offer wherein the job would take place in somewhere in Kentucky? Okay. Was that job offer in any way like a false offer? No. Okay, so was it in any way a passing? Was the fact that it was offered to Toast in any way just like a fleeting fancy for their boss to offer? No. Okay, so the I guess the question is, and again I'll ask it several different ways. This was a fully legitimate job offer. About the job in Kentucky was a fully legitimate job offer. Okay. And I'll ask it another way. Was this job offer more of an inquiry than an assignment? No. Okay. Was this job offer of actual employ and an assignment somewhere in Kentucky? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Has that in some way significantly changed since it first came up? No. Okay. Is it accurate that Toast needs to be in Kentucky in by the 22nd of the month? Okay, that's sort of, I know that the tech is weird, but does that job still need Toast to be in Kentucky working by the 22nd of this month? Okay. Was that a yes and a no? No. Okay, it just swung and overcorrected. Okay. Thank you. So, is the boss going to begin to talk to Toast about how they plan on, you know, um, implementing everything by the 22nd. Okay, that's like a 75% yes. Would it be a bad choice for Toast to approach the boss for clarification on the job in Kentucky? No. Is that, I'm going to try it again just because I know the tech is sort of slowing things down. Would it be something that would cause trouble if Toast asked the boss about details regarding the new job in Kentucky? Okay, I'll ask again. Is it your recommendation? If it's your recommendation that Toast approach the boss and ask for clarifications so that plans can be made, can we go this direction? If the advice is that Toast waits and lets the boss come to Toast, can we go this direction? And yeah, we'll start there. Okay, thank you. So we'll switch sides just to test it. If it's a good idea for Toast to ask the boss and be, so that they can make plans to implement, to get him there by the 22nd of the month. Do you recommend that Toast, please go this way, if you recommend that Toast takes this up with his boss? And can we go this way if you recommend Toast let the boss approach him about everything? Okay, it's already moving, but let me reset just to make sure. Okay, so does that mean, whoever's helping me here, does that mean that it is your official recommendation that Toast approach the boss and say, hey, I need to get organized for the Kentucky job? Yes. Okay. If that were to happen also, well, let's find this out. I think I've already asked this, but I'm going to ask again. Can we go this direction if the job is a legitimate, done deal, actual thing that's not going to change? Or is this job offer more of an idea than a fact? If it's like a fact that it's a job, and all of its details are fleshed out, can we go this direction? And if it's more of like a concept or something, can we please go that direction? Here, let me get things going here. Okay, thank you. I'll reverse it. If it's a factual job, can we go this direction, please? If it's a concept of a potential job, can we go that direction, please? Okay, I'm going to shake it one more time to make sure that I'm not interfering. Okay, thank you. Let me look at the chat here. I'm sorry. Are we taking too much time, sweets? Okay, good. Good. Can I have a first initial for your boss? Just a letter, one letter. S. Okay, thank you. That'll help. Are we still tapped in? Okay, thank you. Guides, this is okay. This is something based on what I was sort of hearing from like guides and stuff, and I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. Guides, did I sort of understand you properly about S? Like, what I believe I'm sort of hearing is that S, even though it's sort of a little bit warped, S made this offer. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. And then um, S actually meant it. They want Toast to do that job. Okay. Yes. However, um, here's the part I believe I heard you guys say, that the offer was made and accepted, and now S is seeing or sort of testing Toast to see if he'll be proactive enough to come and approach about, the plans for the job. Did I hear you right? Is S waiting for Toast to bring it up to see like how invested they are? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. What other question clarifiers can we use? Oh, is there any organization, at least in S's mind, is there any organization in S's mind or plans or structure that they haven't shared regarding getting Toast settled into the job in Kentucky? Okay, so S has actually, to some extent, thought about, how that all should. They've thought about the like what their plans and goals are in terms of getting Toast there and set up and organize all of that stuff. Yeah. Okay. And is the 22nd, if the 22nd is sort of a loose goal start date, can we go this direction? Or if it was like a really defined date by which Toast should be in Kentucky, can we go this direction? So really defined or loose deadline, which the 22nd of June, which is it? Okay. Let's try the opposite direction. If it is like an actual organized date, can we go this way? If it was a loosely defined sort of target, can we go this way? Okay, so thank you guys for clarifying that. And is the pay rate that was did S give Toast the accurate and truthful pay rate? Yes. Toast has made, I think, some inferences that I want to see how you put it. Okay, that yeah, okay, so Toast has sort of said that S is an old man that doesn't clarify or offer details, and he's not to be pushed. Okay. My question is, does S, like, is S that way about, like, in the description of him, of S, like, where, he's an older man that doesn't give a lot of details, and just has sort of um an attitude about don't bother me, I'm busy, like all of that, all of those features of S, um, is that because he's being invasive about the job offer in any invasive? That's not the word I wanted to use. Evasive. Good golly. We need caffeine, I think, here in a second. Um, is um does S behave in this way because they are being evasive about the offer that's being made? No. Does S act in this manner um, just merely because that's just his temperament, but his business offers are legitimate? Are S's business offers legitimate? Yes. Okay. And um, will he, when he talked about the pay rate, um, will he, is that also a legitimate offer? Yeah, go juice straight to the brain is something I need here just in a second. Okay. In, I'll say months initially, from June 22nd forward, how many weeks does this agreement to work in Kentucky at this point, according to S and S's plans, from June 22nd forward, how many weeks is this project supposed to last? 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. Is it something that's supposed to be like 3.5 months ish? Does that sound right to you, Toast? Can you explain what that means for this job as a whole? And I'll be right back with caffeination. Can I get you anything? Would you like a coffee? A tea? I know you're not vegan. I think you just said you're a vegetarian, so you could have honey in your tea, right? Anyway, please, like, can you explain the as a whole part so that I can understand some of the other energy around? And I'll be black coffee. I'll be right back with your black coffee, sir. Please tell me what on the whole means in this case, and I'll be right back. Okay, here, good sir, is your. It's the thought that counts. Coffee. I haven't read what you've written. It's the thought that counts. Cup of coffee. Okay. Let's see. Sure. On the whole means this offer I've been given is a special one only meant to last 4 or 5 weeks, but I plan on having enough money to leave plant roots elsewhere by 3 or 4 months. Okay. It's crazy. I've quit my job, moved, got another job, and then literally doubled my starting rate all within the last 3 weeks. That's awesome. That's not even beginning to touch on all these strange family and crazed exes that have wandered out of the tree line that is the same time frame. My life was nothing, then bam, everything all at once. The rise and fall of events are hard to miss when it's this brazen. Even coming here, I guess. I don't know why I got the notion to even be on this side of YouTube. I haven't had a reading in at least 2 years now, and like 6 before that. It's exceptionally rare for me to seek outside validation. I'm usually very confident in my decision making. The stars align and all that. I'll tell you about that last reading while I'm sitting here. Cool. I met a right and proper schizophrenic woman in my life once. I met her while working on the register at a gas station. We would play chess and smoke joints, half rolled with tobacco, and chat. She was super into readings and stuff like that. I remember her telling me that I was some sort of old god, while my girlfriend, Jam, is a karmic sponge. Okay. And I remember that making me angry because it was easier to understand my girlfriend's reading, but not my own. Okay. Sorry, I went on a rant. My brain can buzz. No worries. I'm a crazy person. In a different way, right? I brought you non-polished onyx. This is a spessartine garnet. This is black tourmaline, which is one of my favorites, both geologically and metaphysically. And then this skull is actually made of the stone material found in Stonehenge. There are 2 different types of rocks found in Stonehenge. I don't have my notes book with me, but this is one of the 2 primary stones found at Stonehenge. One of the stones found at Stonehenge is found all over the earth there, right? Like in the ground. And the other one is from the stars, like came via comet or something at some point. This is the material that came via comet. But anyway, I made this coffee intentionally because all of the energies are useful to you in particular. Because both of these, right? Protective and absorbing like negative energy and blocking negative energy, right? Spessartine garnet is about I don't know, sort of basically like connecting your subconscious and all of the things that go on sort of spiritually, like in your sleep, even like the type of connection we have when we sleep, to your reality, sort of basically. And then I can't remember which one this is, so I can't talk about it other than it's from a comet. But this, of course, is black tourmaline, which I think is just one of the best things out there, actually, in terms of like, I think everybody should have a little piece of it, especially like in a triangular form, because then it can like move, the energy can move like sort of in all directions. So even a tiny piece is pretty potent. I'm going to read what you wrote again here. So that was the black coffee. Yes, black coffee, please. Okay. I want to retain this, so that's why I'm rereading it. On the whole means, this offer I've been given is a special one and only meant to last 4 or 5 weeks, but I plan on having enough money to leave and plant roots elsewhere by 3 or 4 months. Okay. It's crazy. I've quit my job, moved, got another job, and then literally doubled my starting rate all within the last 3 weeks. That's not even beginning to touch on all these strange family and crazed exes that have wandered out of the tree line at that same time. Interesting. My life was nothing, 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 then bam, everything all at once. The rise and fall of events are hard to miss when it's a spray hunt. I agree. I agree with you there. Even coming here, I don't know why I got the notion to be on this side of the YouTubes. I haven't had a reading at least 2 years now and 6 before that. Okay, rare for me to seek outside validation, very confident. Stars align. I'll tell you the last reading. I'm just sharing this again because the stuff doesn't play back always for others. Met her right and proper schizophrenic. I met her while working at the register at a gas station. We played chess and smoked have joints. She was super into reading. I remember telling me that I was some sort of old god, while Jam is a karmic sponge. I still am at that. I remember making me angry because it was easier to understand her reading, but not your own. I mean, gosh, that's just like so applicable to just like everything in life, right? Like it's so much easier to like help other people with their stuff. Like that's why I think to some degree humans are social animals, because we can detach enough to sort other people's stuff. Your brain is very intelligent, and I understand why it might buzz, but I don't think what you did was a ranting. I'm full of rage and contempt, and all I've gotten in life is by tooth and claw. My girlfriend was the sweetest little honeybee that kept me from turning into stone forever. That's amazing. It makes only a little more sense now. Dude, that is so cool. Okay. I'm glad she is a sweet honeybee. So some of that you said, right, was, I mean, I'd asked a question, but you're also, I believe, and I'm clarifying, explaining why you are not certain of the offer, not necessarily because S is old world or old school or whatever. It's because everything is so much is happening at once, and some things seem to come, at least the way I'm reading it, sort of out of the blue all at the same time. And so it's hard for you to trust it. Is that fair? So it's maybe the man himself is not, the world's most like reliable, I guess, source of information, especially if he's tight-lipped. However, this is more complex than just that. You're smart. You know that. I can't remember last time I said that to someone who wasn't Jan. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate it. I'm reading. Okay. I'm reading some of it back again. So, okay. Plant roots elsewhere. That seems an important highlight to me. The intention to plant roots elsewhere. You quit your job, so you weren't terminated. Your job didn't leave you. You left your job. You relocated, got another job, and then get this other offer all within 3 weeks. Yeah, so that's a lot. That's not even beginning to touch the estranged family. Now, why did do you know why the estranged family resurfaced? Like, is this strictly like manifestation from some of the changes that you've made, like, i.e., changing your diet? I'm going to clarify so I don't sound edgy. The old God stuff is more connected to death. I'm pretty sure, not the evil death, but the necessary death needed to enjoy and experience life kind of death. The old God stuff is more connected to death, I'm pretty sure. Not the evil death, but the necessary death needed to enjoy and experience life kind of death. You're talking about sort of, burning down the forest so new things can grow. Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about like ego death, or are we talking about literal death and the fact that it is an inevitability making like living sweeter? Okay. Now, I'm very curious, and I could look into it and probably figure this out, but like I'm more interested in your own words in this particular case. What was the prompt? What was the prompt for the mentality shift? I mean, clearly, like growth, right, happens. However, not only does what followed seem fast, and that's more likely because the change was so big and because internally you decided to decide, if that makes sense. But I'm wondering why you decided to decide. Like what, like, was it when you saying you quit your job, was it like a snowball effect where you left something behind that was not great for you or toxic almost, and then that change felt so good that you implemented more? Like, okay, let's see. My girlfriend and I started getting into, I'm going to put these up here too. Okay. The old God stuff is more connected to death. Okay. And then we talked about that. The diet was a stepping stone. Only recently, the don't hate the world mentality has sunk in and all this has happened. And yes, burn the forest, kill the ego, renounce your possessions. And then here's the answer. Okay. My girlfriend and I started getting into esoteric books, which turned into a study of the world's religions, which evolved into us just stopping trying to understand and just going with it. Okay. And then we did the diet shift, followed by 2 years of shadow work. All right. And here we are. I live in a suitcase and make more money than you've ever had. Okay. So, okay, you're using a lot of terminology that, of course, like I enjoy and am familiar with. I'm interested in, I think it's great that you read about like all religions. I'm interested in like which like esoteric books that started with, or like if there's an author or a teacher that resonated for you, even when you shifted from reading to sort of more open manifestation plan, I guess is the better way to put it. and then shadow work is very both um, like found in psychology, but also like more like like Wiccan type activities. Um, and so like, did that come from what you guys read, or was your beloved like somebody already like into those things and you joined? Always had a curiosity, and the churches were never good enough, so I started reading on my own. Okay, so um you are the spark, and then does that mean that your that sweet jam is um all like number one joining you, but also like your spark and she's consistency? Is that I would say so. Yes, a relationship is a wonderful power dynamic. Yeah. Interesting that to me, and like it could just be because of my own personal like choices and things and interests. Um, that seems a little bit like when you say a wonderful power dynamic, it does feel um, hesitant to say. Okay. Um, so okay. Also, so like there's been study. I mean, like when you're naming like Alice Bailey, right? Like in um, Rosicrucian like library stuff, like that's like the laws of attraction, right? And we're talking about that in manifestation in a lot of ways, it sounds like. Does that mean like also there was like a glimpse into like the Seth tapes and like Abraham Hicks, Bashar, those kinds of things? And then I guess another question is, um, it seems you have been together a while now. I mean, like there's now, like even there's reportedly a few years of like studying and reading together and things. Um, so is the impetus to run? Why is it? Is it like sort of now? Like, is it a new notion? This. I mean, I understand like sort of what you're implying when you say, like, like it's your gut instinct just in general, um, to run just based on like life experiences and things. But is it new in the grand scheme of like how the length of time you've been together? It's an old feeling, but has it resurfaced? Because you've mentioned it several times. Like, that's why I'm curious. It feels like, um, is an old feeling resurfaced? Because it has so much energy behind it. That's why it feels like, I get why it would be an old feeling and an old practice and something that lives inside of you, but like, because it's been mentioned so many times, it seems like it has fresh energy. Not at all. Since before her, when we met, I was going to hop trains. Okay. So the feeling of run has, you've held on to the feeling of run for 7 years. Is that what you're saying? Is there something preventing? Do you ever feel like, okay, here, do you ever feel like taking her with you when you run? Is run just so ingrained from the past that it must be alone? Oh, I mean, I guess I don't mean hop trains, right? Not literally, but I just mean, um, like if there was like relocation, and just some manner of transient type lifestyle. And I don't mean transient in necessarily meaning like on the street hopping trains, but um, something that offers the opportunity to run and change and relocate together. And also, this is just me asking your opinion because I don't know if there's a way to like directly know. Is that part of why she shows up as a little bit possessive? Is it because of, like the energy, the constant energy in the runs in the background of you, having that need to like, escape and move on, that pattern that dates her, is because that program is running for you? Is that why this sort of possessive energy is in play on her part, in your opinion? How did you guys first encounter each other? um like, what was the meet cute? Okay, where on the internet, if you please? Sorry, I brought snacks other than just spiritual stone snacks. Dating app. Didn't even want to meet her. My little bro pushed me to meet her. I was on Badu and she was on Hot or Not. Actually, I don't know either of those. I'm actually looking up Badu because I don't know. I don't know it. Badu. So interesting. I've never even heard of it. Normal freaks. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and ask it just because I'm nosy, and if like I pushed too far, please just tell me to shut the fuck up. But like, when you're referencing power, you didn't really say power couple, right? And you keep referencing freaks and things like that. Are you is there an element of BDSM lifestyle? I'm not loving your childhood trauma. I just have been in that world for a long time and tend to agree that there are a lot of people, a lot of us, that are attracted to that um, lifestyle and those ways to express um, a myriad of things um, do have traumatized past um, and damage and things. However, I don't, a lot of people sort of stop there, right? And say, well, that explains it, right? Like there's been trauma, that's why I'm here. And it's like, yeah, but that's inferring that it's a bad choice or a negative choice. Um, a lot of us are there because, especially a while ago, but even still, things like direct communication agreements, contracts, you know, um, very, very um, enthusiastic consent are really essential foundational things in those lifestyles. And so, in some ways, it definitely can be an approach to healing. It also gives some of us that can't tie certain things to at least like conventional love tropes a way to express um, things like romanticism and desire in ways that, while maybe not the norm, are still expressions of romanticism and desire, and not necessarily in unhealthy ways. It's just a different form of romanticism. For people that need to use a different vocabulary, because the other one's been tattered and ruined, and the words from the conventional things, because they were used whilst mid application of other like really horrible things, those words and modalities start to mean nothing. So it only stands to reason that we would seek a new vocabulary and shorthand to express those things. You know what I mean? When BDSM is practiced genuinely, not television or movie BDSM, not posturing, posing for like Tumblr, the real deal. The original organized pool of thinking, where there are rules and certain bylaws, and because they're in place, it's less anyway about kink and more about structure that is far more difficult to collapse if everyone is agreeing upon it, is far more direct and forthright. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I guess, I know a lot of people that understand, how a leash is a wholesome expression of trust and not just about the submission, and that, like submission is, because I think also people confuse it with like, like biblical inferences of submission, and like don't understand that people in those dynamics literally hold equal power in the relationship, and that for those of us that have been damaged by certain things and trust no one, that like showing any kind of vulnerability, even if it's formalized, is one of the like biggest gifts we can give anyone, because it's so very difficult for us. I think a lot of people, like, that's why I said, like, movies and TV, most movies and TV, there's a few that come closer, but like, they make it all about the kink, and there's so much space in those dynamics for like love, and not love that's frilly, love as a verb, as it should be. Love is not just like a feeling or a word. It's constant action and involvement and observation of the people that you do love and care about. And though that lifestyle, all different versions, right? Because there's so many, like, again, subsects even under like that umbrella, but they're all far more direct, ways of showing love and saying, you know, it's like a really metaphorically loud way of letting the other person know, like, I care about you so much that I have observed all of these teeny tiny details about you. And even if they're being called out in a sort of more, in some cases, like rough and tumble way, or with what some might perceive with a harsh tone, it's still me letting you know that, like, I have noticed all of your nuanced, you know, mannerisms, behaviors, preferences. And I want to find a way to acknowledge to you that I do, that I really seek to know you. And through these acts and statements, requests and agreements, because of this structure, I'm able to show you every day how very much detail about you I notice, and how very much every little mannerism of yours is something that endears you to me. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I'm just going to say what you said out aloud, right? Like, it definitely demands more attention and patience than vanilla, which, like, who wouldn't like extra care and attention, right? Yeah, and just like everything, right? There are people that are quite vanilla that really do notice lovely details about each other and have their own shorthand, but it is less common. And also because it's vanilla, is lifestyles are more, I guess, conventional. Um, some things can become um, like social expectations more than things with a lot of thought, love, care, and intention behind it. Now, of course, that happens in BDSM as well, either in people that really understand it, but, like, you know, things have grown cyclical, and there hasn't been growth lately or whatever. You know, it could happen in both cases, but it's less likely in the more alternative setting. And also, people, I think that BDSM is like one of four things and don't understand, like, how very many, like, positive, I mean, it all can be positive if it's what people are enjoying and how they express themselves, but in even really, like, basic definitions, like, there are so many positive exercises and activities, you know, that are not in any way aggressive oriented. There's so many ways to do those things. Um, like you can do great love and mix it with pain, or like the pain can be no part of it whatsoever. And, it's more like power play than like a big exhibition of like how much you can look like some sort of cartoon version. And I am going to say something that I had a partner, one of my partners, my primary partner, passed away a couple of years ago. He was on this channel a lot, actually. And he wasn't himself wholly vanilla. He was sort of a blend, but he did always defend vanilla, and talked about like, when he would talk about literal vanilla, right? Like as a spice, and how expensive it was when it first started circulating in the world, and how much nuance there was, and how much variety there could be. And it's like, that's absolutely correct. It could be, but it's much easier to become complacent in what we moderns would refer to as vanilla than it is in the other situations, even just because like safety practices, and while safety practices are just like so like not even like 1/1,000,000% of the whole thing, like coming back to those reminds you to communicate, and and necessitates the communication be constant, and that growth within yourself and partner or partners must be monitored at all times as well, and discussed, because of safety issues, because of respect and expectations that aren't necessarily always in play in other dynamics. Yes, it is a dang spectrum. It is. And really, the majority of ways it's been represented in media is more like the fashion, right? It's the fashion. It's not all of the clothing, but it's way a lot of times more about fashion than anything else. The posed photographs of like the dominant man in the suit, as if the people that are doing these things every day are gonna suit up of a Wednesday, like, and sit in a big armchair. Well, 50 Shades of Grey is not a story about BDSM. It's a story about a young man who was abused under the guise of BDSM, and then became a perpetrator of abuse upon other people under the guise of BDSM. Like, it is not a BDSM story. And, so many people, when it first came out, that were actually genuinely participating in the lifestyle, came out and made like a big fuss about like the first, I guess, film, and I don't know, book or whatever. And so there at least were some changes, like even like the storyline. I don't know factually, but like I believe from observation that the storyline wherein it comes out that he was sort of a young man abused by an older person, like I think that was added on once like the very first part of the story came out, and people were like, this is not BDSM. This is an abusive, broken person breaking other people. Yep. They did. And, it's because, it's like the notion of some of the things turn them on. Also, like, again, of course, this wasn't like just a little BDSM story. Like, this man, like, owned, like, some city. I think it was Seattle. I don't really remember. But, like, you know what I mean? Of course, he was, like, a billionaire. And so, again, it came down to, for a lot of people, like how beautiful like his house was, and how you know organized his quote red room was, and how populated it was with tools and toys and things. And um you know so it was way more about an a quote art exhibit about a man that had a bunch of crops and had a professional closet organizer figure out how they looked best in a room and what color looked best and that kind of stuff, so that it could be like quote kinky architectural digest material. And then like the fashion again could be like the Met Gala of BDSM. Like it wasn't. So
I have never read a Reader's Digest that was anything like 50 Shades.
a Reader's Digest?
Yeah, know what you just said?
No.
What? Yeah.
I said Architectural Digest
Yeah. There you go.
because
That.
what I'm saying is what they were doing, right, is they were selling, again, visuals, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody who's really practicing that has a room that looks like that. Some of the clubs might, but even the clubs where it's legitimate practice, right? Where they're actually honoring like the fact that it's sacred and that there's a lot of communication and things like that. Those clubs where those things are important and they make sure that there are all these safety rules in place and stuff, yeah, they might have the money to make it look really nice in there, but even they have like things laying around, like it's more homey and practical. like um so like the movie especially was like architectural digest and fashion show. So it was a house fashion show and a clothing fashion show, and there was almost no actual legitimate BDSM anywhere in sight. And so it was about his professionally organized and designed red room, right? Not ever about communication and understanding and being uncomfortable with sort of conventional things, likely because you've been like sort of abused with conventional things. And so finding a whole new way to express love and sexuality and communicate way more than most people do about it because it makes you feel safe and secure. And none of that was there. None of it. None of it. Like, I mean, there was a contract, right? But the contract, she didn't even get to really like, all she got to do was like initial the things that were okay. She didn't get to suggest anything. She didn't get to tell him anything whatsoever about herself or her preferences. Like, you know, in like the standard dynamic, if we're just talking like a very standard like DS structure, the power is equal. And um, it's just as much an expression of, from the dominant side, even more so sometimes, an expression from their side of what their partner needs and wants. And they need to know a lot about it ahead of time, right? And they need to discuss it and understand it and pay very close attention to any little nuance that tells them like that things aren't like going well. And so or that something has changed, and also being so fine-tuned that like the minute like there's even like a pupil that fails to expand because there's some issue, they're taking note of that, right? And then um like depending on what type of sub, like again, it's about noting what's super important to your partner and highlighting your willingness to give them that. Something as simple as like, please do my tie up every day, but take extra care with it. Like, people need it to be like edgy, and so much of it really isn't. It's it's just a different form of romanticism, really. Like, even when even when there's um more, I guess, aggressive activity, um it's still paying a lot more attention to both to your sex life, and then if it turns into a partnership of some manner that's extending to your love life as well. Like, there's so much more attention to detail. Dude, I think she even cried her ass off and screamed to stop the movie. Yeah, yeah, she did. And people went, like those of us that had been in the community for a long time went ham. Like, it was like, this is not BDSM. This is a guy pretending he's into BDSM so he can abuse people. And so I really do believe like those other parts that then revealed that he'd been abused and that he like was wanting to heal and change, like all of that was written after, in response to the like outcry of the people that really were in those lifestyles, saying no, 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 no. And it's not that it's like totally uncommon for somebody that's an asshole that to come into those structures and try to always get at the new people first, because the new people don't know all the rules yet, and they don't know that they're just being mistreated rather than that they're participating in BDSM, right? That does happen, but this was supposed to be like a big hot romantic thing, and here he was, like the asshole in the club that is using it as an excuse to abuse people, and it was like, what is this? This is, like, and I can like logically get why some people thought some of it was hot, but again, it goes back to the fact that like the suits were beautiful and everybody had $1 million everything and the room was beautiful, because what was actually happening is he was stalking her and she would eventually get tired and agree to do something with him. That's not BDSM. BDSM is about like really, 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 like, you know what I mean? It's really excited consent. Like, so, I think they scrambled and did their best to fix it and have him own, oh yeah, no, I guess I was abused, and have her face like the woman that abused him, and then his mother face the woman that abused him, and then him come around to the fact that he can be both a little bit kinky and actually manage to be loved. Because there was also this big inference in the beginning that like, it was like, no, I do this, I don't love. And it's like, that's, again, there's a lot of love. I mean, like, Pix, you've not been unfamiliar with some of that in your life, like.
Correct. But I truly enjoyed all of them, part 1, 2, 3.
Oh, but they were. I mean, I'm glad. Like, I mean, as a movie, if you enjoyed them, that's great. I just still firmly think they weren't a BDSM movie, right? It might
Yeah.
have been a sex movie, and it might have had like beautiful things and hot people, and and that's great, right? But it wasn't a BDSM movie, and they marketed it
I agree.
as that. Secretary is a BDSM movie, and they didn't do a perfect job, but they did way more, a way better job of approximating something akin to like a reality based dynamic. I haven't seen Baby Girl, but like the snippets I've seen, I think they got closer to. But I haven't seen like the whole thing as one piece, so I don't, I can't actually say yet. BDSM is about friendship, LMAO. I mean, it certainly can be, right? Like, at minimum, it's that. Like, if you're not part of a duo, like a romantic or loving duo, it is about like the best, like the best fuck buddy ever, right? Like where you're pals and you hang out and you communicate a lot and have a lot of fun and explore a lot of things together. Like so many people thought because there's an intensity of feeling that happens.
Dang, that sounded like one of my relationships.
Right? That's why I said you've experienced it. Like, and it didn't look anything like 50 Shades. And and that's not because you weren't rich. People are like, well, it's because we're not rich. No, it's because you were practicing lovely things that incorporated some kink and lifestyle choices. But it wasn't the difference wasn't the money. The difference was that there was like a cold dead fish in place of his heart, especially in the first one. No. And like, I mean, I understand contracts. Like, I've had contracts, but like, contracts sort of wind up reading like a little love letter in some ways too, right? Especially to those of us that have been sexually traumatized or otherwise traumatized, because again, it's expressing like desire, but also like the consent is so thick. The consent in there is so thick that there's paperwork on it. Like, and consent is important in all cases. However, if you're traumatized, like somebody who bends over backwards to make sure you're really informed about everything, like, that's someone you recognize as respecting and really caring about you, because that doesn't happen a lot. That's why I was so confused when you're like, I've never read Reader's Digest, and I was like, what are you talking about? I don't think Reader's Digest, but although like the stories that they wrote, if they had allowed that content, probably it would have been closer, right? Because they were little down home stories.
Yeah.
where people wrote about reality. Like, so probably if Reader's Digest had permitted it, it would have been closer. And also, people have to remember 50 Shades started off as fan fiction for Twilight, and Twilight had some major problems when it came to like what certain things looked like and what they were representing as love, like, and arousal and stuff. We all learned something today. Toast says, a funny ass tangent nonetheless. And we all learned something today. Smiley face. Did you? I don't know. Pix, I think maybe like you had something to do for a while, or you dozed off or something. Did you see? Were you here when he talked about his beloved?
Yeah, I've been here for the entire.
Well, I know. I just didn't know if like you like because I doze off too, right? Like so
Oh
during
no, I didn't doze
long
off
things.
tonight.
But like this was so sweet, right? I'm full of rage and contempt, and all I've got in life is by tooth and claw. My girlfriend is the sweetest little honeybee that kept me from turning into stone forever.
Oh,
And then they read all of these religious texts and things together, did shadow work together, like um oh, and earlier when you said I think the world is becoming responsive to my will, I don't disagree with you there, but I think like, some of us would just use like manifestation. I've put that poor woman through hell. Have you? I mean, I'm certain there have been challenges, like um would she say that? I was so off the walls when we met. She described it like taking in a stray cat. Um, yeah, I've been in a few relationships where we refer to me as the dumpster raccoon. That people lured me in with chocolate milk and little tongue clicks, like snorted. Trash panda. Do you guys watch Bob's Burgers? This is another tangent, but Linda is so obsessed with the raccoons in the alleyway that she like makes them rom- romantic Disney Lady and the Tramp dinner, and then they all like wind up trying to murder each other over the spaghetti. And she's like the raccoons in the alley are like her version of telenovelas. She like watches them all day and is always talking about like the raccoon drama. I love the show so much. So okay, Toast. So you're gonna do the job, right? And then your plan is to relocate the both of you to put down roots. Yes, Linda does project her desires onto the trash children. She totally does, right? I love that whole show. Like, it's quietly, like, super forward thinking and brave, and you wouldn't expect any of that, right? Like, I think Bob from Bob's Burgers is one of my favorite TV bisexuals of all time, actually. They talk about it so gently and openly, and um, it's just no big thing. It's just one thousandth of the whole of who he is. But like, um, and like they love their unique children. There's never any like you're such a freak talk, from the parents looking at their very unique three children. Yeah, Bob totally talks about how he's attracted to everyone, but he fell in love with Linda, and that was that. Like, but he does love a hunky dude. Hunky bro. It's true. And then you can see him reflected in his children in that way too. especially Tina and Jean. Whereas Mistress Bunny Hat, right, is all her mom's child. Like, I'm glad you came to hang out, Toast. I hope you come back around. You're very, very smart. You add a lot to the conversation. I think other people would be interested in some of the things you have to say. And I don't know how you feel about it, but like if you come back around and enjoy yourself, we would love it if you would bring jam too. Like I'm certain, um, with all of the, like spiritual and otherwise like exploration you guys have chosen to do together, like I think you probably would add a lot of interest to the conversation as well. And we love to sit around too, like when there's not like a lot of reading at certain times. Hopefully we'll generate more and more, but like and like Pixie really wants to talk more about like past life stuff, and it's always nice to hear other perspectives and things like that. So no, I don't think you've overstayed your welcome at all. I just think I mean, if you have another question, I'm happy to answer, but I think I felt like, and I might be mistaken, that we hit a place where it was like, it seemed to me like you realize, hey, I sort of had all of this clarity and I don't really know why I, was willing to open to validation, and this has been useful, but that's how it seems. Yeah. I mean, I think you already knew, but like, I do know it also is just great to get validation from like the universe. Like, also then like once you shared a few things, all of the things that I saw here that I think are very true, um, I could understand their origins too, which was nice because I don't always get to hear the origins. Like people are like, "Oh yeah, that's right," but then I always sit around wondering, like, yeah, I mean, I believe spirit, I believe that that's right, but I wonder what started that or what was the beginning point or whatever. Aw, thanks, Toast. Like, pics. I'm just here for good conversation at this point. Needless to say, I'm enamored. we're two old brides with a handsome young
conversate with the
gentleman.
dead.
We are all enamored. It's true, mutually enamorous. So okay, because of that, picks the other day, before like yesterday when we were reading the prison thing, and then sloth's relationship stuff. But at a certain point in the beginning, you had said, "Hey, we should do a little something about what's going on in my alley." Just like a little something. Is that something you still want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be YouTube ready for that action.
What do you mean?
Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like your alley, like out your window? What are you talking about?
I thought you were talking about what's going on in your neighborhood. I thought you wanted to do a reading on what's going on in your neighborhood, right?
Well, I just want to kind of, yeah, because of what you said, I just want to kind of keep up with it to see, if that incident is coming near.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Would you like to throw cards on it? Are you exhausted?
Yeah,
What's your
and I
story more
I,
annoyed?
I did find out some more information about this fella.
The one there's.
Apparently, yeah, apparently he's wanted for an unaliving also, or questioning for an
Oh, I was
unaliving.
worried about that. That's why I was like, I don't think it. Remember, I didn't think. I wasn't sure if it was unaliving, but remember when I was like, it's not just that thing. It's not just
Yeah,
like the drug stuff, because while
yeah,
they would look for him, they wouldn't be looking for him like on the hour.
right.
If it wasn't something bigger. Not in spirit, that's for sure. I met 20-year-olds who are just dead inside. Well, yeah. And the good thing about that is some of them will find a path to becoming more alive again, right? And some won't. And some don't know they're dead inside, actually, which I don't know what's. So I guess Pixela, what I'm saying is, would you like to throw cards? Just some of the cards on that, since we're just doing silly stuff.
Sure. Let's see where all this is standing right now.
Okay, so how do we want to pose the question? Like, what's going on in the neighborhood, or do you want to do like house by house? Like we could do like how I would do like a relationship, like with boy, or like even like a group relationship, right? Like the two girlfriends and the boyfriend or whatever. Like, do you want me to do it
You
like
do it
by
however you feel like
house?
you should do it.
Well, so what I'm trying to figure out is if we did it by house, right? Um, first of all, you'd have to help me like figure it out, like where they are. Like if we pretended like this was the street, right, and your house was here, like if like the house they're driving by is here. But then also, if we did it that way, right, like we could literally, um,
It's right there.
oh, right here.
If my house was at 6 o'clock, that one is right there.
Right here. Okay, so
Yeah.
what I was thinking is, though, if we did it house by house, if we started off even just with like the like roast iconic, which is they're funny cards, but they always lead to like a general energy, and then we get clarifiers, and it really sort of works as a nice like seed, like starter card. Like, so if we did like the few, like, okay, what I'm thinking, I keep rambling, but like, is if we did this house, right? And your house, but also if we included the one where we're noting like ghosty things, like the empty ones.
Yeah, that would be like 9 o'clock.
Okay, so
Well, actually more like,
if you're
yeah, about
here,
9 o'clock.
if you're
Uh-huh.
here, this is where Haunty is.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so wait, does this mean, okay, if you're right here, does this mean like your front porch is on this side?
No. My front porch is like at your fingertip.
Okay.
The road's in front of it.
Okay.
Okay. So to the
And then
right it curves and goes up. To the
to
right.
to
Curves
to
and goes
drug
up. Yeah.
to
Yeah.
drugland. And
Now
then
if you go to the left,
uh-huh.
that house, the ghosty house, is right on the corner of my
This side.
road and another street. Yeah, right there.
Okay. And then there's the one behind it that I think has action too.
Correct.
That like is
Correct.
dilapidated and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So because then, and those are the major points of interest, right? Because down this way, there's only that other lady that's almost never home, right? And she causes no trouble.
Yeah, she's across the street from
from the druggie house, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So she's like, your right hand is their house. You should be right across it to the left.
To the
No, up.
left.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, so there's a street here also.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Well, the street, it kind of circles that whole block right there. There's roads that circle that whole block.
Yeah, well, and you own all four corners technically, right? So I always forget.
Well,
Like,
we own
oh, three
two
corners.
corners. Own two corners, like the one where our house sits, and
Mm-hmm.
then all the way to the highway to the right,
Back
and then
here.
half the block behind us. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we want to know, like, so Ghost Town is like over here.
Uh-huh.
Drug Town is over here. So if like we just were starting to do just like a roast iconic map, we'd do your house, drug house, and
Right.
ghost house, and original ghost house.
Right.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to let you tell Toast what we're talking about.
Okay.
About the alleyway.
So there's this house, like right. If you're standing in, it's on my porch looking out. It's like in front of me to the right a little bit. Anyway, there. One day I was just sitting out on the porch, just chilling, and all of a sudden, like 6 sheriff pull up to that house, and they start. I mean, I can hear them. They've got this handsaw, and they're cutting off a lock to this outside building, and they're searching everywhere around the house and everything. So I'm like, what they looking for? Who they looking for? Well, they stayed for about 2 hours that day. Okay, I didn't think nothing else about it until I kept seeing them coming back like every couple of days. And it would be like at odd times. It could be like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning. But they keep coming back to this house because they're looking for someone. Well, I actually know of a crime that this person committed, um, for sure. And then I just heard yesterday that he's also wanted in connection with an unaliving that happened in a town next to us. But they've been searching for this person for a couple of weeks now. But I have noticed that he has been MIA for about 4 weeks. I haven't seen him around. So he is definitely in hiding. But we were doing a reading on it, and she just, she had this feeling she saw or whatever, um, that there's possibly going to be like some major action over there. Like we're talking like pew pew, towards each other or whatever. So I'm just trying to.
Well, like one of these idiots, like, did like just randomly shot an AK like in the air in the middle of the night recently.
Yeah, that was like it was like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Somebody right out front of my house shot off an AK-47, and then a
Also,
couple of nights later, on the side street, they shot off a pistol.
And for context, this town is not huge, right? So this is not like the Bronx.
No, there's like inside the city limits of my town, there's less than 4,000 people.
So, and there was
I'm trying to, there was a huge bust about, I guess it's been about 2 months ago now. I mean, like for this little town, it was they went all out. They were dropping, what do you call it? What are those things? Those flash bombs?
Flash pots or flashbangs
from a helicopter in this town.
I didn't even know about the helicopter.
Yes. And it was like All of this went down at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. So that was like 2 months before all this, you know, right in front of my house went down. But anyway, because of the action that may be going on at this house, she assured me, she was like, you're not in danger, of getting shot or anything, but I just think it's something you need to be aware of. And I was like, well, yeah, I do. So I
Well,
can
and
get my
I'm
phone and
watching.
record this stuff for YouTube.
I'm watching the grid. I'm watching the grid guardians move closer and closer to your house, right? And then, like, in my old house, like there was that enormous like Fed thing that happened,
Right.
next door, and then across the street with a meth house, like before that, and so. When you were like, there were all these traffic, it's like, I know some of those guys are undercovers, right? From another town or something, or several towns over or something. But like, I know it just because
Yeah.
like in my
And
old neighborhood.
Toast, I don't actually know this person. I've just, I've seen him when I've been outside or whatever.
Because it's a small town, right? Like they
Yeah,
live in nice
and
places.
yeah, and like I knew what was going on over there because there's like so much traffic that goes by there like every day, all day. So
Okay, so here's
not
what we're gonna do.
hard to
I'm
tell
sorry.
something's up. But
Before I forget, like, we're going to do your street first, but then we actually need to do the parking lots, because the parking lots were a problem that were coming up the other day too. The parking lots that are like up behind you to the left.
yeah.
So we've got to do those. So, and then here was the other thing before I forgot. The how have they ever announced if they found someone
Oh,
deceased
I'm
in that
still
house?
trying. I'm still trying to find out. Now Holton did talk to the sheriff's department, but they wouldn't tell him anything about the guy in front of me.
Okay.
And he forgot to ask about the unalived person in the house. I reminded him, and he said next time he sees him, he's going to ask. But all I got to do is wait for Dave to get back in the country, and we'll be able to find out some information because he'll find out for us.
Well, but I mean, you think at this point, again, because you said they were over there all day, like somebody had to have seen them extract something or
You would
someone
think,
from that
right?
space with the way they were over there. Like, it's not like
St.
the
Louis.
house is on
My
the
son
market.
was my son was in St. Louis concert last night.
So wait, you lived there, but you still live in Missouri. Where did you move to in Missouri? If you don't mind, if that's too public, please don't, right? Reveal it. Like, did you move to another big town in Missouri? Oh, from the sticks to the suburbs. Like, again, don't tell me which, but like, are you talking about like St. Charles? Are you talking like Lee Summit? Ooh. I may or may not be very, very familiar with that
Look, she is so familiar with things you wouldn't even believe. When we go
area.
back to the whole mind blown thing, yeah. I got some stories I could share.
30 minutes from St. Louis. I may or may not have grown up in Kansas City. My brother may or may not have gone to Wash U in St. Louis. I may or may not have performed in all of the major theaters and amphitheaters in lots of states, but in, that state more because I may or may not have grown up in that state. Matter of fact, last night we may or may not have been reading about a location somewhere generally in that area. I'm decorated. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and you want to live in rural? Try rural Louisiana.
That's where the Pixola lives. If you're inferring military decoration, no. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I said about that. That made it sound like that.
Oh, I've got a bunch. I got a bunch of wow moments. The best wow moment though has to be the story of my house.
Oh, wait, are you going to tell the story? I'm going to go grab a few things to start making pixie block map.
Okay, you do that and I'll tell him my story.
That sounds good to me. I hit mute.
So my mother passed away in 2017. And I was just existing pretty much. Well, I kind of got the urge to move back to Louisiana to be closer to my kids. So I was really surprised, but my husband said, sure, let's go. So, with the urging of my dad, we moved back here. He was like, just y'all move back down here, stay with me as long as you like, till you find a place, blah, blah, blah. So that's what we did. Well, it got to the point to where we had been at my dad's for so long, I was just like, oh, you got to get me out of here or this relationship's going south. Well, I had my eye on this house here in town, and it was pretty cheap, but I thought I could get it for way cheaper. And I went and looked at this house, and it was an old house, and I liked the house. And I had my mind just set that that was going to be my house. Well, Plucky's like, no, hate to tell you, but that's not your house. And I was just like, I wouldn't hear of it. This was going to be my house. I wanted this house. And she was like, Mr. Dust, that's what she calls my husband, Mr. Dust. She's like, no, she was like, I see a friend of his that has a house that he's wanting to get rid of. And I just started laughing. I was like, number one, my husband ain't got no friends. And number two, none of his friends own houses. So I don't know what you're talking about, right? So I know this yellow house is supposed to be mine. She's like, no. And we were searching. I mean, she knew exactly what the house looked like. We searched Zillow. We searched everywhere we possibly could. Couldn't find this house. And she was like, no. She's like, I'm telling you, it's one of your husband's friends. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. No, I know I'm getting the other house. Well, it was about 2 weeks later. My husband walks through the door And he's like, baby, I got you a house. I was like, what do you mean you got me a house? He was like, well, he's like, you know that old man's car I worked on? I was like, yeah. He's like, his wife has a house that's just sitting there and he's wanting to get rid of it. He's like, and he wants me to have it. He's like, not only is it dirt cheap, but he also said he would do owner financing. He's like, so I want you to go look at this house. So I came over here and I looked at this house, and right away I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, I don't know about this. Because you could tell just from the outside that it was once a hoarder's house. So she shows up to let us look at the inside. And yes, I was correct. It was like hoarderville, like what you see on TV hoarders. We're talking stuff stacked to the ceiling, just a pathway from one end to the other. Upstairs was the same way. Well, lo and behold, we end up getting this house. And this house was built in 1902. It's 2-story. It's got a total of 11 rooms, and it's got almost 3 acres with it inside the city limits. So I was like, okay, Plucky, I'm here to eat crow. She's like, what do you mean? I was like, you'll never guess what happened today. She just starts laughing. I'm like, yeah, so this old man who is just taken to my husband for some reason has offered us a house. She was like, see, I told you. I was like, yeah, I'm eating crow. So I took pictures and I sent them to her. She was like, that's it. That's what I kept seeing. She was like, why couldn't we find this house anywhere? I said, because it wasn't listed. I said, she wasn't even planning on selling right then. So yeah, that was one incident where I had to eat crow big time. So that was a year ago in April, because it took the lady 9 months to get all of her hoard that she wanted out of here before we could finally get in and start working on it. So yeah, but I was like, I didn't want to believe it because I had my mind set on that other house. I wasn't gonna believe what she was saying. And I mean it was to the point to where I was actually getting like a little ticked off because I wanted that other house, you know? But then I was just like, okay, I'm here to confess. I'm eating my crow. Um, I don't have any more. I'm gonna quit doubting you. I'm just gonna go with it. But like I said, that's just one incident that she's like been so spot on. I mean, she has told me stuff that like has gone on with my daughter, and I'm like, no, no way, now it's got to be something else. Let's figure it out. And then I find out a few days later, yeah, she was right. It was just something my daughter didn't tell me. So I was back to eating crow again. But it's been so. I mean, I don't even know if I can remember everything that I've eaten crow on. It's been so much. It just finally got to the point to where I was slapped upside the head enough to go, okay, all right, I'm not going to doubt you anymore. Because, like I was, I think I was telling you earlier in the night that, I mean, right off the bat, she would tell me stuff from relatives who have passed, friends who have passed, that there is no way in hell she could have known, not even had she tried to research it. And she has this cute little thing she does too. Let me tell you. Whenever she's talking to someone's relative or friend or whatever who has passed over, the way she tries to describe them to people is like she'll do comparison to like actors or something like that to make it easy for people to, understand what she's saying. And it's so weird because it's like when she's describing the person, she'll be like, oh, she looks like Delta Burke from, Designing Women or whatever. And it's like, oh my God, how do you know that? How would you know to pick Delta Burke out of the thousands and thousands of actresses? It's just, it's mind blowing. Like I said, stick around because you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm excited for you when she reaches out to somebody who's, you know, passed away that's on the other side. That's really going to blow your mind. It'll blow your mind, but you'll feel so lucky all in the same time because, like I was saying earlier, she pretty much saved me when I met her because I was in such a bad depression, from losing my mom, and it also validated a lot of things I believed in, but was always taught, that's crazy. There's no such thing. So that was good. But just to know that, you know, they may have passed away, but that communication's still there. I know it's different. You can't feel it, you can't see it, but it's there. And because of people like her, it is there. You can hear it, you can see it. It's really an amazing thing. And I guess more of the little details that she knows is what's so mind blowing. Because, I mean, honestly, there's no other way she can know it. But it was funny actually how we met. We were actually both in another chat room of another medium. I had paid for a reading, and it was like she started off giving me my reading, and then she got sidetracked, and then she changed the subject, and then she was like, well, we need to do this, is more in depth. We need to do this, by email or whatever. Well, needless to say, I never got my reading. I paid for it, but I never got it. Well, Plucky was in there and saw it, and she became very upset because she could tell, obviously, that this was something I really needed. So she reached out to me. She was like, hey, I know you don't know me from Adam, but, I have these abilities, and if you would like to ask something, please, email me. So obviously I did right away. And that was all she wrote. And that was about 5.5, 6 years ago. Oh, yeah, of course she does. It's I hope I get this right because I don't ever email her. But it's plucky.little.poppet at Gmail. Yeah, it's kind of funny because she's communicated with my mom so much. My mom kind of makes herself a public figure in her space these days. She'll give you the same email. Trust me. That's her email she uses if you want to schedule like a private reading. If you don't want to do it here or whatever, that's the email. She's a pretty special gal, that's for sure. I'll tell you what's been really interesting for me and fascinating for me is I don't know if I said anything earlier, but behind the scenes, she does a lot of cases on missing people and so forth. And I'll help her out a lot with that. I'll in the back doing research and stuff. And man, it's amazing. I'm just fascinated by the way she works. It's crazy. But she has actually helped law enforcement on several cases, so much so that they have put her on a list of a verified medium, which she didn't want on that list, but they put her on it anyway. And I mean, the reason why is because, she's really not sure if that's something she like wants to do. Um, and it's not so much the type of case it is, it's just a lot of in most cases, the visuals she gets can be really bad. And she just don't know if that's really just something she wants to do. But I really don't think she's going to have a choice because her guides keep calling her into these cases.
Okay, I'm going to take y'all to the porch in a minute, um, just for a porch break. But like, I'm going to raise this up so you can see this. Hold on. Let's raise this up so you can see the neighborhood a little bit. Okay. So, like, here's your house. Okay.
It feels illegal to try to be her friend. No. not at all.
So here's your house. I got this out.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Show it. Wait, turn it around. Show him. So like,
Well,
whenever
I'm
I
just
was telling
on the
her,
map. This is just
right,
for the
but I,
thing.
but I, right, but I just want him to see this because I'm just gonna tell him about this picture.
Oh, this is the first day
So
I talked to you ever. This is the
yeah,
first day
that
I
is
ever
the
heard you
very
say
first day. hmm The very first day we even talked, and she drew this picture because this was this house I was supposed to get, and this is before. I mean, this was like what 3, 4 years before we even talked about a house.
Well, you talked about you were trying to get a reading from someone else, right? And
Yeah, I told him that.
a couple of things, and in the chat you were talking to other people about like being frustrated with your dad and with the work situation, right? And also you did say like, and like, I'm never gonna get my yellow house. That's all I knew. I'm never going to get my yellow house. And this is when I had first started drawing like my prayers and meditations because I think it's a better way, right? And so I just drew you like, like a mailbox that had like a paycheck in it since you were worried about that, and a tree like that grows money, right? And then I did clouds with apologies from your dad because I heard you talking like you were typing about it. And then you talked about a yellow house, so I drew the yellow house. But what the part that actually is like spooky, right, is the address is 1902, and that's the year the house you wound up having was built.
Yeah, for sure.
And so like that was years before like your mom came and told me about the other house or like whatever. Like
Yeah, because between the time we started talking about the house and the time you drew that picture, it had to have been about 4 years, almost 4 years.
yeah.
But you had already drawn that picture like the first day
Yeah.
we talked.
The first day we like I saw like you. I mean, I think I'd seen you in there, but like it's the first day I saw you like talk in the room and stuff and to other people. So
And what is and the part of it, Toast, that's significant about the paycheck in the mailbox was at the time my husband was in a job that was going nowhere. The pay was shit. And that's significant because it's like it wasn't too terribly long after this that he got found a really good job in this small town. And it was all right there drawn out for me. And I
there's
just
the
didn't even look
glider
at it.
you just bought. I mean, I think I did it as a porch swing, but you just bought that glider last week.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I just like wrote her stuff, but I have it here because I'm doing street map, right? So I've got like a pink paint chip because you're pink, right? And then I've got a unicorn because like like you want those little goats and cows and shit, but I don't have little goats and cows, but I do have a Labradorite unicorn, right? And then we have the like angelic thing that's in your yard between you and the place, and then these are the two orbs. Okay, and then over here, this is ghost house. Okay, so we have like a skeleton and then a skeleton with the all-seeing eye, right? And then just this little guy because I thought there might be a shadow guy. He's got like googly eyes on him. And then this is like actually Yoda made out of fluorite. But I just thought he was funny. And then right now for Drug House, I just have this so far. But I think the map is cool. I was enjoying making the map. But I am going to take you guys to the porch so that I can.
But yeah, Toes, I mean, she kept describing me this house, and every time I'd go out and about, I'd look for it, and I could never find it. But I never came on this side of our town square, this side of our town. I was just looking on the other side. And I mean, she described it perfectly. The windows, everything. Just
Also so weird because it has a widow's walk and it's nowhere near water. Right?
yeah.
It has that thing that looks like a widow's walk. And I was like, I don't know why, but there's a widow's walk. And she was like, there's no water. And I was like, I know. I don't know what's wrong with the person that built it. I can't explain that part. They're just weirdos. Like, and then like I kept drawing all those windows in the front, right? That was the only thing that didn't match. Like, and I couldn't figure out why it didn't match when you finally got to the house. And then it's because the hoarder lady had put up those fake walls up front.
Yep.
Do you remember that? And then when you pulled
Yep.
them down, the windows were there, and I was like, "Oh, that makes my brain feel a lot better." Because it was like your mom kept talking and talking and talking about the windows and showing me the windows, and then they weren't there, and I was like, "Well, I mean, the widow walk is there, and the roof is right, and like the siding is right, you know, and the shape and all that stuff, but like." I could not figure out like why the windows, like if your mom got everything so right, like I couldn't figure out why the windows were so off. And then
just I'll explain a little better. Like this woman that owned this house, she was such a hoarder that her hoard was even outside. Well, she had it outside on this big porch that goes across the total front of the house, and it was stacked up to the ceiling. Well, in order to hide it, she had put lattice panel up all around the porch except for where the stairs were, so she could block that from everybody's view. So that's what she's referring to.
yeah, blocked out all of the windows too. Like I can't imagine like the light that she lost, like just from doing that. Okay, we're medicating, then we're going to the porch, and then we're gonna read your neighborhood. Who are the people in your neighborhood? If you had a voice, I mean, you could come talk to us. Yesterday after the prison reading, which was really interesting. I've never done anything. We'd not done anything like that before. I don't know where Pixie went, but look, we hadn't done anything like that before. But somebody that was around for that stayed around and wanted a read, and they were very intoxicated. They even texted me a picture of the bottles. And I didn't even know they had my phone number. So that was, cousin. Cousin. But when I got the bottles, I was like, I'm assuming this is Sloth. How you got my number, Holmes? But I mean, he was lovely. Like I don't mind him having my number. I don't want it to sound like that. What's spooky?
Yeah, if you want to speak, by all means, you can make that happen.
Yeah, I would just need like a way, like an email or something, to send you the link to our StreamYard, and then you could come on and talk if you wanted to. Mm-hmm. Or another time too. I mean, we'll be back around. So, like, if you're like, I need out of here, these crazy women, these crazy old ladies on the internet have me trapped. Okay, we're going to the porch for a little bit because Frank Okay, hopefully that worked. Nope. Okay. Come on, camera, go away. I can't tell if it's on or not, but that's all right. It's not on, right? Is the camera on?
No.
Okay. Well, then we're gonna go to the porch because I'm not gonna smoke in the reading room.
I shared your plucky little puppet email.
Oh, that's totally fine.
See,
Oh, of course I
told
do.
you.
I don't think you're a crazy fuck either. I don't think you're a crazy fuck either. At least not in any way we can't handle over
So
here.
I can tell you another
Dude,
wow moment.
I talked last night to deceased
The what?
transvestite
Oh
serial
yeah,
killer.
right.
And they're the best. What? They are the best. They were awesome. Now that they're on the other side, right? And like have cleared up their stuff. They've been deceased since the 90s. Like they've had time to heal.
So, Toast, here's another moment that wowed me.
You're cutting out. Are you?
I'm not cutting out. Are you cutting out?
It might be. That's why I was asking. Like, because I moved my computer around, so like I didn't know if it was me or you.
I don't know, but I hear you good now.
Okie dokie. Well,
Okay, so
I'll be right back because I need a lighter.
oh, you're cutting out. So yeah, we were talking one day, and she was like, "You were, yeah." She was like, "I think your mom's here," and she just started laughing. She was like, "She's so cute." She was like, "It's so funny." She was like, "She's doing some little dance," and that floored me because my mother used to go around doing this little dance all the time, and she used to call it the chicken dance. You know, she'd fold her arms under like they were wings, and she'd go around, just bobbing her head and stuff. And Plucky was seeing this, and like that's something. There's no way she would have known that because I was going to make her work for everything. I didn't tell her nothing, and that was an instant that floored me. Also, I mean, you can't make this shit up. I know they say that you can Google people and find out anything you want to about them these days. Yeah, that's true to an extent. But Google ain't gonna tell you that my mama used to do a chicken dance when she was in a good mood.
Did everybody go bye-bye?
Huh? I'm here.
I just asked if everybody.
I was just giving him another wow moment about the chicken dance.
Why did that not? Another what?
Another wow moment for me. Whenever you were like, I think your mom's here. And she's so cute. She's doing this little dance. And I was like, yeah, that just floored me. the chicken dance. I was telling him, there's no way you could have known that. That's not something you can just Google. And I was
No, well,
like,
and
that was
it
all
was
the
like it was
validation I
funny. It was
needed.
like a cross between the chicken dance. Well, and we'd already met, like, we'd met your great grandmother and your grandmother
Right.
first. And like I saw your mom, but she didn't say anything. I don't know why this thing is saying like it's not connecting. Did you get that? Can you guys see that email? Okay, there it is. I don't know why it's like it's acting fruity, but like I think it went.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. That's great. As long as it's working, it just keeps sending me messages that it's not. It's like, shut up. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't know you guys were talking about wow moments because I was looking for Yoda.
Yeah, I was just killing time telling him some of my wow moments.
Hello, little doggo.
We are so glad you came in, Toast.
That's right.
It's nice to have somebody come in that you can actually click with and laugh and have fun with, but yet do something serious also. Especially when you know the type of people that, usually drop by. And that's those kind of people that come in, they ask the same question over and over and over. And after 4 years, you're like, give it a damn break. Ask something new, please. She's already given you the answer. It's not going to change. I don't care how many times you ask her. Uh-oh. Where did she go? Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen a whole lot of hate, which is good. But it's just like, like you'll have some people that, and actually, this little group we had, it just started out as just, we just opened it up just for a place for all of us to get together and just talk about whatever. Well, it got to where it was like the conversation was always about the same thing day after day after day, to where you're just finally like, oh gosh, breast meat, please come in here.
Well, and Pixie was starting to experience like the thing that happens, like, when you're reading, like where people ask the same question over and over, expecting like universal knowledge to change their mind because they just don't want to do the work. And
yeah, and that's when I get frustrated, and I'm like, it very. But when I get frustrated, I can't not say anything. I'm the type of person I'll be like, "Hey, she's already given you the answer, but you don't want to accept it. So go away."
Well, and like it's a good team work, right? Because you can say that, right? Like I'm representing because they don't.
Yeah.
I think that's why teams are good too. That's why it's like nice to have a sitter for your reads. And
yeah, I lose my patience with stuff like
too,
that. It's
like like and like when I'm channeling too, like I can't keep up with the chat. Like when like when I first started, like I tried to engage everyone and learn about them, like their spiritual things, and then realized really quickly these people just want readings that are decent, and they want. And I know I can do that. I do that shit in person and all that kind of stuff. Like, so we switched over, but then it was like, just a lot of people that wanted to not even have a fair energy exchange. Like, yep.
Yep.
But the
Exactly.
problem is,
And they keep thinking that if they keep asking this question, that it'll turn in their favor.
They keep what?
I said they keep asking the same question over and over, thinking that it'll turn in their favor, like the way they want it to come out. But
Right.
it don't
And like
work
the
like
thing
that.
is, they see, because they see things change for other people, but what they don't realize is those people are growing and working and
Doing the work.
learning.
Yeah.
And so they're like, well, their stuff changed. It's like, that's because, huh? Yeah, they're putting in all the effort and they're listening. Like, you can't ask me to talk to like angels or your deceased grandmother and expect you.
But there is a bunch of them that do. And then you can't make them understand that they can't change
There's a
the
bunch of them that
answer.
what?
I said there's a bunch of them that do that.
Oh, readers, you mean?
No, like people who come in like
Yeah.
asking questions, but wanting things to go in their favor. And even when you've explained it to them, hey, it don't work like that. They still don't. They don't believe it. They just think, if they just keep asking enough, that it'll change. And it sure don't work like that.
Right. Well,
then
they need to go to the.
They need to go to that old channel, that other channel.
Go to the Lie to Me shows that some other.
They need to go to that aquatic channel.
I am like sitting, like I've got the computer. Right.
You're like cutting out bad.
Even complete a still reading very often.
Like I'm getting like every third or fourth word.
Right I know. Oh, and I'm like, I'm right over my Wi-Fi. It's crazy.
Are you there?
I'm here and the Wi-Fi went up. I think it's because I keep moving the computer around. Eventually I'm going to go settle back in the room, but I needed to stretch my legs
You're
a little
coming
bit.
through. You're wherever you're at. Stay right there because you're coming through good.
Yeah, I figured it out. Like I was like, okay, I got to stay right here until I move back to the reading room. Secret, secret, I got a secret. Don't know what I got, oh, Mr. Roboto. Thank you very much, oh, for something, something, something. I can't remember it right now.
I'll tell you something else that at least I see Toast is I noticed that just being involved in a chat with Plucky and just paying attention and soaking everything in and learning has actually opened up things for me that I never would have thought. Like, I always growing up, I always kind of thought I was an empath because I was really good at reading people. But since knowing Plucky and just learning and soaking in everything, it has gotten so much more stronger. Even to the point to very recently, it's gotten even stronger, and I've actually been seeing things, which I'm always having to ask Plucky, hey, can you take a look at this and make sure I'm not crazy? She'll be like, yeah, you're not crazy. It's like, okay, good.
No, but that's why I always have to do in my crazy test too, right? Because we all grow, right? And so it's like, okay, first 20 years I saw them, like, and then I started hearing them, and then the clairsentience came through, and I just could just hear them like telepathically instead of just with my ears. And then, like the dragonfly swarms and the pink clouds came, and then like plants started talking to me, and it was like, okay, what? So every time something new happens when you grow, it's like, I need to check.
I totally get exactly where you're coming from, Toast, because I was that way too. I had this uncanny knack to pull stuff out of my ass and get by the skin of my teeth all the time, every time. But I've also found too that just listening to her was enough that I didn't have to pick her brain. Now, of course, she loves for you to pick her brain. Um, but I mean, she's just that strong in what she does. It's amazing. I mean, it's hard for me to really explain really well, but it's yeah, it was all new experience for me too. But it's been a very very enjoyable experience, and it's also nice to come across somebody who's very like minded because for so long I thought that I was the only one who felt about things in a certain way. But when I met her, it was like, oh, I'm not the only one. Where have you been? because I always felt different because in my head I was also always thinking of this stuff, and I was like, man, if I ask somebody if they think the same way, they're gonna think I'm totally off my rocker.
Yeah, but and I say this all the time, but when I'm like, when I met you, you were already seeking. That's how we even came
Right,
to meet. Like you were
right.
already
I was,
actively looking for
I was,
information about
yeah,
this
I
stuff.
was right because I was looking for healing. I was looking to get over this, rut I was in from my mom passing away, and I knew I couldn't get out of it by myself, and I knew that nobody right next to me was going to be able to help me get out of it. But I didn't know exactly what it was going to take. But now I know what it took. It took me meeting Plucky, is what it took. I
I
tell her all the time. She's
mean, but
that
I still
she
think you would
saved
have met
me.
someone like me, like because you were seeking. You would have
Yeah, but
met
I don't.
someone.
I don't. I don't. I don't think the experience would have been the same, though. I really don't. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences. You know that. There was a reason we were both in that room that day, and you reached out to me.
Well, right, but I mean, I've told you this, like, so, like, the other thing is, it's not like just that, like, you were needing help. There were a lot of people in there.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
there were a lot of people in there that were fake needing help, attention, but like the ones that really needed help lit up, right? Like same like when I'm in my chat room. People like it's not I don't have to be in person. Their names light up in typeface. And you like lit up like a freaking Christmas tree, right? And that's your doing. That's not my doing. I just could see that you were doing it. But if you weren't actively, genuinely seeking,
right.
nothing would have happened. Like you don't
Yeah,
credit
because
yourself enough for what
I was
happened.
I was still at my lowest low and just couldn't find my way out. And because and I'll tell you this too, because when my mother passed away, everything I thought I knew about my spirituality was gone. Um, I was so angry at our, at God, I'll say, um, so angry
Yeah.
that I just didn't believe in anything anymore. And that affected me a lot too. But when I met her, it just, everything
Yeah.
just
I
laid
mean,
out like it was supposed to.
we're
It
designed
just,
to be source.
yeah. So then I started, I was getting my
I
spirituality back, but it went in a whole new direction that helped even more because I was around so many, like minded people, and I knew I wasn't crazy, and that helps a lot too. It really does. But I mean, not only that, but she's so easy to talk to, and it's like,
yeah.
it's like when I met you, it was like I had already felt like I'd known you forever, and I don't come across that very often.
Well, I mean, I think at this point, like, I mean, I only have one sitter picks. I've only ever had one sitter ever. Like when I was reading in person, didn't do it. Like I had other people I knew that had some gifts that were similar, but I've only ever had one sitter.
Well, I enjoy being your sitter.
So, I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm sure we're in the same soul cluster. Like, that's what I was trying to talk about, like, last week, or I don't know, the other day. I don't really time. Who knows about time, right? But, like, when I was trying to talk about, like, your crocodile dreams and my past life regression dream about that
right.
particular life walking around, like, I'm pretty meaning that lifetime, which means we were like sisters, actual sisters.
Yeah, I was having this dream, and it was always the same dream. It was like every time I'd like wake up or like step outside or whatever, alligators were always chasing after me. And it didn't make sense.
Yeah, so at the time you called me and we talked more about like dream analysis, and I still think there's something to that, right? Like why it was surfacing then, because it was, you know, like like a healing and like energy stuff. But I do, you know, like now that like I have more, like when I clicked in, well, you know, like, I mean, in the last 5 years, like I knew about that one, my most recent past life, right? Like since I was born, but like in the last 5 years, I've learned about so many of them now.
Yeah, and that's where a big part of my fascination lies too, Toast, is past lives. And I've been curious about it as far back as I can remember. Because I've always thought about it this way. Deja vu happens for a reason. Even when you know for certain in this lifetime that did not happen or you were not in that spot, it happened for a reason. So what's up, you know? But like I said, I was a strange kid. I always thought strange things. But I am curious to know, you said that's the feeling you're trying to get over. What feeling were you referring to?
Yeah. Past life regression dreams are different. Like, so like the longer you have them and the more you have of them, the more you recognize sort of like the difference between a standard dream and a regression dream, and then like the difference between a standard dream and like a message dream where like loved ones or something are coming through in your dreams. They're different. They're distinctly different dreams.
Yeah, like that dream I had about mom that time, and I had to call you, and I'm like, tell me this happened. I know it happened.
Okay, which dream? Okay, help me out.
So, all right. So you remember like when I was first telling you that like for so long I was waiting for some sort of sign or something from mom after she passed away, and I just wasn't getting anything. And I remember telling you about this because I was like, please tell me, was this for real or was it just a dream or what? And so Toast understands. It was about 2 or 3 months after my mother passed away. I had this dream one night, but it wasn't like a dream because I could actually hear her voice I could actually feel like me touching her. I could smell her scent. I
Yeah.
could smell it. And it was
Yeah.
so profound that I woke up in just tears. So I had mentioned it to Plucky one day and I was like, yeah, I'm just curious, was this a visit? Did this actually take place or was it all just a dream? She was like, oh no, it happened. I was like, I knew it. I knew it had to because it was too real. I mean, with the sense and the being able to feel her touch and hear her voice and it was like she was just sitting right next to me. And I knew I'd never had any dreams that vivid and stuff before. So I knew it was different. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's real. It is real.
Yeah. I'm sorry that my Wi-Fi is bad, but yeah, that was definitely a visitation dream. Like, she had a dream 2 weeks later where he led her by the hand through the. But well, and the reason, right, it happened for you. The first connection to her happened in a dream, and the reason it happens for a lot of people that way is because you've heard me talk about this a lot. Grief is like a cloud, and it blocks you off.
Hmm.
And so when in your sleep, your guard is down and the cloud isn't up
Hmm.
because you're floating in your subconscious, right? And so they can get through,
Right.
the grief
And it
cloud.
don't matter.
You know,
Don't matter how
boundaries that
much
are
you think
grief.
you're pushing. Yeah. It don't matter how much you think you're putting that grief aside just to let these messages come through. It don't work like that.
No. Well, because it's about, and again, you've heard me say this so many times, but like, there's a lot of elements to grieving, right? But grief
Hmm.
is just enormous love, and you don't know where to send it because you used to know
Yeah.
they were in a body, you knew where their house was, you knew their phone
Yeah.
number,
You could pick up the
and
phone.
now
Right.
you have enormous love for them,
Hmm.
and you don't know where to send the enormous love. It backs up on you, and any emotion that backs up on you can be really rough. And that's even more powerful because there's a lot of more other elements that are going on with grief that don't even have to do with the person that died. It has to do with like fear of death, fear of the unknown, like all kinds of things. Like, so it's a lot of fears realized simultaneously, and then all this love, you don't know where to set it. So as soon as you start acknowledging that we are eternal and that she's gone, I mean, relatively, she's gone nowhere. Like, she's still right there.
Right.
Even if you can't like point to where she is in the room, she's in the room. So you can start sending the love at least around the room, and like you can evacuate some of that, and that lessens that cloud even more.
Yeah. Makes me think of the story of the door opening. That's a good story there.
Wait, what story? I'm sorry, my computer is being such a shitbird. What?
The story about this door that separates my room from my craft room with it opening.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking too. That she was like, "You dumbasses! How is it that
Yeah.
like?"
My mom, who is like passed away, called me and Plucky dumbasses.
Because because first of all, when Pixie moved into the hoarder house, right? Like, of course, one of the first things we did was figure out like if there were spirits there and who they were and stuff like that. And so we know like some of there because they had a connection to the house or the land or whatever. So when the door started opening on its own, and it's a big ass fucking door,
Okay, so
that
let me. He's like
takes some
door
energy
opening
to move.
question mark. So this was around. It was before Christmas of last year. So the way my house is set up, like I took one of the bedrooms and turned it into my craft room. Well, there's a door in my bedroom that leads into my craft room. Now, you got to remember, this is an old house. So all of the doors in this house are the old, heavy wooden doors. I mean, wind don't just blow these doors open. So I'm sitting on my bed and I look up and I notice that this door is open and I knew it wasn't open. But I just kind of brushed it aside, thought I was crazy or whatever, shut the door, went on about my business. So a little while later, I noticed the door's open again. So I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. So I tell my husband, this door is opening by itself. And he's like, oh, you're crazy. You're seeing things. Well, it just so happens about 10 minutes later, the door opens again, and my husband's sitting here, and he actually saw it this time. And he was like, whoa, you're not crazy. Well, because we knew of the sisters who once occupied this house, we assumed that's who it was. Well, my mother steps up to Plucky. She was like, you two are such dumbasses. Did it ever occur to you that it might be me opening this door? And she was like, your mama just called us dumbasses. I was like, oh, Lord, why? And no, it never dawned on me that it would be her. But once she said what she had to say, it totally made sense because my mother used to be a crafter also. But apparently it was my mother because she knew I was crafting for Christmas. So she was going around making sure all of my glue guns were unplugged, that I didn't leave nothing on. And so it was her way of saying, hey, I'm here, I'm checking on things. We never thought in a million, we never even considered it being her. I have never stared at a shadow person, but like I was saying earlier, I have recently started seeing things that I used to not see before. And I guess it started about 2 years ago now. The first time I saw something was at my dad's. I saw a shadow run across my bedroom door. I just thought I was seeing things. So I kind of mentioned it to Plucky. She's like, no, you saw what you thought you saw. I was like, okay, that's odd. I've never seen anything before. But like here recently, it's like I freaked Plucky out the other night because it was like dead of night. We, we were just chatting, and I could see this glowing figure outside of her house behind her.
That's St. Louis.
And then I saw this other person that was like just a dark shadow, but you could tell it was like the figure of a person. But they were crawling on the ground outside of her house. And that one kind of shook her up a little bit. But I mean, believe it or not, it kind of freaked me out too because I'm not used to seeing things. I've never seen things before. I mean, I've had like paranormal experiences or whatever, but I've never physically seen anything. I've heard things, but I've never seen anything. So here within the past 2 years, it was like it started off real slow, but now it's like, I don't know if it's just now me noticing things or if I'm actually just now really starting to see things. But it's like now every time I turn around, I'm seeing something out of the corner of my eye. And I used to say to myself, "Self, are you crazy?" But I quit doing that because it's just been too much.
Well, and you are seeing things like
yeah. That's why I quit questioning.
I relocated. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, you're still breaking up a tad.
Hopefully it'll get better now that we've settled in. Because I've relocated.
So yeah, the whole deal about that is my mother called us dumbasses because we didn't consider it was her opening this door.
Well, and it's part of the reason that she called us dumbasses, right? Is not just like that we didn't think of her, but that like all of these other clues were there, right? Like, so Pixie had been saying, "Oh, I miss my mom now that I'm crafting for Christmas," right? "I wish I could see my mom. It's Christmas. Her birthday's around that time, you know." And so there was all this thinking about her. And like in all of those moments, in all of that time, that's when the door was opening. So it wasn't even just that we didn't consider her. It's that Pixie was actively asking the universe to see her mother, and we still didn't think.
Catch on, yeah.
Because
it was like that time of the year, it's like Christmas was mine and her, favorite holiday. And, I'm a crafter, but my mother was a major crafter. And she was so talented. I mean, so talented. And I actually just picked it up when she passed away because she would make me help her with some of her crafts for shows and stuff. And I just hated it. It was just like, ugh,
Why'd you hate it?
I just did. It just wasn't my thing. I just wasn't a crafter. But then after she passed away and I started making things for our wedding, when I noticed that I felt closer to her as I was making those things. So that's when I just kind of kept up with the crafting because it made me feel closer to her. But no, I was not a crafter at all. I mean, I was the one that I'd huff and puff because she'd be like, "Hey, get over there and sew up all these clothes for these rabbits or whatever." And I'd be like, "Ugh, do I have to?" She's like, "Well, I really need your help." So yeah. And I'm just like, "Ugh, this is not what I want to be doing," So yeah.
Well, okay.
And now I have a whole bedroom dedicated to craft stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's the craft room, right? Like with glittery pink walls. I mean, Barbie could be so fucking lucky to have glittery pink walls.
Yep.
I'm sorry that happened to your mama, by the way, Toast. I was cutting in and out because I was farther away from the Wi-Fi, but yeah, it's definitely real, and that stuff's so challenging. And then, yeah, I've stared at all kinds of things dead on. Which dead is an awesome play on words for exactly that. And then assembled trauma assembled trauma can become an actual being. Like, so if there's an area where there's like a bunch of people like, or even one person like fretting all the time or angry or brokenhearted, and they spend a ton of time in a space, they can, like, literally that energy can turn into like an active being, right? And then if there's like more people that are upset too, like it's like a culmination of a lot of people's distress and stuff. A lot of times the scary things that people see, well, a lot of things that people see that they think are scary aren't, but also they're a lot of those things are man-made, what people would call like demons. It's like, so there, I've seen some really weird things that are bizarre to look at because of the way they physically show up, like because they're made of all kinds of things, and like it sort of expresses itself like in their etheric body, like being like a weird like multi-armed, multi-legged like blob of something, and that can be pretty disconcerting. In the spot in our old apartment, a shadow dude would poke his head in the door at crazy angles to check on us. I didn't feel fear, but Jan did. Well, and it sort of depends too. Like, again, I don't know how much of like the stuff I've said in the last little bit of time like cut out or not, but I know I said it earlier, when even like angels are around, angels who are, you know, like that's the best word for them. Like you know, in other spiritualities, maybe they're like deities like Lakshmi and Ganesh, like, but regardless, they're good, right? They're like good and powerful and made of love, but because they're so high vibrational, and when people say like high, like when we've come up with like the term for years that people have been like these higher beings, like people always think that means like, have a tendency to think that means way up in the sky. But years ago, when people were defining this stuff, they were talking about high, like their energy is really high, their vibration is really high. And so when they're near to you, right, your heart beats really fast, and sometimes you can sweat, and it makes you feel really shaky. It's sort of like an enormous like adrenaline rush, or like if, for example, if they move by quickly, it's like if you're at like some sort of one of those like NASCAR-y things with all of these like high speed cars zipping right by, and you're standing like right on the edge, so like they zip by just like inches from you, and
He's
you
making a
feel
left turn. He's
that's
making another left turn.
right. And so like you can feel the speed and the force and the wind and the vibration of the road, right? Because it's all this energy right near you. So that's how things like angels, and then people think that what they're feeling is fear because of how their body is responding. And so a lot of times that fear, and I mean, it took me a long time to realize it too, like that it's not fear, it's a physical response that we would maybe associate with fear, but it's not a lot of times fear. Confusing on your eyes to be looking at nothing but something at the same time, by which you mean the dude that poked his head in, you mean? And then actively digging in your brain. So I can, at this point, I can head tap living people, but I, first of all, don't without consent, unless it's like a really extreme situation, or occasionally an alive person like can be like sort of thinking so very loudly or have so much chaos going on that I can hear it. But no, my information usually comes through like a proxy, like meaning like a guide or an angel or a spirit that's in non-physical is transferring the information to me. Like I always say, like
They're the ones tapping in your brain.
like I always tell people like I have no powers here. Like it's like I'm a radio or like a telephone operator, right? Like
Yeah, she's just the messenger.
yeah, just the radio, and I have a particular antenna that I was born with that picks up things. And like everybody picks up things, and so, but just some of us have stronger antenna, and then also if we work with it on top of like maybe potentially being born with it, like it can get stronger. But I'm just literally a stupid box sitting there on a table. They are the music that plays out of the box. They are the talk radio that comes through the speaker. I'm just the radio, or in some cases, like the old fashioned switchboard operator. Like, I feel like that's specifically when I'm like connecting, like, for example, Pixie to her mom, right? Her mom is really calling Pixie, like her energy signature is sending out, hey Pixie, I'm constantly streaming you information all day, and I get the call and then take the little thing out of the wall and plug it in so that it can ring Pixie's room. Okay, let me make sure I understand. So I'm just going to read it out loud too. I'm very defiant, and when I feel these things pass, and by things I'm pretty sure you mean like spirits, entities, non-physical beings. I'm assuming that's what you mean. I feel the need to make myself known, as I don't want to be seen like I have a weak foundation. So you're saying, let me just make sure, that when you feel some non-physical being near you, you make it clear that you know they're there because you're worried that they might perceive you as an easy target for some sort of action that they might take on you. Is that the gist before I like have thoughts about it? Okay, close enough. So, okay, first of all, my thoughts are they see us way before we see them, first of all. The majority of them. There are exceptions to every rule. But the majority of them, are very aware of like where we are. So you are already known without needing to say anything. And when you're talking about not wanting to appear weak, it makes me wonder, what do you mean by make yourself known? Like, are you saying something like, I know you're there, go away? Or like what, um, what is the message you're sending as you make yourself known? That's sort of important. Scraping out this freaking ice cream carton. I'm gonna wind up eating the paper. Okay. Toast says, I used to be a dumbass Satanist. Oh, Anton, huh? Anton LaVey. And quit after 2 successful candle carvings. I'm paranoid of those influences still having control in any way. I feel the need to be on guard at all times, and I need to separate the higher and lower thoughts. So, when you did these successful things, right, and you were participating in that, were you just participating, or did you like give some kind of specific consent during your interactions? Come on, computer. Okay, let's see. Feel the need to be very on guard at all times. Separate the higher and lower thoughts. Specific consent. I didn't care about myself at all. Exactly what I wanted to happen happened, and so much more. It scared me shitless. I renounced all spiritual and religious jazz for years after that. I never felt fear like the realization I felt that it worked. It was the most oppressive and horrifying feeling. Um, I mean, I have a general answer, but I'm going to ask another question first. Um, what did you want to happen at that time? We'll be very specific with wording because you no longer want it to happen. What at that time is it that you wanted to happen? Okay. Okay. And then what happened after that? I mean, like, I'm not trying to eke out like details if you're uncomfortable, but just generally. Okay. Did you do anything mean to her? Okay. So, okay, my very first thought about this is this. That was and like, you've been reading, like you said, like Alice Bailey and Carl Jung, and some, I can't remember, something school right now in my brain and words, but like, so anyway, um what was going on there? I mean, first of all, like, it should be known that what was going on there is manifestation. And, because you've read so much about it, like, I am assuming since that point, um, you were the power in that scenario. You were, um, basically, I mean, you basically made, like when you're talking about like candle carving and thing, whatever ritual, um, in any like school of spiritual, interaction, um, is like a stronger prayer or a meditation, right? So it has a lot more, there's a lot more intention um, behind it, because you're incorporating your spirit and your mind and your physical temple, right? And so the power in that situation, number one, the majority of it came from your own ability to manifest, and partially because of the exercise that you were doing, and then also because were believing in it. And maybe not, like, maybe you were still surprised, but the sheer like act of working on that, reading on it, thinking about it, executing the process, that was manifestation. um and so even if you had not at that point read, the things that you've read since, and even if you were doing like Anton LaVey type stuff, or following that school of thought or whatever, um, at the basic, at the very basic and like most significant part of it, it was you. It was you and your intentions, and you're telling the universe like what you believed, would or should happen, that you were willing to invest time, energy, maybe even a little money on candles or whatever, like, um in it, and you were very focused, right? So completely without Anton LaVey, if you'd never heard that name but you decided to do something similar, you probably would have had relatively similar results. And so like that's one important thing. Secondarily, if there was energy helping you, sometimes like okay, sometimes like if we're like really wanting something to happen, the manifestation, right? Like that's like an energy deal with like the universe. But like if there is another being that's engaging with you, sometimes even in those situations where you're like making a choice to try and engage with powerful, what we perceive to be quote darker forces or whatever, if you're not, you may not like necessarily be dealing with darker forces. You may have like a guide or a family, because I've seen it, a guide or a family member like going, oh, they really want this, so like I'm gonna help them out, like and let them experience this like cool thing, because they already are already there in the manifestation. So all like the other energy has to do is let they're there in some way, like outside of the manifestation that you handled on your own. So I don't know that, like off the top, I would believe that like you were immediately interacting with some negative thing. And also another reason I think, like, first of all, I'm not getting the feeling that I'm just not getting the feeling that there was too much of a negative energy involved to begin with. Like that's a pretty strong feeling. But also, like, if let's just say it's all true and there are like darker energies or maybe not even darker, just neutral, not like good intentioned but not bad intention, just sort of lower vibrational like things engaging, like the really powerful ones are not, even though like much like angels and God source and stuff like that, they have sort of unlimited energy resources. They're still not gonna come, like they may come and like sort of interact, I guess, like if you're introducing the fact that you might want to participate in something like that, like they might pay a little bit of attention, but they're not going to do a whole lot. It's not, they're not going to get a big, if the theories are right and like they get some energy kickback and gain some more power, like through, you interacting and them like quote doing favors or whatever. Still, it's just really unlikely that any like super duper powerful being, especially if it's a selfish being, is going to be like, yeah, oh, you know what I did with my Wednesday? Like, I helped a kid get $50 and have sex. Like, they if that even goes on, or when it actually goes on, sometimes they want bigger fish. I'm not calling you small in the universe, right? I'm not calling you small spiritually or anything like that, but your goals weren't like in keeping with, at least conceptually, what something like that we're imagining would want to engage in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not really, okay, just if it's a demon, that's not really worth very many demon points. You know what I mean? Like, because honestly, I believe a high vibrational being, a loving being, would do the same things. They would say, oh my goodness, you really need to see magic in the world. And also, you're manifesting very strongly, and you've lined up with this money. And so, I'm going to help you. But like, you weren't like trying to steal like $1 zillion from some poor, like some orphans fund, or like injure a lot of people or whatever, and then also like loving beings, or even neutral beings, they're not going to begrudge you like having great sex, or even they're not going to be begrudging about, even in theory, helping you align with being able to have great sex with somebody that you desire, especially if they know you, if they have any perception at all, and they know that, like you said, like you adored this person and you were going to treat them well. Like, what self-respecting quote demon would want to get involved in that? They'd be like, oh my gosh, like this person may be thinking they're wanting to play with Anton LaVey type fire. However, their heart and their body says, like, I want to, in this like sexual exchange sense, worship this woman and give legitimate pleasure and not cross boundaries and not injure anybody. They're not going to be interested in that. Like, it doesn't make, just, if you take it step by step, it doesn't make sense that like if they were really negative, that they would get involved in that. Because it wasn't, there was no malice in the things you wanted. Like, matter of fact, I even feel like what you bought with the $50 wasn't a bad thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and they probably even knew in advance. Like, so my suspicion is, yes, you probably did feel a presence. It probably more likely was either sort of, I'm saying this as a joke, but like chaotic neutral, or good potentially, and someone that loved you, either in the universal, like, we are all love, we connect in love, or because they know you very specifically loved you, and or love you. I shouldn't use past tense, love you. And so they were like letting you play out the ghost story that you wanted to play out. This has been on my mind for like a decade now. Thank you for the perspective. It makes me feel better about maybe not having a tainted soul. I think that, well, okay, I don't just think. I mean, I wasn't joking. Pixie and I weren't joking when we talked about, like, last night on the channel, we did a reading for something that people gave the nickname last night of Kiki, that has existed in like a state prison, and people have seen and interacted and had experiences with this individual. I wasn't sure how the reading was exactly going to go, but like we came, and I'm even more certain about like it being relatively accurate, because I did have a few preconceived notions and they were all wrong. So it's not even something like I was going to be able to create with my imagination, because it didn't turn out to be what I thought it was. It turned out to be like basically a soul, a non-physical human, purely human soul that had been a resident at that prison. And in that lifetime, of course, they were like horrifyingly mistreated, like in their youth, and like really left to fend for themselves in ways. And so, there were a lot of things going on, and they were mentally unwell from both the abuse and perhaps maybe even some genetic things. And so they wound up they wound up, because some of the things these people were actually able to confirm. I didn't know there were going to be people there that actually knew who this potentially person actually was, the person that actually it was. But like, I was able to confirm like how they came to pass away, and they had knowledge of that, and like when they were like the decade they were born into, and the types of crimes they committed, and that kind of thing. And I'm saying those things to say I really believe that through the guides and angels, because we were asking them to be sort of a buffer and help communicate, like translate. And before, especially before I knew like what we were dealing with. But I'm saying all of those things because I've gotten a lot of confirmation that I really interacted with this person, and they have been on the other side like since the 90s. They basically were a serial unaliver and quite mentally unwell, and they have on the other side been so forgiven. And actually what they're doing, a lot of the stuff they're doing in that prison is advocating for other mentally ill inmates, because the other thing they did was gave a lot of information about someone who is actively an inmate there right now, to the point where we got like the correct initial for the last name, exactly what cell and pod they were in, exactly like what some of the crimes were and things like that. And they were trying to give advice on how to at least help that person a little bit, help to make them calmer, feel better, be less difficult to deal with, so that like they could work through some of the mental illness things. Now that is a serial unaliver that on the other side lives primarily in love, is doing a lot to help others, and they did way more than carve a candle and get $50 and have respectful, consensual, joyful sex. Like, you are not a tainted soul. Like at this point, people like Hitler in heaven, or whatever you want to choose to call the other side of the veil, is also not a tainted soul. Like, that doesn't mean when they died they didn't have a lot of work to do, amends to make, and things like that. But there was forgiveness, and they are not permanently, on a soul level anyway, they are not permanently marked as tainted. And so if that kind of person receives forgiveness and redemption and even moves on in their own energy to like try to be of service to others, you are, sir, are not a tainted soul in any way, shape, or form. And so I don't disbelieve you when you say these things happened as a result of what you were doing, because even if you thought you were doing like a badass in your youth, like Anton LaVey like thing, you still were practicing like your focus for manifestation and sort of meditative things. You were reaching for like growth, even if it was in the name of something that sometimes is associated with dark things. You still were seeking growth and to understand how like the energetic spiritual world works, and that there's no crime in that particular thing. Like the so you are not marked or sullied like there's so much like forgiveness. And now I get like being on guard and stuff like that, because you came to realize that like that's not the methodology through which you wanted to learn to interact with the world and the energies in the world, and that perhaps you regret the choice of like leadership. But there's not such a thing as a perfect human, and there are whole people like that do far worse in the name of God than you did in the name of Anton LaVey and his friend Satan. Like, do you know what I mean? um, you're not tainted. I think being on guard in the sense of staying aware and really wanting to consciously curate higher vibrational, happier, more loving energy is a good thing. But I don't think you have to constantly look over your shoulder. And I do suspect that even in that particular time, the majority of the beings you were interacting with were not negative beings. They were probably either like a non-physical human or guide that were like, this kid really wants to live in a ghost story for a minute, and they're really working hard on manifestation. Let's give them a little kick. Like, you just like, no. And I mean, of course, like if you realize it was an error, um, you know, reach for better things. Make it clear that you're disinterested in pursuing that line of energy anymore. But like if you're sincere in that, that's really all it takes, is just like say to more importantly to than anything else, just to yourself, to say, hey, I'm sorry myself that I really freaked us out, and that I was lost enough for a minute that like I thought I wanted to run with this particular pack of dogs. I don't. But I do really still want to understand the universe, but I would really like to do it in the safest, most respectful, kindest way possible. Like, which I think, just based on like what little you've told us tonight about like recently reading the books you have been reading and reading about world religions, I think the message that you've sent over and over since then is really clear, that what you wanted to have was a spiritual experience. And perhaps the first tutor you chose, like, just, you know what I mean? Like, or let's say if they were therapists, like you felt like your insurance covered that guy. Like, you've done so much between then and now to send the message out that what you want is to understand, not necessarily to wreak havoc. Like, I just don't think you have to live in fear of that. I mean, I do think it is a like possibility, probably a likelihood, that there are beings like demons that do exist, right? Because everywhere in the universe and in nature, there are opposing forces. Um, but like we have no understanding how that works. For all we know, like they could be actually on the other side really kind souls that are volunteering, sort of, I volunteer in tribute to 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 represent the other energy. Like we don't even know like their origins necessarily. And the other thing is, again, I'm not saying those dark things don't exist, but I am like so confident, like every single day, that way more loving beings exist in the universe than non-loving. Even some really messed up people, a lot of the things they're doing are a result of like belief systems that are skewed, but they do think they're doing something right and they're trying to fix something. they may be all fucked up and be doing it in every wrong way possible, but like at the core, the intention is still, in a lot of cases, to try and right some perceived wrong or whatever. And so there are just, even in that there's love. It's skewed and it's warped, and they probably were really mistreated and didn't have an understanding of any kind of love. But the goal still was to be, like, I don't know, ridding the earth of scourges and stuff, and then they went about it a violent way. But still, in the root of that, right, is the desire to do something good. That's not always the case. There are plenty of people that have wanted to do something bad. But again, that's almost always, not always, but almost always related to having some sort of illness, like mentally or even physically, that blocks their connection to the wonderful, powerful, all loving source. And so they're disconnected from it, or so, it's like like something about their body and chemistry, or they've been terribly injured and like have no real concept of what love is. And while they shouldn't respond in the ways that they do and do the horrible things they do, the mass majority don't even have an understanding of things. So it's sort of like faulting a little kid for running into the street. They don't understand. They don't understand what could happen. At the end of the day, there's way more love than there is hate, even though it does feel like it's the opposite. I don't know. What do you think, Pixela?
I totally agree.
I love you.
I mean, I do.
I know you do. But I suck at being succinct. And you're like, hey, you rambled on unnecessarily for like 15 minutes. I can just go ahead and say it with like 5 words.
I think it's the fear that something may be looming over him.
No, I understand that.
But that's not exactly what it is. Yeah. And I totally get that too.
Oh, the fear? Oh, I mean, like, absolutely. But like, it's just like all guilt, right? Like we all do things wrong. It may not be specifically that, right? But I'm sure we all hold guilt for other things too, and they were not the byproduct of doing those things. And we get fixated on that as well. And that still doesn't mean we're tainted. Like, I don't believe in a source that sees any of us as tainted. And the majority of us, it's hard to understand, but like, we have life plans and soul contracts, and from the other side, when we have different perspective, actually plan to do certain things because we want to learn certain things and experience certain things. And some of those things are awful and ugly, but there are reasons that I don't understand that we plan them ahead of time. Like, and at the time we plan them, it's not out of malice. It's out of some sort of like needing to learn or generate some energy. The other thing, like, one time I heard one of the things I like, I think it was Abraham Hicks, that talks about too, like when they were talking about like reincarnation and like warlords. I can't remember what the exact conversation was, but they were talking about how, like, how is it that you think someone like maybe like Gandhi or Martin Luther King come to be on an energetic level, right? A lot of times those souls in other lives were enormous warlords, right? And they came and they learned that even though there was a lot of power, there was a lot of things that were messed up about that. And because they understood exactly like all of the intricacies and awfulness of being in that state, then they can then have a clearer understanding of the opposite and be like a great peacemaker, pacifist. But they had to do things first to understand the opposite in order to have such potent energy in the positive direction. So there are reasons also that those things happen to, like, you know, it generates more love and peace. I don't think you have anything to be afraid of. Yeah, I think you have too. Poor you, but also poor Pixie, because she has to hear all this bullshit way more often. Wait, what did you send me?
Oh, that was like from last night. It just went through.
Oh, and what was it about?
I was showing you what I was seeing on my end.
The size of the screen. Okay, I
Yeah.
remember that. And now I remember. But yeah, it did just get here. So it's like, what is this picture? I don't know what am I supposed to do with it. But yeah, I don't think you need to live in any kind of fear. Also, like, because you are a person that pursued ritual in that way, perhaps if you want to make yourself feel better, you could do some other thing to metaphorically and energetically wipe the slate too, right? Like if you still worry about it, right? Like you could, you know, light a candle for the light, of it, and just make yourself up a little ritual, prayer, meditation, whatever you want to call it, where you just say, hey, I learned some stuff from the stuff I did in the past, and I really want to let myself, most importantly, but also the universe know. I mean, the universe already does know, but like if it would make your brain feel better, because ritual speaks to you, like, if you did something that was like, I want everyone to know, energetically, that I'm reaching for something different now. I'm reaching for some like love and positivity, and that is my intention. I still would really like to be a potent manifester and encounter these like wonderful gifts that I can generate as a byproduct of my ability to manifest. But I would prefer to do it this way. And this thing I'm doing right now, let that be a symbol that henceforth, that is how I'm choosing to progress with my studies. And, like that's enough, but like if you needed more, you can get something like Palo Santos and smudge yourself with it. Salt purifies everything. So if there's still some physical trinket or something that exists from the time that you did that candle carving, you could, surround it with salt and like set an intention that you want to like purify it and give it the gift of clear energy, and give yourself the same thing. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I like those things. I mean, I'm clearly not an artist, but I think that putting in action, with your prayer, meditation, intention setting, whatever you want to call it, can and often does, like, add a lot of energy to whatever it is you're doing. And so, whether that's, like you said, like carving something, I like to draw sigils. I sort of do it my own way, using just like, the general basics of sigil carving or whatever. Or, like I said, like write it, or freaking, while you're thinking about it, like dance. I mean, like, whatever your thing is, get some wax, write down your intention to move forward, in the light exclusively, seal, fold the note and seal it with the wax, put it somewhere important, sort of put a little salt on your hands, and then rinse them to clear even the remainder of that energy out, and just be done. Yeah, here in a minute, like, I do have this little, like, that dorky neighborhood setup. We can at least do, if we're not going to do the whole thing, we can at least do like the roast iconic and start with like the major energies of like, what's the energy of your house? What's the energy
hang on 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
For a second. I think we're taking a bathroom break. Everybody go to the water fountain. Hold hands. There's a boys line and a girls line. I'll be right back. I'm going to put on some of that noxious, it'll just be like a minute, so everyone will survive. Some of that noxious royalty-free music. Let's see. Which one am I going to choose? Which one is this? Yeah, the drum. This one's called Lotus. Be right back. Hooray! Wait, where did the comments go? Where'd you go? There they are. Unc want fire! The roast iconic. Okay, I gotta do this. Pixie taught me. Hey, make your screen bigger, dum-dum. Now everything's crooked. Guess that's a little bit better. We'll go a decent way, maybe. Maybe I pulled it up. Here, let's see. A little bit too high. To see the neighborhood. Who are the people in your neighborhood? Let's try that. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, so these guys probably should just sit on cards anyway. Like, which one? It's this one, so we really need that there. Pixar's house.
Okay, sorry.
What's okay?
I had to handle up with Amazon.
I found knockoff Pringles in my kitchen. I'm really happy about it. Probably inappropriately so. I cannot can't remember what I'm gonna say even now. That's all right. I brought the merkaba out because it was sitting up there. I just wanted to touch it for a minute, but merkaba.
Toast, we have thoroughly enjoyed your company.
That's right, Unc. Unc want fire, Pixie.
Huh?
Are you seeing the comments?
Unc what?
So he's that music. He's like, the song gives me the urge to rub sticks together really, really fast until something happens.
Oh yeah.
We want smash rock. Unc want fire. Unc want inner understanding, but mainly Unc want fire. Okay, so like this is look, see, this is where your house is. I'm gonna move the pink, but I just thought we're gonna put pink there for a minute. It's Pixie's house. She likes the pink. And that's actually one of the ones from your that we put aside that they wanted to put aside for your past life stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still sitting over there because I'm like, it's staying in the file until we do it. And there goes the house. House, where are we going to put you? We'll just put you up here for a little bit.
Oh, you are welcome here anytime.
Yes. So we're going to move your pretend cow away. And then I just did these because, these are the orbs that were on your porch that are most likely dogs, right? Big and one whose name I
Buster.
Buster. Biggin and Buster. Oh, they even are alliterative. Okay. I love this thing so much. Like a pure moonstone palmstone, like all the way moonstone. And like it's regular moonstone, but it's also rainbow. It's both. And I was just like, what? But I love feldspar. Clearly, I have too much of it. There's like a little wand. And then this was like, this is the angel, right? Like that's standing between ghost house and your house. So let's see, what'll we do? We'll do, no, okay, so.
He's probably like, what are y'all talking about?
We're doing the map, right? Like here's ghost house. And here's just like drug house, because that's a trauma absorber.
Hi, Naomi.
Hello. You know, you probably know, but you don't have your normal screen name on. Nookaroo. Okay. We're going to do Roast Iconic for your neighborhood. Who are the people in your neighborhood? Let's shuffle. Okay. Angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters. God, the saints. Jesus. Deities from other religions and spiritualities that are just as good. Lakshmi and Ganesh, for example, because I love you guys so much. Please help us with any reading that we do. Protect and watch all the doorways and gateways, and only let in that which is for the higher and greater good of everyone involved, and educational. Please help me be able to interpret anything that you want interpreted well. And as ever, thank you so much for your help. We would like to do a little reading, at least get started on the reading on Pixie's neighborhood. We would like to get at least one card for each of these particularly 3 houses. Well, actually, it's technically 4 houses because it's Pixie's house, it's Druggo house, it's Ghost House 1, and then the garage and dilapidated Ghost House 2 that's behind it. So I guess we actually need 4. So please, can we get one for each? And then we'll build from there. Let's see. It's because I can't get into the other account. Okay.
So real quick, $5 says Mr. Dust walks in from lunch, and the first thing out of his mouth is, "You're still on that live?"
You think he hasn't like checked on his phone since he's been away? Since
No,
we were still going when he left?
no.
I don't care. I'm having fun. I mean, you and I are both going to be real tired, but that's all right.
It won't be the first time. Sure won't be the last.
No, and honestly, too, it's like, oh no, I'm going to be exhausted for being in my house.
Right, Toast? If it ain't the druggies, it's the ghosties.
Mm-hmm.
And the ghost house is actually it's an empty house that's on the next corner. But I was sitting outside one day, And I was on the phone with Plucky, and I was like, I'm seeing somebody in this window. Tell me if you see it.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's where
It's
that
a
come from.
lady. Oh, oh, oh.
That
It's
was
a
just an added bonus in all the chaos.
And so, yeah, it's on the corner, but actually behind it on the like sharing backyards, sort of, there's another one. The other one is the one that really most of the spirits have been inhabiting for longer because it's like, I can't remember if it's a fire or whatever, or a tree fell, but it's
Tree
collapsed
fell. Yeah.
and like ruined. And so there's that house, and then there's like a big garage that it has. And then also, the house that it shares a backyard with, then the residents moved out. And so I'm sure they were over there anyway sometimes, but like I think they're over there a lot more now. My bird just screamed. I'll be right back because it's like not just bird sound, it's screams. So I'll be right back. I don't know what's
Also,
happening. He probably got
also
his big.
Toast, I failed to mention that on our property, like right next to our house, is an old house that's like fallen down. Um, so my husband's been tearing it down, but there's also a ghostesses in that um, that my husband sees actually. Yes, yeah. My husband sees a woman in that house. Like I said, he got half of it torn down, and he was like, he come in, he was like, there is a lady floating across the doorway in that house over there. But every time I actually look at her, she vanishes. But that's a whole nother different story because Plucky kind of figured out who she was. So she's actually somebody from mine and his past life together. Yeah, I just got all kinds of action in my neighborhood. But I'm really curious about the Drogo's house because if there is some sort of shootout or whatever, I want to be ready with my camera so I can catch it.
Oh, the shootout. I was like, what?
Yeah, I was telling him about the house next door that's on our property where Mr. Dust sees the woman.
Oh yeah. Like he sees her so differently than I see her, which is interesting. I'll be right back. Sorry, Bert was like, he's mad.
I had to call Plucky the other night because I was sitting here, I was watching my monitor for my security cameras, And the one on my porch, I was like, what in the world? Am I seeing things? Because it looked like there was like these giant orbs on my porch.
They
So I
didn't look
sent a
like
message.
they were there.
I sent a message to Plucky. I was like, I know you're sick, but reach out to me when you wake up. I was like, I think there's orbs on my porch. So she like calls me immediately. She was like, yes, I'm still feeling bad, but this I gotta see.
Yep.
So I showed her the live picture of my camera, and sure enough, it was at least three giant orbs that was on my porch. And it was so funny because one of them kept going from the steps, and then it looked like it was going through my front door and then going back to the steps and then going through my front door, and it was really weird.
They're dogs.
Yeah, Lucky found out they were our dogs that passed over.
Yep. And
They
the
were
one
like
that
watching. They were watching my husband work out in the yard.
um
But I actually have that on video, so everybody can see it one day.
yeah, well, and it was really funny because I kept trying to connect to the orbs to kind of get information, right? And I was tired, and I mean, really, she was tired too because she'd been staring at it all like for a while, and it was I don't know late or I don't know, but anyway, I kept trying to connect, and I was like, I don't know why I can't connect. Like that's so weird. And then later, my guides were like, "Dumbass, like she rewinded to show you, so it wasn't something happening in real time. Like they were gone." And
Well, I did show you real time, but the juicy stuff was like before, and that's when I rewound it so you can see it.
yeah, because like how I talked about the snail trail, I think once they parked in that place, after a while when
Yeah,
they went, still that was like how when I see all this like the snail trails after, like when in a dark room, I can see if a spirit's been there, even if they're not still there, because it's like there's still like a energy trail, like that's why I call it a snail trail, and
yeah.
so that's what that was. But like, I kept trying to interact with like while they were floating around. You stupid woman! Like
and,
that
to,
was an
and
hour ago.
yeah, no, and Toast, I don't know about you, but the only orbs I have ever seen have been real small, but these were like huge. I've never actually seen any this big before. If I had to compare sizes, if I had been on my porch standing next to it, you remember those old blow up, like those punch balls, those punch balloons?
The punch, yeah.
I would,
Okay, first I
yeah,
like
I
the
would say they're like
round.
that size. Yeah.
I brought only because I was in the room with the bird anyway, and I was so excited to like hear that we have lifestyle crossover. I brought all these dumb things in real quick. Look at these. I brought in my collars. There's one. There's another. That one's ridiculous. This one's good. Like this is solid, and it cracks, and the ring is really pretty decent. This is my favorite. It absorbs so much sweat. It's an actual dog collar, but it's like all cotton and it absorbs so much sweat. It also has like two O-rings and then like a D ring that like tucks into the band that can come out, which is really fun. This is a sort of just ridiculous one that I think somebody gave as like a joke, right? But to make fun of this one, probably. And then this one you can't really wear because like not for anything active, but it's still like really awesome. It's an obsidian horse. carved out of one piece. And like that's my part of my astrology is horse. Now you go away, things. You go bye-bye. You go bye-bye. Whee! What happened? I'm away from the screen.
Toe says, I'm going to keep my opinion short as to not come off as fucked, but those look great.
Oh, dude, nut up and just say what you want to say. I'm going to wait for you to nut up and say whatever, and then we're going to put some roast iconic down. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. You cannot comment on jewelry. I didn't offer you one. Besides, I'd show her too.
Yes, she would.
Yeah, and I'd flirt with her harder. Plus, when you said to not come off as fucked, we talked about an hour ago. I don't know, man. I've been here since I was 3 years old.
It had to do with like the 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's why I chose them, because we have lifestyle crossover. Like, I didn't just like go, oh, you know what I want to bring into this channel? My collars. And I didn't bring any of the ones that like are like soups, either important or intense, like, you know. And also, like, you can make commentary that have nothing to do with like any kind of flirtation. Like, because let me tell you, if I was critiquing me like this one, it'd be like, what kind of ring is that? Like, what the hell is that gonna do? It's like a door knocker for a mouse's apartment.
Also, when it comes to Plucky, expect the unexpected.
Right? Like, this is just hilarious. Like, to me, like, what, like that? That's like something that I should have let Hayden borrow for the Avril Lavigne concert. Right?
Yeah.
These rings are useful. This one's pretty useful. Like, and the leather is solid, right? Like the hardware is solid. But like, there's a lot of them that you could just make fun of. Like, it has nothing to do with anything other than like, what is that gonna do? It's just a symbol. It says, we came to this convention together, and he likes gold today. Actually, potentially, but like the actual dog collar, the fabric one, that is the one that, and probably because they're like built for like big dogs and stuff, right? Like those can take more than things people design for humans. Like, okay.
Yeah, I haven't found a collar that'll hold my wolf dog yet.
You mean like from like snapping off the leash or something?
Yeah, like him snapping it off. Mm. He'll like snap it off with his foot, or he's like damn Houdini or something.
Leverage, that's what a harness is for. Like, Those are much more practical. Harnesses are much more practical. Okay. All right. Can we please first get a card or cards in this neighborhood to represent Pixie's house, please? And thank you. Can we get a card? Energetically start the thing and see how to build on it. Doo-doo-dee-dee. Can we get a card for Pixie's house? You were talking about Mr. Dust, and I was thinking, the other thing about Mr. Dust is like he sat around watching like my streams, our streams for like a year and a half before he was like, "Oh yeah, I see ghosts all the time." And I was like, "Seriously? Like like that's something I do?" And like you just didn't occur to you to be like, "Yeah, me too." Me too. Oh, okay. Well, then start a channel and we'll have a war. No, just why didn't you say anything? And the first time he said something, like it was really late like this, right? Where we'd been on 1,000 years and we were goofy and stuff, right? And you went, "No, he ain't ever seen anything. Why are you messing with her?" And he's like, "No, there's a lady over there." And you were like, "What?"
Oh yeah, on this property talking about, yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, you know.
Now I knew about the old man he would see when we were in Texas.
Was that a nursing home? I'm trying to remember where it was, or like
No, it was like on our property. He would like see this old man sitting there watching him work and just laughing at him. Come to find out, it was like his landlord's deceased husband.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just was funny to me. Like, it's like.
Yeah, look at the comments talking about funny.
Let's see. I break all of them. I can handle it, right? You're an absolute bastard. You're welcome. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. These aren't shuffled well because Trauma Bond came out. Okay. If it comes back, we'll do it. But, like, that's one that came out last night. But I did just shuffle these. So we'll see what comes back. Hello. Okay. They want it to be 2. 3. Okay. Oh, my. And like how this is a ridiculous deck, but then it always winds up being relevant. And it's like, how does this stupid deck do that? Check this out. And this is for your house. All right. Okay. Jealous. Okay. That's not as big a deal, right? Shadow. Look at the shadow person wearing the hat. Land back. Now, just to read to you from this particular book, because they're silly, but like it's all relevant. So let's see here. Jealous. Says, do they have what you think you want, or are you just stuck in a shameful compare and despair cycle? What is for you will not pass you. And again, we're talking about the neighborhood, right? So do they have what you think you want, or are you just stuck in a shameful compare and despair cycle? What is for you will not pass you. So in my opinion, in regards to the messaging and like the stuff that's just been happening, I think the most important sentence, right, the thing that was important here is what is for you will not pass you, right? Well, what's for you? Well, number one, we're seeing ghosts more now, so that's for you. So shadow, it says deal with your demons before they deal with you. But right now, talking about, you know, talking to the spirity people, like, and like sorting out the neighborhood. So, okay, land back. Drawing this card is a reminder to recognize, acknowledge, and reestablish Indigenous peoples' political and economic control over land that belonged to them before colonization. How do you support Indigenous rights? You can start by making contributions that support the preservation of languages and traditions, and by ensuring food sovereignty, housing, and clean air and water. That is your commitment to dismantling white supremacy and the harms arising from capitalism and from the genocide of Indigenous people everywhere. Okay, now that's lovely, but where this is relevant is you have, spirits that live in your house because that used to be their house, right? We have some that are moving around the hood, and are, I think they've always been active, but because like you're being able to see more and more, like that's more relevant. Okay, let's do, how do I want to do this? We'll do original ghost house, which is the one behind the house. So we'll do, can we have one for the original spirit house that has the tree in its roof? Please, can we do one? We have cards for the fallen tree house. The fallen tree house. That sounds like a bar or somewhere. Like, oh, empath. Okay, now let's do one for the empty house that now spirits seem to be like engaging with now, but it's empty. Can we have one for the woo? Get fucked. Drug house. It does sound like a dive bar. The broken tree house. Can we have one for the drug house, please? Can we have one for the Ulo? Thank you very much. The Oracle. I think this is interesting because even if it doesn't wind up like making sense, like what's in the book, that's the house that's being watched. And it's like if we did add this up, it's a 5, right? Numerologically speaking, which is about change. Okay. Empath on the back, like the backyard ghost house here. Are you an empath or are you hypervigilant because of all the trauma you endured? Time to find a balance for those hyperextended emotions. Give your nervous system a break right now. You can do it by clearing out those emotions that are not yours to process. Say it with me. I release all that is not mine to carry and return to all that which is not my responsibility to hold. So, because that's on the back house or whatever, and there definitely are energies and spirit and things that are in there, right? There probably are there so often and seem so like earthbound, even like in the way they move. I can see like and this is give your nervous system a break. Clearing out the emotions that are not yours. So, um, this is sort of about just what they're up to in the house and things like that. And again, that's the back house. The front house is get fucked. And get fucked says, I'm disgusted with the way you acted. Go away, get lost. Okay. And so we're doing now, technically there are living things, either physical or non, in all of these spaces. What we asked about the house, right? It's like, let's do this for this house, right? So I'm disgusted with the way you acted. Go away, get lost, right? And we know, I mean, I'm sure like at some point maybe in that house there were spirits, but like right away, if you recall, I knew they were coming from behind. They were coming from that other place. And so they're saying like, if this was like sort of the house, right? Consciousness, it's saying like, what are you doing here? Like, you have a house, your very own house. You even have a fancy ass garage. Why are you guys floating over and hanging out here? Like, by the way, don't you know people are trying to sell and or rent me, and like they can see you like looking at the door out the window? Stop it. We're trying to make a sale. The Oracle.
No, I want to know what's going on around me.
What?
I said, no, I'm not going to quit looking out the window. I want to know what's going on around me.
Oh, you think that's what the spirit said? No, they're talking about the spirit.
Oh, the spirit looking out the window.
Right. Like
being nosy.
Like we're reading on the house itself, right? And I guess maybe like those that normally curate the house, like on a spiritual level, right? And so like from the original house where the spirits came, like it's empathery stuff. But then the house where like you saw them actually look out, the house is saying like, get out. Like, what are you doing? You already have a house. What are you doing? Like, they're trying to rent me out or sell me, and you're looking creepy out my window. Like, stop. Like, get out. The Oracle for the drug house, it says, you already know. Stop second and third guessing your intuition. So if it's the house that's talking, that could be about like the people that are driving by, right? Where it's like, they're not here. They're not here. Like, you should know by now, they're not here. You're coming by all the time. Or they could be speaking to their resident that's hiding and say like, we know what you did and what you're being looked at for, right? And you already know what's up. Like, stop second guessing yourself. Like, so the people that are trying to catch them, right, they're like, why are you trying to do it this way? And then if they were talking to the former resident, right, like it would be because they'd be more familiar with him because he was living there. They meaning like the energies in the house that are always in the house or whatever. Like they're saying, what the heck, man? Like, you're in trouble. Like, you shouldn't have done that. Like, and now you're like thinking that you're hiding well and but you're still paranoid and you already know it's a done deal. They gonna find you. So what are you doing, dum-dums? Okay, so now we're going to clarify the neighborhood in the neighbor. Come on, little paper thing. There we go. There we go, little paper thing. There it is. I was like, hello. Okay, so actually, okay, I definitely want to do this deck for some clarity, but when we have the pot tarot and we know for sure 2 out of the 3 houses have pot in there, or have or had, whichever comes first or whatever. Okay, this is okay. This hasn't been shuffled, but like it might be helpful in the oracle house or your house. Okay, can we please get a card, like a clarifying or an additional cross card for Pixie's house, please? Woo! Okay. We got the, I think it's the 6, yeah, it's the 6 of joints. Number 1 stoner, but it's inverted. And we got the king of joints, but it's inverted. Okay. Okay. Can we please get a card for the backyard house to clarify and cross? Oop, hello. Okay. It's the 2. It's the 2 of bongs. So this is like this back one, where like spirits have traveled forward. So far, this is like a really sweet read for the most part in terms of what's going on there. Can we please have one to cross with this other ghost house or the recent ghost appearance house? Can we get okay. Okay, we got the 8 of pipes and the 4 of bongs. Okay, I'm trying to think of the 4 of 8 of pipes. Okay, and so that is this one. So okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, the 4 of bongs, 8 of pipes. So it's trauma. But it's of your own making. So any distress is of your own making. And you have like a solid connection with the universe. You can create good things. They're always coming to you, but instead you're focused on like a trap of your own, of your own creation. Could we please have another one for drug house? Okay, so this one is the 9 of Wands. That's the 9 of, okay, 9 cups. Interesting. There's on the bottom. Knight of Buds. Okay. The bottom of the deck is the one you called the birthday joint. So we'll keep that out. Blinkety, blinkety, blink. Where the crap did I put the little paper? No, that's the wrong thing. Never mind. Little paper wrapper is in the other box. Okay. And then we'll get the deck that I wanted to get, and we'll see what's going on in the neighborhood. Actually, I need to go back because I didn't get one of these for them, just like the neighborhood like vibe. That's what it was. Because I'm like, why do I feel like I need another one? It's because of the people in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood. Oh my God. Okay, that's flipping. So, red flag in the neighborhood. There's a red flag in the neighborhood. And they call them the Knight of Buds. Which is true, right? Like, in terms of like causing the most like human-based activity and chaos of them coming around and looking and shit like that, right? It's that Knight of Buds guy that's like raising the flag in the neighborhood. Okay, can we get, I'll do one shuffle, a clarifier for Pixie's house. Ooh. I think that's sort of sideways, so we're just going to use it to cross. It's the Hanged one. Can we please get one? This is for Ghost House back here. We got 3. This landed first. Okay, so we got the Page of Wands, the Hierophant upside down, the 8 of Pentacles. Okay. Can we do for rent or sale house? I'm not sure what order. Did this way. Yeah, this one would be down first. Okay, so it's the 6 of Cups, the Knight of Cups, Death reversed. Okay. Can we get one for the drug house, please? Strength. And then one for the neighborhood, for the neighborhood. Sesame Street is in my head forever now. Oh, wow. Okay. So if they came out, okay, this is still going to be the bottom one. Okay. Which is the Four of Swords, but inverted. The Knight of Pentacles. The Six of Swords. The Six of Wands inverted. And I know I want to clarify it real quick. Not sure what's going on. Why are we stuck? That's why, okay. We just need a clarifier for this one, guys, please. Ooh. Okay, of course, it's a big lump of them again. Okay, who's being driven away? The Lovers, the Devil, and the Page of Swords. Were there in that, like, I know that like you knew several people lived in this house, but like in the drug house, but like did you ever see any ladies, females, women in that area?
Yes. There's mom and dad, a son and daughter, and then the one that's being sought after lives in a shed in the backyard.
And is he a family member?
I'm assuming so. I don't know for sure, but I would assume so.
Okay. And then you said a son and daughter, like it's the
They're in high school.
Lovers. Okay, the Lovers came up, so I guess that's mom and dad. Okay. And even though they're looking for him, and he's coming up as the Knight of Swords, did the clearly like also mom and dad must have been involved in selling or something, right? Is that a possibility? Oh, we're muted. Okay, we'll find out in a little bit. Okay, let's take a look here at the neighborhood. Let's go to Pixie's house first. Okay, so we talked about, I'm trying to remember the one line that was important in the jealous. What number are you, sweetness? 21. What is for you will not pass you. Okay. What is for you will not pass you. It's the shadow people and the people on the land. And then number one center, six of wands. King of joints. Again, that's wands. Okay. And then the hanged one. I want to clarify that one, but also, let's see. I don't care. We'll use this one. Meow, meow, meow. It's inverted. It's inverted. Good news on the negative movement front. Good news. Okay. I almost get the feeling like the stuff that's come up like on top of your house, right, is like um it's like something about this more than maybe more than the ghosty things, but we'll see like how that feeds into this one. But something about this is like this is going to turn the neighborhood over. The neighborhood's going to roll, right? So like eventually something's going to go down where that, young man is caught or whatever or something, and either the family then will leave entirely since they're also involved in some activities or other, or they're going to like roll over a new leaf, and some of those houses that are like down here that aren't as populated might populate, um, when things change. And as the hanged one in this case, like, how you just keep talking about wanting to be like a fly on the wall, but instead you're like a bat on the wall. But that's because we're up all night, right? Watching the alleyway or whatever. But it's sort of like you're gonna be watching it, but something about this is gonna flip the neighborhood. And maybe it's because of like the other activities too. Okay, so then this other spirit house is like really sweet, um like this tells me like that the energies that are there are kind, and actually it's a couple of them. And then okay, this is about new action from not old wisdom, from new wisdom. Okay, I think actually for whatever reason that the one like that has the tree through it, um, and because that garage is so nice and that kind of stuff, I think at some point, and I'm going to ask in a minute, but I think at some point it's actually going to get fixed up as well. Like, um, yeah, it's going to get fixed up. Okay, like not on a date either. Okay, so the house said get fucked. This and that, because that was inverted. It's like this is not this particular house. All of the stuff that's going on, like with others, like other activity and stuff, it's like basically saying like um we feel trapped, like the energy or whoever owns the house that wants to rent or sell it, or the spirits that are connected to that person, like we feel really frustrated, and it's hard to like um, find a residence for this when all of this is going on, and we didn't make that up. It's not a hell of our own making, somebody else made it. And so like we're really frustrated, and Okay. Okay, whoever's renting, the standards are too high in terms of like their expectation for tenants, and maybe even whether they're selling or renting, the price is too high. And that's not even because of the gobbledygook that's going on in the neighborhood. It's just that's how. Somebody's going to come in. When they're being too picky, and that's a restart. And try to get this stagnation under control by like saying, hey, like you can't be so pricey or in this economy or picky or whatever it is. And then it was like, it's really stuck in a cycle. And then, okay, wanted to clarify. So we're going to like fight. Okay, one more. The person's going to come in and help, and they're going to fight Two of Wands. Okay, the mental stagnation of whoever's being stubborn about that property. Like, have you seen them fix it up or anything? Oh, you're commenting, and you're not here, woman. Sorry.
Thank you. So, no, they haven't fixed it up, and they are asking way too much for that house.
And are you talking about the back house? The back house they tore down, and so it's just the carport.
Yeah, remember I told you it sat there for a while, but they tore it down recently.
I wonder if they're gonna like either add on to the garage or if somebody's gonna build, something else on the land, because like that's gonna get. Hold on here. Yeah, something's gonna happen, and okay, let's find out what's gonna happen. What are they? They're definitely like they're creating something, and so I'm curious. Like, it's like, are they gonna use that space and like rezone it since it's like that weird shape for a business? Are they gonna build something else on the land? So what is it they're going to create there? Like, whoever owns the land. That's too many. So that was just a foible here. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Okay, it's going to be slow. It's going to be slow coming, but what is it? What are they going to create here? On a lot. How many? Like 1,000? Let's see. Okay, they're going to build things up rather than let them fall apart. They're waiting on money. I wonder if so, okay, are the people that are living in the carport, are they the people that lived in the house before that? Or are they just different people?
I have no idea.
Because to me, what it looks like, it, like the intention has always been once they tore the house down to put something else there. But it's like been really slow coming, right? If they are going to build, they're going to build the house back up. The money isn't there yet. They're awaiting a judgment. So to me, that's like insurance, right? Like they're negotiating some sort of payout.
That makes sense, because I was wondering why they didn't just, repair the house.
Yeah, like maybe it just was like so, and it probably like there were already other things that were problematic, and
Yeah,
that's
probably so.
like so they just went down to studs and like they're waiting, for the payout, and because they chose the path they did instead of like rebuilding, like it's taking more like discussion with insurance about what's fair or whatever.
Yeah, and
But
the house on the corner, they're wanting 55,000 for it, but it's only like a small 2-bedroom house,
I'm still wanting to know what they're
and
going to
it's
build.
very, very, very outdated.
New money will come though. That's good. New money. Okay. New money will come. They're going to build something that's like a little safe, a private safe haven, which is like that's what a house is, I think. But like I just am trying to get information on if it's a house. Yeah, I think the primary owner here is a female. Again, here she is waiting on the money, but the miser that's been holding on to it is getting ready to release it. But gosh darn it, I still want to know, like, what are we building? Like, are we building a house? If it's the opposite in the world, that would be a home. Like, I'm just curious. I still like want to
Well,
know.
the house that was there was a huge
Yeah,
2-story colonial style home.
we looked at it on Zillow. It was pretty.
Yeah. Like if you was just standing there looking at it, you would think, oh, well, that's repairable, but it probably had some major structural damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. They're talking about it. Because I keep going because I just really want to see what they're building, like little or big, right? Like what are they building when they build it? What is it? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be like a little bungalow. Okay, that's cute. Okay, so they're gonna build something smaller. Oh, I just heard tiny house. They're gonna build a tiny house.
Oh, cute.
And then I wonder if are they gonna guides? Are they gonna keep the garage? Okay, it'll be there, but is it gonna be like a business? Like they operate something out of there? Yeah, they're gonna make something out of there. Um, like so they're gonna build a little tiny house, and then with that like garage thing, it's like they have a little business of something like like candles or something, and they're gonna use that space then in the garage to create things. Um, this one is about like it's overpriced, and so there's no change. Someone is fighting, right, to release. Let's see here. Yeah, to release like the bad ideas and get it rented. Let's see. Who will come though? Like who will come? Okay, guys, like that's nice. It like doesn't. Wow. Yeah, like I mean, keep looking at them, but like it's going to take a long time to talk old stubborn into anything. So that's not going to be fast moving. This actually is going to be faster moving than that. And like I want to see the connection between you and here, because is there a connection like now between like what they're going to do in their garage, like work wise or craft wise, with Pixie? Hmm. Mm. It's interesting. Um, who is isn't there like okay, in the twins friend group, right? Like there was the girl that like had that was really close with them and then had the sort of rough husband, right? And then um like then they got to hang out for a minute, but then like she went crazy again or something, I think you said. Like
Yes,
um
that was Tori, the one that almost died. Yeah.
then and then there's another one that's a couple, right? That I thought they were friends, and then you said they aren't friends anymore. But the ones that who is
Tegan.
that? Okay, and where did they go?
Tegan?
Yeah.
Tegan moved about 30 minutes south of Holton and them.
Okay.
And Tori is about 20 minutes north of them.
Okay. So the one with the baby moved. Um, they're renting, right? They're renting an apartment. They didn't like buy a big old house.
No, they're renting a house.
Yeah. Okay. So I think they might be. It's going to be them or someone like that. That's like that but through your kid, and they didn't. They sort of poofed on them, and so like see, I knew there was going to be a connection, but I thought it might be like, oh, there's going to be a crafty connection or something, right? But no, like there's going to be a like a you're not thrilled they're there in the beginning because you're just frustrated with how they treated the kids. um but do they have a business that they were like working on independently doing something together?
Not Tegan. Um,
What about the fella
no.
in the chat that night?
Uh-uh.
There's gotta be something.
And Tori does hair. So
Yeah, no, it's something they're going to create. um and you're going to feel like just a little bit frustrated there in the neighborhood. Will that clear? Like if that clears, what will the resolution be? Okay, that's the one. That's you. It won't clear. Like your mind is made up that they're like it'll be fine, right? But it's not going to be. I got excited because I could, like, they told me there was a connection. So I thought, oh, maybe she'll craft in their business space or whatever. And it's like, no, 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 no. She's not going to like that they're there because they've screwed over the twins, and you won't be letting that go. So that's your connection there. But at least the good thing is they're going to rebuild. It's going to be a tiny house, right? Um, they're not going to like be bad for the neighborhood, and so you'll like looking at it and being in the neighborhood like when there's more population, but you won't have the like stress of having neighbors that you have to like spend a lot of energy on because you're just going to stay away from them. What about this one? What is Pixie's connection to this one? Like what, to the lady that's refusing to lower the price on her ridiculous house? What is the connection between Pixie's house and that one? Okay. What's interesting is like they're not at all, she's not at all being flexible and being defensive, but at a certain point something's going to happen where she's going to be really generous to somebody. I don't know if it'll be like a family member or if she's like, okay, I don't want to lower the price, but there's this couple from church and they really need or whatever, right? And yeah, and so then like that'll bring in new people and nice people, which is nice. Because that's one of the, that's closer because that's behind, right? So you won't even technically have to see them really. But the one closer, they will eventually. The only time she's going to renege is when she has, is like nepotism, when she has somebody specific that she either like has like it's family connections and that's why she's generous, or like to church or something and it'll be to look generous. But regardless, that it'll take a while, but it will drop and then there'll be a real nice group here. Okay, so I'm going to find the connection between you and the drug house if there is one right now. What's the connect? And then we're going to clear the thing and just see like what's going to happen like in the alley, like with the okay, what's the connection? Oh, it came to the okay, there's no plans for collaboration, which that makes sense too. It's a drug house. Can I get a clarifier for that card only, not the whole thing? No. Meow, 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 meow. Woo. Hey, witches, what's up? Too much. Too much. Clarifier for just that one card. There we go. And it fall down. You fall down on the floor? Oh, okay. So, like, it's going to take a while, because there's not a plan yet. But they will go, and then there will be like a hermit that lives there, which will be peaceful, right? Like, hermit, Why is this giving me like Ashton vibes? Who in, if someone from Pixie's family, who? That's Holton, right?
Well, the color of the hair, I would say Hayden.
Oh, Hayden. And one has curly wavy, right? Is that Hayden too?
No. Um, Holton has the wavy blondish brown hair. Hayden has like straight brown hair.
Yeah. And I think the reason I also think it's remind me remind me when their birthday is. Are they Libras like you?
No, February 16th.
I keep forgetting that. Damn. Like that's my brother's birthday. I don't know why I forget it all the time. But no, this is for sure This is for sure Holton. I wonder if he'll bring Rumi. Like this is sometime down the line, right? But I keep hearing also that like, this price will finally lower, you know, and so it'll be nice, right? This one will wind up being somebody in the hood eventually, and like it won't be war, and it'll be nice to have the house populated, but like you're not going to care. This is Holton eventually. Show me, does anybody else own the house? Come on. Who else would come with Holton? I think he's going to move in with a fella. Slightly older than him fella. And again, it's down the road a piece. How could we'll do that with the rods at the very end. Okay. But like that house will eventually turn over, and like you're going to have family connection to that house directly. What happened in the neighborhood? Again, just the overall neighborhood. I'm trying to remember. The Knight of Buds, red flag, and that's what was going on. Okay. And then you won't be worried anymore on your porch at a certain point. There'll be somebody like selling, and that's about this most likely. And then it was like somebody will be leaving, and that's the family, the mom and dad. They'll be leaving. Yeah, they'll be leaving. And then, yeah, that's interesting. Okay. One thing I want to know really quickly here. We'll just leave. Where's the other one that was up here? Like did I just tuck it in somewhere or what? This is the weed. Oh, maybe it just was one. Okay. The thing I really want to know. Okay, so this is the house I want to know about. So we can clear this. They will eventually sell. It will be nice to have people there, but there's not going to be a major connection. This I'm really certain. I'm really certain it's the ones with the babies of the ones that like there was a connection. And it actually makes me wonder if they'll be at least friendly again. And that's why it'll be like one will come first, probably this, and then between you being here and them being here, he might move like closer in. which I know he doesn't live far, but you know, you like it when your babies are even closer, but in a house, you know what I mean, that like you can't see too much about, which is nice too. Like it's like right there, but distant, with enough distance. Okay, so this goes here. This goes here. This is you. That's the timeline I want to learn about because that's Holton. Where are you, Rods? Where'd you go? I miss you so much. Baby, I miss you so much. There they are. Okay. Let's just get clarification. Drop it. Okay. Let's see here. Do I have them in the right hands? I do. Okay. If I switch, will it be better? Maybe. Let's just see. I'm so confused since that one got warped. It's like I'm confused. Is this better? Try again. Okay, the technology is a problem too, but that's okay. Can you show me a no, please? Thank you. A yes. Directional, please. Okay, and quantifying. Okay, thank you so much. Can I ask questions about the hood? Okay. Now, up in that top left corner where it's on another street, it backs up and it's missing a house on its property. Will there, for sure, someone, maybe not them, but somebody that like owns the property, will they be building a tiny house? Yeah. Okay. And will there be a couple friend of like Holton's that moves, you know, into that tiny house? Hold on here. The computer's so close. Let's try it this way. Will there be a couple friend of Holton's that lives in that tiny house? Are they the ones that had the baby who we knew his name from the reading? No. Okay. What other couple friends does he have? Let's try again. Will they be a couple friend of Holton's? It said yes. Will it be the ones that had the baby? No. Is this a couple friend we've read on before? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, this one here, it looks like eventually will the family move out. Just to me, it feels like they'll move out just because there's been a lot that's gone on there, and they don't like. There's going to be something coming out about their child, and they're just going to want to leave. Is that like the case? Okay, and then will it be something where Holton then is interested in living there? Yeah. Okay. And then it showed like a tall man that's older than Holton. Like at some point, will that be a partner that he potentially lives with? And where will they live? Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Okay. How many years before that happens, please? Four years. Okay. 4 years Holton living there. I know you probably think I'm nutty, but that's manifestation for you. You've wanted your babies back closer, but not in the house. Did you fall out again? Damn it.
Thank you. I have a question while you have the rods
Sorry.
out.
Yeah. Is it on
Actually,
the
two
topic of the
questions.
neighborhood?
Yes.
Is it on the neighborhood? Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So at the druggie's house, a few weeks back, they had a brand new portable building built. All right. Did they build that for somebody to live in? Is it going to be for their barbecue business? No. Hmm. Okay. I'm confused then.
Is it going to be for their drug business? Watch how fast that happens. You ask. Let's make sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Is it going to be for their drug business?
Do
Wow.
they leave guides? Do they like leave when like, their son officially gets in trouble and they're embarrassed and stuff? Yeah. Okay. Do they also get in trouble for doing something there? Like by trouble, I mean really significant trouble. No. Okay. They're saying like it's mostly gonna be weed, right? But they're gonna like package it and ship it through. At least that's what they think,
Yeah.
right? That's the plan. Okay, so they built this temporary house or like unit or like prefab house or whatever. Okay,
Well,
and
it's a storage building is what it is, like those little portable buildings.
yeah, and
But
seems nice.
I just figured that the guy that they're looking for kind of upgraded because the one he lives in is pretty shabby.
Will they? Okay, so that's what their goal is. Will they actually ever hit a point where they do like operate out of there, turning like drugs out of that space? Oh, they will. Okay.
Uh-uh.
And so, once again, how long between now and when Holton moves in there? 4 years. Okay. And so, if they're going to run the drugs out of there, do they leave because they get caught? Sort of. Do they leave because something changes about laws or something? Or they get found out and they just like want to leave the area? Okay. And then just because for directionals, um, whose son will then move in there in 4 years? Ha ha ha! It's pointing at you, girl.
Okay. And the other question we were going to ask is, are we getting close to the showdown?
No. And so let's put the cards down for it. Let's put the cards down for it. Let's put the cards. Whoa, that was loud. Let's put these back. Slide these back in here. Get them out of the way. And I'm starting to feel like, I mean, there's going to be a showdown, but I'm starting to feel like if this is your house, right, where the angel is, and again, I keep saying your porch is back and to the left, right? I keep wondering, like, I mean, I know there's deals going on in those alleys, but I keep wondering if, like, if the showdown is going to happen in the alley. Is this the deck I took these out of? Can't tell.
6,000 years ago, Doggerlanders were arguably people migrating to higher grounds. Is that
this one less full?
yet over
Right,
thousands of years ago, this was higher escaping the flood. Doggerland, it's been sitting under the waves of the North Sea Does the idea of Doggerland remind you of a more famous case of a submerged land?
Yeah, okay, it's these. Come on, go back in your little pot box and be happy. Go in. Go to your home ball. Don't you want to go to your home? Okay. Go in. That's what your prom date said. Okay. Okay, we're going to move these. Let's talk about the showcase showdown, shall we? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Okay, so now we're talking about the street and potentially the. Okay, so you ghosties, you guys go up here now, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the street itself first. How do we want to do that? We're going to use Mega Deck. Mega Deck! All right. First off, can you please show us, due to the traffic in the alley and due to this house and them looking for that person, like what's going to happen like on this street with that person? Woo! Two sevens. Okay. Do you know what the kid looks like that was there? Did you see him? You're gone again. This is in the street in regards to that. Okay. What's going to happen? There you are. What does the kid look like that they're looking for? Hello? What does the kid look like that they're looking for?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. He's probably 5'6", 5'7". I would say anywhere from the age of 33 to 36.
What color is his hair? Light brown?
Black.
Black. Okay, so this is not him. Okay.
That's a African American family that lives there.
Okay, let's see here.
He's thin.
Okay, so this is the question was what's going to happen here in the street. What's going to happen?
Stretched out, it can easily connect London to New York. And if you walk next to it,
Street.
it's 6 months to complete the journey. It wasn't built to safeguard the Australian border. Why would it? Since Aussies are just so
Actually, that's interesting. Okay. And then
is to keep some animal species on.
There's going to be destruction.
It was back in the late 1800s when Australians started welcoming.
Kid. Okay, so what's going to happen? So there's going to be this is definitely the kid. What are these? Are those two? I have a feeling I know who those two are, but can you clarify who that is? Like, can we use a card to signify who? Mega deck. Okay, that makes sense. Can we clarify who that is too? Mega deck, you're so difficult to play with. Okay. Whee! Okay, can I get one more? Just clarify what kind of person or who that person is. Please clarify who she is. Tell me more about her. Okay. And then what happens to this person before these things go on? And this is out in the street. Okay, let's see. Mega deck. What happens to him in the street? We're not talking about the parking lot, just in the street. Okay, something just rolled. Okay, he's already done that. Does he do that a second time? So in the street, okay. Has this something that's already happened in the street? Okay. And then these two, so they've already been there before too. Okay. And this are a byproduct of did you guys say like press? Okay. Like newspaper, news reports. Okay. And then okay. So what's interesting is what's gone on the street, not in the parking lots, has already gone on. These two are some of your undercovers. They're both studying him, and this is him, right? Because this is dishonest, theft, dishonesty, right? Like, and then the swords also can mean combative or whatever. And then the opposite of challenge and courage, like they're like running away. So that's already happened, right? Then the house itself, like when they eventually cave, is going to be a byproduct of the public fallout of what goes on here, and maybe even like if they get caught trying to start something and they will leave. But the bulk of the stuff, so it's not going to happen in front of your house. That's good. Now let's find out about the alley. So there's two, right? There's the one, let's talk about it. Like there's the one that's more open, right? And that's more back to the left, right? And then the one that has like all of the like dumpsters in it is more straight back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the alley. Let's do the one, the open alley first. We're specifically talking about all of the traffic that's been driving by, and whether it's law enforcement or clients or plugs or whatever. Can we know, with all of those people and the people in this house and the guy they're looking for, what's going to happen in the open lot?
Hey, Amanda.
Lay down. Okay, what's going to happen in the open lot? What's going to happen in the open lot? Tell me, please. What's going to happen? Woo!
Visitors are free to look into another one of those facets is beginning. If you find yourself too central or dominant, you might stumble upon a pest like dormant frogs of all shapes, sizes, and values. Each story takes us back to 1999.
Okay, and then what happens as a result of that? In the open lot, exclusively the open lot.
And it became a must-see spot. Its popularity was so high that at times it caused traffic problems in the area. So picture this.
Okay. And then what? Okay. What happens after that? Those flipped, like very evidently. Mhm. Okay. And then see this again. Okay, the open lot is where shit's gonna go down between like criminals. And we'll have to ask like if that means the pew pew pew. The lot with all of the dumpsters, what's gonna go down in that lot? Oh shit. Mega duck. Quack quack. It's gonna go down in the lot with all the dumpsters. There he is. Okay. Okay. Oh, this fell first. Okay. And then the last, like, what's the end result? Okay. So the one with the open lot, there's going to be like a deal, like between like criminals. Hold on, I need to reschedule. My device is trying to restart. Okay, so yeah, in the open space, right? I already took those cards away, but there's going to be a deal, and it's exclusively between criminals, right? Um, Now, I didn't ask one question because I want to ask with the rods, right? But then what happens in the lot with the dumpsters, right? So something goes on in the big empty lot, and then someone runs over and hides, and the law comes, and it's the kid that runs over and hides. I think this is the kid for several reasons, but I think if we get true confirmation that I'm hearing, I think you know how you said he had unalived someone. I think it was very like with a sharp implement. Okay, and then there's not going to be much conflict because the honorable people are there. Um, there will be no defense, and then law and order will reign supreme. Okay, so like he will be arrested. Before I bring up the rods, what, like, I know that there's a deal that happens in the empty lot. Is there anything else like, okay, that's just slippage. Just wanted to see what else happens in the empty lot before they run over to the one with dumpsters. Okay, there that is again. Okay, then they all go this way. This is the bottom one. Okay. Okay, so to clarify, none of the big action is going to happen on the street in front of the house. Okay. And then in the big empty lot, there's going to be some sort of, I'm assuming, either drug deal or a firearm deal. Okay. Is it a drug deal? Are there also firearms being purchased? Okay. And then then in the lot with the dumpsters, the police are going to come and arrest, right? Okay. Now, before the police come in the lot with now the kid, they're saying that he unalived someone, right? Was it an attempted unaliving or a successful unaliving? Okay, let's try it again. Was it an attempted unaliving or a successful unaliving? Okay. But did that person get really hurt? Okay. And then, so once we're in the lot, the crow with all the knife. Okay, actually, during the attempted unaliving, was there a firearm used? No. During the attempted unaliving, was there a sharp implement used? Okay. The thing that goes on in the big lot where there is an exchange, is there going to be fighting there? Okay. Is that where we're talking about criminals fighting criminals? Okay. And is there going to be a firearm involved? Okay. Is it related to that AK? Okay. But to me, it sounds like, but I could be wrong. Will somebody be like extremely, like, I mean, near death, injured in that thing? No. Okay. Will somebody be significantly injured in that thing? Okay, no. So they are going to shoot at each other. No, one person's going to shoot at others. Okay. And then they're going to like miss and run to the lot where behind the dumpsters. Okay. And then they will be arrested in that same place. Okay. Let's see, it is June 13th. Let's do it we'll start with months, and then if we have to go to weeks, that's fine. It's June 13th. In how many months about will that happen? Okay, I'm not sure. Let's try again. June 13th. In how many months will that, approximately, how many months will that happen? Like 2.5 months? Okay. And will that be one of the first times that Captain Stabbykins resurfaces? Okay. And again, I asked if the AK would be involved. Is he the one that has and uses the AK? Yes. Okay. It's interesting that he stabs someone then. Oh, did you just say like used up bullets doing stupid shit? So by the time this happens in 2.5 months, will there be bullets? Okay. And does someone get unalived? Okay, I didn't think so. I think the cards even said it. And does someone get injured? A little bit. Okay. And is that someone Now we're talking about in the empty lot. Is that someone, the guy they're looking for? No. Okay, so he'll hurt another person. Okay. Okay. And then when it goes to the lot where he's hiding behind the dumpsters, is there going to be any exchange of fire at that time? Oh, I didn't think it was going to be. Will any peace officers be injured? Will the stabby McIdiot be injured? No. So, like, will it be like sort of quick fire, like quick gunfire exchange? And the rest is them taking him down. Okay. And that's in 2.5-ish. Is that in 2.5-ish months that all that happens? Okay. Guides, is there any other question I should ask? Okay. So, like, it's not going to be on your street, which is good.
That's good.
It's going to be back behind there. That weapon you heard is going to be used. He's going to resurface, trying to make a deal more so than anything else. Well, actually, let me ask that to double clarify. So when he resurfaces, when Stabby McStabs resurfaces, is his primary intention to purchase or sell something? That's like a 70% yes. Is he going there hoping to also intentionally hurt anybody he's meeting with? No. Okay. Okay. So it's not like anything to do with the other situation. Okay. This was okay. So there, it didn't sound like anybody was going to get majorly hurt. Is that correct? Okay. At least involved in the thing. Will anybody in the neighboring areas be affected? Like, will they be physically injured? No. Okay. And the other question is, when I was looking at the law enforcement that are on the street, they're driving up and down. I was just asking, there was a card that looked like a beautiful woman from with beautiful Asian features, and you said that there was that lady that lived down there. I just was curious, like, if she either was somehow connected to enforcement or if she would somehow report it or something, but because that's how it showed up, as a male and a female officer, but it's not her, it's someone else. But they will take him. It doesn't sound like he successfully unalived someone, but he did attempt to.
Okay.
And they got hurt, but they are not deceased. And so it won't happen in front of your house, which is good. It should be in 2.5 months. That's the other thing I wanted to do. Mega Deck is too thick for that, though. Using these, can you guys just show, like, based on if they fall left or right? Let's let left or okay, just like, can we see, like, based on if they fall left and fall right, but these will be cars that are driving by. Okay. And I don't even care what the cards are, but let's just see which direction they fall. Trying to stay in the middle. Oh, that's a lot left, but I'm slippery, so we're going to try one more time. It'll happen again if it's supposed to. Okay, come on. Flip. Okay. All right. Those are definitely left. Okay. Okay. We'll let that one fall too, just because. And then we'll do one, like I guess we'll call it the tiebreaker round. Are we done? No? Okay, now we're done. Okay. So this is what we did here. This is traffic on your street pics of all the weirdness driving by. Okay, so we're going to count. Okay, hold on here. These are all just unrelated things. These are unrelated to the house. Like, so what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so like 8. I mean, not literally, right? But we're just trying to get like a ratio, right? These are law enforcement of the regular drive-bys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is like, you know, people still driving by, like looking for drugs or whatever. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's more actually unmarked law and marked law driving by than there are drug people, but not by much. It's almost even. But it's the thirds because it's 9 here, 7 here, and 8 here, right? So a third, slightly over a third is law enforcement, slightly under a third is criminals, and then the rest are just like neighborhood people. Just was curious since you've been like sort of watching all the cars and going, I don't know who they're for. Well, apparently everybody. And
well, there's only that many law enforcement because our city police force is like almost non-existent now. So.
Sure. Well, and I mean, I think, like I said, I've said, well, let's ask that really quick. But I've said, I think that they're bringing, because it's so small, I think it's either, it's either from a couple cities over, or it's a different agency.
Yeah, it's our sheriff's department and state police are involved.
I didn't ask that. Okay, so of the law enforcement driving by, like those 9 representative, like metaphorical representatives, how many of those are like on the local, that town police force? 2. And then how many of those are from a town, like out of the 9, how many of those are from another town or 2 away, but are actually police? 2. And then how many are from, did you say state police?
Sheriff's department and state police.
Department. Oh. And then how many are like a different like governmental agency. Okay, so like that's exactly 9. So 2 were local, right? 2 were from another town, no sheriff. I mean, I know you said they're out there looking, but in terms of the regular drive-bys, the people that are on a pattern,
Gotcha.
it's local guys, some guys from towns over, and another agency that's not state. So it makes me wonder, like, is it like DEA, you know what I mean, or is it federal? Those other 5, are they all from the same different agency? Okay. And are they from like drug enforcement? Okay, I totally thought it wasn't going to be drug enforcement. Are they like are they feds? No. Okay. So drug enforcement is doing more, but that was a pretty big bust for your area.
Oh yeah.
So it makes sense that like they want it and they're not recognizable. That's interesting.
Yeah, because they I believe it was 30 that they arrested during that bud.
So and then there was one a few weeks before that too, but I don't really remember if that was a smaller one or not. But you talked about it.
Oh,
There were 2 separate times.
I don't remember.
Okay, here's another question. How many guys are actually on the local force? Is it actually 2?
On the police force?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 2 plus the chief.
So that's why there's only 2, because Chief's not gonna fucking do it. So there's 2.
Well, he's in trouble, so he can't participate.
So there's 2 from town. That makes sense. There's 2 from another town, and then the rest are like, it looks like DEA.
Oh, Toast, you don't even know. Look, our town's so screwed. Let's put it this way. I was on the petit jury that just recently indicted our police chief.
Too, because it wasn't like it wasn't even like just cover-uppy stuff. Like, he is vile. He's gross.
Yeah, and the town's actually been talking here lately. They're talking about just doing away with our local police and just letting the sheriff's department take over.
I cannot figure out what mail you got. I'll have to look at it more clearly later. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay. Yeah, Mama, being me, because we're calling ourselves Mama now, apparently.
Toasted actually felt pretty good considering what he did.
What happened?
I'm talking about our police chief. He actually tased a man who was handcuffed in the back of the car. He tased him like 8 times.
I'll be right back. I'm going to mute because I hear a little person.
And then tried to destroy evidence because the hard drive with the, with their cameras on it disappeared. But somebody had downloaded the video before it disappeared. So, yeah, that is our chief of police that did that. So yeah, he was arrested, and like his right hand man was arrested at the same time. Now, his right hand man, get this, they go to his house, right? He answers the door with an illegal firearm in his hand, and sitting right inside on his coffee table was um, ecstasy tabs packaged, ready for sale. So he turned state evidence against the chief. Uh-uh. Oh, and another kicker too, like his right hand man shouldn't have even been on the force because he was a felon. So yeah, things have been pretty interesting around here, needless to say. So they couldn't fire the chief because it's an elected position, so they can't fire him. So they've been letting him go to the office, but he can't actually do anything because he's in trouble. Oh yes, I have cameras all around my house and property.
And then everybody went quiet. Shh. What's going on? Psst. Did you get caught talking about the sheriff?
By you.
What?
By you.
Yeah.
I was telling him about the chief's right hand man who had the ecstasy tabs and the illegal firearm and was actually not supposed to be on the force because he was a felon.
Yeah, crazy. That's crazy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, now we wrote down our medication.
Not to mention that our lovely mayor has robbed the town blind. So they just doubled everybody's water bill to try to make up for some of the money she took. And I can't fire her either because it was an elected position.
Elected
Yes,
position.
our mayor. I'm telling you, it's crazy around here right now.
Okay, now we're gonna take our medication. Meow, 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 meow. And I'm gonna read the chat because I didn't read any of the chat during any of all that. None at all. None at all.
I really would like to know when he's going to trial because he keeps trying to get it like moved out of our parish, but they're not buying it. They're not accepting it.
Question. Hey, since we're sort of doing all the things we were just curious about today, Do you feel like we have, it's your town, okay? And we're not going to say where it is. But do you feel like you have the balls to let me read on the DA?
Yeah, I don't care. You know me, I'm game for anything. I'm very curious about that because that's awful suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
To let you know what we're talking about. So supposedly,
Mm-hmm.
our DA's wife offed herself a few weeks ago,
Mm-mm.
but nobody believes she did because she was like not that type of person.
And if you remember, like the first 2 minutes you told me, I was like, no, she didn't.
Yeah,
I don't even.
and I mean, like her and her husband had built a house in Plano, Texas, to move closer to their kids, and they were excited about that. And it's just everybody knew that was BS because there's no way she would have done that.
But one of my big questions is, what's going on with you, Levi? I think you want to murder me, but in a cute way, because that's like the second
No,
time.
he's showing love,
Mm,
admiration, fondness.
that's the second time though it's come with like sort of I'm gonna be do like murdery things. Yes, see, I didn't say normal. She did.
You say normal.
Didn't you say he's just doing this? And it's like,
Yeah.
no. Like, and I don't mind, like, you want to be a sociopath, welcome in, right? But like, you can hug the life out of me metaphorically. I'm just going to draw that line now. Because I don't know if you remember, he wanted to snap all my collars off my neck earlier. And then there was something in between there.
But not in a bad way.
Baby cakes, listen, I'm pretty tough, but those are leather collars. If he's going to snap them out, that's considerable bruising, and especially depending on which way they get pulled, that's also considerable, like, tracheal damage.
Okay, so maybe not in a literal sense.
I mean, having a little bit of a murdery edge to my, like, whatever, but I'm totally joking, by the way. That is not the way.
Yeah, see?
That's not
He
the way
said,
I
he said
BDSM.
unaliving is off the table. Got it. And nah, I was just saying they'd break because they're small.
They're not small. Not on my, not all of them. They don't look that small on my throat. Let me just put it that way. But also for that type of fun stuff where you're trying to snap through the blah blah blah, that's what harnesses are for. Hey, I'm not even into horses.
Toast, don't worry. I know exactly where you're coming from, where you talk about you want to punch her in the way you want to squeeze the life out of a cute puppy. Yeah, I totally get that.
I get the metaphor, but so if it had been just that, I would be like, okay, but it's like, this is the third adorable thread of my life. And I'm mostly teasing. I hope you understand that. I know you're new here. But I'm mostly kidding. Okay. I wanted to. Oh, I remember. I was like, why am I standing up? There was something I wanted to do.
It's like, people think I'm crazy because I'll say, like, sometimes during extracurricular activity,
Oh, I'm not even talking about that. I was getting ready
the
to say.
feeling, the feeling and the sensation is so grand that you just want to throat punch somebody.
You want to throat punch somebody during orgasm?
No, I'm saying that, like, it it feels so good I could just punch somebody.
Huh. See,
I
I'm so
know it don't make sense. It only
I
makes sense in my head.
I'm so busy. Like I sink my teeth in a little bit, but like gingerly. Like it's a deep bite, but it's a slow one. Um, and then
Yes, toast sensation overload.
I lose like the thing about like multi-orgasmic. I mean, I'm sure like eventually, like you just are like not even in your body anymore.
Oh, I know.
Um. Okay, I know what I was going to get. I'm getting the box because while we do the DA read, we're going to run the box.
The box.
The box. If we're going to do it, let's do it.
Okay, so while you're getting that, listen to this. So you remember I told you our town started having like Louisiana Legend Fest, the little festivals every year.
Baby cake, so you're talking to me because I need to run to the other room to get the box, and then I'll be back to
We'll
hear you.
run and go get the box. Okay. Yeah, the box. Like spirit box. Yeah, I mean it's not like we're not almost on hour 12, so it tends to turn a little muchy by then. And what's funny, she probably ain't even thinking about is she supposed to be back on here tonight at 10 o'clock? Awesome. Yeah, she actually plans Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. But we end up here a lot more than that because we get bored and we just come on to do whatever. So